And now, to open the show, to celebrate the 100th episode of Final Podcast, it's Sing 4D Laughter! Take it away, man.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That was real good, man.
Thank you.
Remember before
Yeah.
stream I said I was gonna take a nap? That was like lulling me to sleep. It was
That
so
was getting
good.
it too.
I was like, oh, I could take a nap to this. Right? It was so good, bro.
That's sleepy time. Which if you guys do want to take a nap too, Final Fantasy Lo-Fi, well, Sing 4D Laughter has you covered with a what's that album called? Sing 4D Laughter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. Lo-fi melodies from Final Fantasy Rebirth, Part 1 and Part 2.
That's right. And then you got you even have a collection of across many Final Fantasies. So if you like lo-fi Final Fantasy music, please, please, please go check out Sing the number 4D Laughter. Sing 4D Laughter. Please go check out Sing 4D Laughter. Show them support. Drop by the YouTube over there at Sing 4D Laughter, and then leave a comment on one of the videos and just be like, I saw you on Final Fan TV. That makes him feel like he didn't waste his time tonight.
That's great. I get a lot of those comments, bro.
Oh,
Every now
man.
and then somebody right there. It's super nice.
That's awesome. I get a lot of comments on the Final Fan TV videos like, yo, that lo-fi at the beginning is awesome. I'm like, yo, here's the link. Go check them out. Let them know that you said that you got, you discovered them through here, through Final Fan TV.
Bro.
So, man,
we are together since the beginning. Like I have only a few songs. Now I'm super proud to say that I have a live stream going on 24/7 with 6 hours of songs from all Final Fantasy.
whoa.
All of which I work with other artists collabing with me, but it's 6 hours of Final Fantasy from all of them. I'm missing only Tactics, and I'm working on it right now.
Oh, nice. That's exciting.
Oh.
That's exciting.
Oh.
Yo, so that was awesome. Is that the whole set, or I want to make sure I'm not.
Oh, I have another 2 songs.
Heck yeah, you do, baby. Let's go. All right, bring it on.
Let's go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
From my favorite chapter.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That was beautiful. Cosmo Canyon is one of my favorite songs from Final Fantasy, so really enjoyed that one, man. Take it away with your next one.
It's not out yet. It will be released in like 3 weeks. Mistake is on the 4th of July.
Is this an exclusive?
Yes.
You always come
Nobody
bringing the
else.
goods, man. You come bringing the goods every time. Love it. Exclusive right here, y'all. World premiere.
Oh, yes. It's a song that I recorded with Lo-Fi Cody, which is a very talented artist. So a huge shout out to him. And yeah, it's crazy because it's like a very iconic song from Final Fantasy VII for me. I had never done this before, so now the wait has ended. And you will see very soon what I'm talking about. Would have ruined everything in the end. So, yes. Okay, now we're good. I'm glad I remembered this now. Okay.
Dude, I love that so much, man. Good stuff, y'all.
I will be streaming that nonstop. Like, just putting it out there.
Man, that was incredible. I'm sitting over here just absolutely loving it, man. I love how you get that build up, and then you just come in with that, my goodness, that's talent. You know, that is artistry right there. I love it. Man, I really appreciate you coming on here and doing that, playing live music. It is Discord, so I know that there were some times when things would like dip in and out, but I tell you what, if you enjoyed what you just listened to, please go support Sing 4D Laughter. Go support, show them that you've discovered Sing 4D Laughter through Final Fan TV, and man, I just want to say another big thank you. I know it is extremely late there as well. You're in the AM. You're in the next day, you know, and you came out here to do a live performance, man. You know, so I do want to say this is more of on a personal note rather than you know, you guys go check out Sing 4D Laughter. But I want to say, dude, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for collaborating and all that. I remember you reached out to me through an email and you're like, hey, you want to do a collaboration thing? You know, I'll put a little Final Fan TV little logo on my live 24/7 thing if you don't mind playing some Sing 4D Laughter lo-fi beginning of your podcast and stuff. And I'm like, sure, dude. All right, that sounds all right. And then I listened to your music. And I'm like, oh my god, this is great. And then from there, dude, we've been really connecting. And I would say that, you know, the bonds of friendship, bro, through Final Fantasy. So thank you for that, man. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for playing live music today or tonight, and to kick this 100th episode off, the Chapter 14 analysis. Thank you, man.
Bro, it's really an honor, and I couldn't have said better than you. It's so beautiful to see like all this friendship that this Final Fantasy community brought to me. So yeah, really grateful, really honored to be here on the episode 100. And yes, guys, have fun. I will check it tomorrow. The Red Bull that I have just kicked in, so I'm still on the.
Oh, dude.
But you're not gonna stay up and watch the whole thing? Is that
the whole 15 hours?
He said, I'll catch it when I wake up in the morning.
Actually, I have also like 30 pages of notes from the chapter 14.
Oh, nice.
I also have 30 pages.
Oh, perfect.
Dude,
guys, thank you so much for having me. It was really an honor.
Thank you, bro.
And yes, check out the music. I work with lots of talented artists that collab with me in the songs. Everything is in my live stream. Everything is on Spotify, so do check it out. Yes.
Will do. Sing 4D Laughter, everybody. Have a good night, Sing 4D Laughter. Take care now.
Yes.
Bye then. Good night then.
Man, I thought you only ended the stream like that. Does that mean we're over already?
Well, that's how I told you. That's how I end all conversations with my friends. I was like, every time I'm talking to him.
He send me voice messages sometimes, and every time he ended with this.
Oh, okay, good to know.
I do.
It's not just us.
No,
it's a lot to text, so I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold down the record button. I'm just gonna send this message, and hey, man, take care now. Bye then.
Sometimes they are longer than a video.
Yeah, they are. They're pretty long. Hey, sorry about that 30-minute voice message.
No worries. I love hearing that. Bye, guys. Have fun.
Have a good night, bro.
Good night, bro.
Take it easy, brother.
All right, with that, we are going to kick off the early festivities of this 100th episode. Incoming in about 5-10 minutes is going to be the freaking incredible artist, one of the best artists I know. Tylor Hepner will be coming onto the show in about 5 to 10 minutes, and what we're going to do is I'm going to have a live picture-in-picture while we do our normal analysis. Tylor Hepner will be doing a live art, like Bob Ross style, yo, except for he won't be doing the narration. Maybe not Bob Ross, but you get to see his live art. You get to see his process, which is going to be for me, I'm blown away by that. I'm super grateful that Tylor is going to be, willing to do that. So
How are we gonna talk? I'm gonna want to watch.
I
him.
know I'm going to try really hard not to focus on his art. I'll watch it back in the rerun of it, but for you, audience, if you want to see his process and like maybe I'll talk about it when he gets in here. I was going to say basically just mute us if you don't want to hear it. Just watch him draw. just mute us and put on some music and watch him draw.
Put on Sing 40 laughter.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Let's bring it together. So
hey, Dad. I need to say real quick. Do I have I left my spear outside the room, bro.
Oh, you do have a moment coming up. You have a moment coming up because what I would like to do is first and foremost, well, I guess second most after Sing 40 Laughter, but I want to say a heartfelt thank you to my panelists. We have the Dragoon King Lee. The Dragoon the Dragoon Lee King. Oh God, he's leaking.
Oh God,
he's leaking. No.
You better fix that boiler.
Dude. So I want to say thank you to Dragoon King Lee. Thank you so much for just all the time you guys have taken. Excalibro Wiley, thank you so much for being a part of this thing, man.
My pleasure.
We have recorded for this podcast series 60 hours, 10 minutes, and 41 seconds. And that's only live. And that is only before this marathon stream. So that is before tonight's stream. And it's not including the time that it takes to do the actual play of the chapter. The time that it takes to record notes and just be ready for the show, the prepping for the show. From the start, I wanted you guys to inject your personalities into this thing and make it as much of your own as possible. As much of your own as it is mine, even though it's on the Final Fan TV channel, I said, yo, put your stamp on it. And you guys came through with that. From the freaking bald caps to the shirt reveals to spears that are not there yet, and so much more, y'all. Y'all showed up, and you showed an insane level of dedication. And I can't say thank you enough for making this thing special. It literally would not be the same without you guys. It's been awesome, and I feel like we have kind of built up this chemistry. I went back and I was watching the first couple episodes, and you can kind of see how we start to those bonds of friendship. You know what I mean? That theme of Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. It really starts to come in there, and that's not even and those hours, that's not also including the post show when we go off air and we spend about the same amount of time that we were on air talking about how we can be better, or just talking about random stuff, or just putting pantyhose over your head and trying to fit the entire body in there.
Never forget that.
So what I would like to do for you guys, but also for the audience watching right now, for you're just tuning in, maybe you didn't catch the whole series. Maybe you didn't have 60 hours of your life. Here's some of what I think, a collection of what I think was our best moments, our funniest moments. So enjoy. No sound, my bad. I'll figure it out. Alright, so sound, it needs to be... So that's not coming through. Darn it. Give me just a second. Ah! Monitor and output. There we go. That might work. Not to go. No sound, my bad. How's that? God dang it, bro. The no sound in this, I gotta figure out why it's not playing sound. In the pink mist. You like this what? This freeze frame? Alright, so that's not playing any sound. God dang it, bro. Alright, so you guys might just not be able to hear it. Alright. Oh yeah. Okay. I told him. No sound, my bad.
It's like an unkept Adam Savage. I swear to God, that's what all I can see.
What did President Shinra say when he learned that these caves were packed with mithril?
Oh man. What did he say?
Mine.
Oh.
That's a triple entendre.
It's working. It's working. I got it. Okay, cool. Here we go. Here we go. Let's run it back. We got it. So what this is, everybody, this is a montage of what I believe was our funniest moments. Let it play. Here we go.
It's like an unkept Adam Savage. I swear to God, that's what all I can see.
What did President Shinra say when he learned that these caves were packed with mithril?
Oh man. What did he say?
Mine.
Oh.
That's a triple entendre. That's a noun, a pronoun, and a verb. That was a good joke.
That's a triple entendre.
I'm not going to cave on this one, Dan.
Okay. At least how high is he right there?
At least 3 feet.
At least 3 feet.
At least.
Old Salt's over there on the pier. I told him not to go in the pink mist. I told him not to do it.
Okay, wait. Wiley, we can't enter.
No,
You guys
can't
can't.
enter the
I'll
bar.
take it from here, boys. So, nah, man, come on. Go. Uh-oh. Oh my God, he did it.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, by the way, Wiley, the bald cap I bought, it wasn't going to show up till tomorrow, so I had to stop at CVS and buy freaking pantyhose to make this bit more.
I love cannons.
Yeah, I heart cannon
I
shit.
love cannons. That's sold at Junon, right?
Give me a freeze frame when we get a close up of Titov, because I really need to do a comparison of the stashes here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I even tried to get the little sideburns there. I tried to get
Man.
Captain
Nice
Titov.
Nice Titov, bro. Nice
Thanks, man.
Titov.
Thanks, man. On his cheek there, because this is Genova thinking like she's touching herself.
Hold on.
Let's go on over to the Dragoon King, who ranked it at number 1.
Wiley's face when that.
Listen, Johnny says. He says, fate is so cruel for depriving me of Tifa and Beachwear. Rather, fate deprived us of Barrett and Beachwear. All right,
Yeah.
what are we
Yeah, I was
doing?
thinking that.
What are we doing? Thanks to the mods on Nexus mods. Not talking about those. Not talking about those. I'm talking about Barrett shirtless mod. All right, we ain't.
Oh.
You have to
We're not
download.
completely
You have to
degenerate.
download the whole set, bro. And I'm like, listen, immediately delete these off of my. I just want the shirtless mod. All right, like you gave me the whole file with all of the stuff with it, like the whole package. If you know what I'm saying, like I
There's a lot of junk
I
in
don't
that
need
file,
it.
bro.
It's a whole lot of junk. I don't need. Hang loose, man! Tifa slow motion, yeah!
Hang loose. There's no boiler room at his goddamn inn. I don't care what boiler he wants me to fix. There's nothing underneath. You go upstairs. There's 3 bedrooms. There's no boiler room. So what the hell do you want me to fix, bro? You made me make this shit-ass valve. I don't even see the domestic water line going into the building. What do you want me to do? Like you're genuinely
Domestic water line going into. Yes. Yeah. So this
Okay,
game.
good. I just want to make
This game is it's a continuation of the Smash Bros. Lore. time for the Warrior of Hypes Get Hype moment. I love when the whispers come in here. This is definitely April Fool's.
So, yeah, Bear throws a tantrum because the Mako is wasteful for the theme park, and that's not cool, yo. You know what I'm saying? But what were you saying, Dan?
Like, it feels like that you revert to this planet-loving persona, you know, whenever you're trying to mask your true emotions. You know, is that something you would agree with?
Well, I mean, you know, I love the planet. Like, that's not in debate at all. So, I mean, like, the reality is, like, when I'm masking my emotions, I keep these shades right here on. But when I'm, you know, letting my emotions out, I pull the shades down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. We're about to. By the way, I just want to let you guys know I'm drinking some Mako Dew, the Mako Blast, if you know what I'm talking about.
Nice. I'm drinking some Mako infused water. it's just cucumber
from
water,
the planet's core. What?
Oh, from the planet.
Oh, wow.
Not an ad placement. But you should drink it because it's good. Not spicy.
Bicycle in water.
Whoa.
So you don't have a scar, Tifa?
Actually, I do. It looks like a gray pillow.
Liar!
And then she falls back. And then Tifa there. Oh, there's Tifa. The Tifa in the belly.
Tifa!
Excuse me. Pardon my laughter. In the green room, he announced himself as the Dragoon King. I'm sorry. Royalty does not exist. We are as one in the grand confluence of the souls. Nothing greater, nothing lesser. So therefore, the Dragoon Lee. Shiny like a melody in my head that can't get out, got me singing like na 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 talk, na 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 talk. In Hinduism,
All right, then.
Shani is connected to Yama, the god of death, with whom he shares a close relationship with. Together, they represent the inevitable cycle of life, death, and rebirth.
Whoa!
What?
Title drop.
Wow! You only get one.
Impeccable. Okay, impeccable
Man,
timing.
this is
bro.
why we go without an incident. It's you.
It's just part of his speech. So,
Oh my.
hey, Centurion. All right, I see you.
Sam and Will would argue about the best way to raise birds, and they were pretty hot-blooded about this. So I mean, I guess they argued until they felt like they needed to choke a bro, you know. They started as birds of a feather until they got their feathers ruffled, and neither one chickened out, so they had to establish a pecking order with the featherweight fight. You know what I'm saying? So, like, stuff happens. So,
Bro, that was... We got to get ourselves to the bloody gold saucer. So let's take a look at that. But before I do, let me introduce you to the Excalibur. He doesn't talk very much. And we over here, we got Sid. Dragoon King.
Why'd he keep his regular name and you gave me... Oh, shit, my bandage. Oh, boy. Oh, no. All right, we're taking that off. The sweat's taking me too much. Howdy, y'all. It's your boy, Sid Highwind. I didn't just improvise this accent without any practice. I'm the real Sid.
I feel like an editing error to me. Like I
don't
know
think
what
it's
else
an
to say
editing
about
error. I feel like there's...
If
I
there's
wish
a deeper meaning,
I thought
like,
harder.
I want to know. You wish you thought harder?
I wish
I
I could think harder. The master of entertainment. It is Dio. What's up, Dio? Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
It is. I mean, it is kind of optional. You don't have to do it. Yeah.
It is, but it's forced optional.
Yeah.
As opposed to
It's like, I see a 0 out of 10. In a time limit, I gotta go.
That's the thing. It's like it's forced optional because
It's
you're not gonna
forced
get
optional.
Forced
Oh,
optional.
I'm sorry. I love that.
We're gonna talk about it in the
no
hype
idea,
cast. We gotta
but-
figure that out.
But no, like, is he?
Oh man.
We're losing him, boys. We're losing him. Whew. God, we gotta get through it. We gotta get through it. We gotta get there.
We're almost there.
We gotta get there. And there it is, y'all.
I'm still a little behind, but oh my god, I actually started I started crying laughing. It was like, oh my god.
Dan, I would like to commemorate this moment with the T-shirt reveal.
Oh, here it is, the T-shirt reveal.
I had to wait for chapter 14 for this one, so here it is.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah.
There it is. There it is.
I forgot what the context
yeah.
to Think Harder was. And the video reminded me, and I was like, oh.
You were just like so. I wish I thought harder. You know. And then,
What is gut reaction? Dude, if you go back to that video, I thought harder later, and there's a comment what my point was. So I did think harder. It was just a little behind. Just a little behind.
oh man, thank you for indulging me with that video. I worked longer on that than the actual analysis this week. No,
Hey,
I'm really not prepared for this show. The boys will be carrying this one. No, I'm just kidding. I made it all the way up to the near the end of this thing. I just didn't do the credits and all that other stuff, the epilogue. But let's bring in Tylor Hepner. He'll be in here in just a moment. That's right. You will get to see live art, a little picture-in-picture action, and it's going to take me a second to set that up once he gets in, and then we're going to begin the analysis. Now, if we go off of my document here, we're on schedule. So far, doing great. All right, so 7 was start, Sing 40 Laughter. 7:30 was introductions in this cool montage video, and then Tylor Hepner bring him in, and then at 8 p.m. the analysis begins, and then we go all the way over to 8 a.m., and then that's when we stop. I'm just kidding. That ain't happening. Here he is, Tylor Hepner, everybody!
Woo! Hey guys.
Oh, Tylor.
15-hour stream, let's go.
15-hour stream, let's
Ready to
go.
go. Ready to go. Got my goggles. Put them on.
Yes! So, first of all, before you even do a thing, I want to say a huge, massive thank you to Tylor Hepner for doing this, because, Tylor, man, first of all, man, just, your art is incredible. One of my favorite artists, period. And I'm talking about, like, of all time, dude. Like, I'm talking about inspirations. I'm talking about from the past inspirations. I'm talking about artists from back in the day.
Dang.
I'm talking about you are the artist, bro. And I love everything you've done. You have been on the show before, and you've done that like that whole interview with the podcast and everything. I encourage you, if you guys want to learn more about Tylor Hepner, I have a podcast with Tylor Hepner on the show. And ProfNoctis also has a podcast with Tylor, and you get to learn a lot more about Tylor. But I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let you talk. Tylor, introduce yourself and what you're going to be doing today, or do you want to keep that a surprise? You know?
No, I'll say what I'm going to do today.
Okay.
Hi guys. My name is Tylor Hepner. I'm an artist. I am mostly a pastel portrait artist, but over the last few years, I've gotten into the FF7 community and started practicing my digital art, and now it's full-time. I've been doing digital art, and I've transitioned my pastel techniques into my digital techniques, and really excited to share what I'm going to do today. So today, because it takes me about a week per drawing.
Wow.
And because I don't have a week, but maybe we might be here a week.
We might be here a week.
I'm going to paste this out in a couple of in steps. So I'm going to do some gesture drawings of Cloud or whatever I feel like for a little bit and show how I sketch into color. And then I have a finished line art. So it's going to be like a cooking show where they're like, all right, you put 5 tablespoons of salt, but I actually have salt prepared right here. So, I have a cake in the oven ready to go. So I'm going to do have a line art finished that I drew for this, and I'll show you how I fully color and render something. Oh. And then from scratch, I'm going to do a painting of an idea I have. We'll see how it goes. My idea is Cloud versus Sephiroth and Cloud with a black materia or something like that.
Oh,
and that will be Bob Ross style, I guess.
Yes, that's
yeah.
Let's go,
dude. That's amazing. I'm super excited to have you here tonight. And you are welcome to stay as long as you want, man. So what we're gonna do is a little picture-in-picture. So if you don't mind, you can share your screen, and I will capture that screen. But before you do, before you leave, because you said you were gonna shut down your
Yeah, I'll be out.
Okay, so before you do,
I'm gonna be hunkered down.
Yeah, it would just be just drawing a picture.
Yeah.
So yes, before you do that, I just want to say, man, face to face, everybody out there, just show Tylor some love. Thank you so much for doing this, bro. As a fan of your art, as somebody who likes to do a little bit of art myself, I am just absolutely fascinated that you're willing to do this, like to kind of like show your process and everything. And audience, here's what you can do. If you're coming in from Tylor's Instagram, if you're coming in from the Tylor audience, and you're like, who are these fools? Look at this guy. He's the bearded Cloud. What is he doing? This guy has a spear in the background. What is that?
Wait, you're not Glenn?
Yeah. Oh no. No. No.
Dude, I thought this whole time you were Glenn.
Wow.
God dang it, we're gonna have to get to that, aren't we? So if you don't like what we do, if you don't like the sound of our voices, that's okay. Why don't you just mute us and watch Tylor draw his picture, all right? You could put on some sweet Sing 40 laughter lo-fi and just enjoy Tylor drawing his art there. But if you want some analysis, that's what we're going to be doing, the panel. And Tylor, go ahead and share that screen. Close out your video so I can get that picture-in-picture set up.
You bet. All right, I'll see you guys. I'll be drawing.
Yes. Oh, man, this is so exciting, y'all. I'm so freaking excited about that. Freaking open the show up with some live lo-fi. And now we got a live art going on. I'm going to fix my pauldron over here.
Pauldron. Is it pauldron or pauldron?
I don't know, man.
Pauldron?
Pauldron? A pauldron.
What if it was peldron?
What? Pauldron? I've heard it both ways.
I'm appalled at your pronunciation of pauldron.
I'm appalled by it. Yeah.
Let's analysis that for 15 hours.
Oh boy, I
Right,
can't
is that good?
imagine what that's. Yeah. Nope. I don't see it yet. I don't see the shared screen yet.
Oh wait.
Mm-hmm. Alex Maddox, thank you so much for tossing Gil during this marathon stream, as we are going to go until we're done with this reviewed and ranked analysis series. We're going to keep going until it's over, until it's done.
Till it's done.
It's done. We're going to keep going until it's done. Tylor,
See that? You see that, guys?
maybe it's on my end. Am I not seeing it? Maybe it's me that's not seeing. Okay, it's me. It's me. I just got to fix something real quick.
Oh, okay.
Watch stream. There it is. And then okay. And then show non-video. That's it. That's how we do it. This
is how we do.
Oh, look at that, y'all. Y'all get to see that as it goes.
All good?
Yes, it is working out great.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to make a little picture-in-picture action while I put a of course, got to do the picture-in-picture action of the chapter as well. So, I'm gonna bring this here. We'll
Oh yeah, I
move
forgot
it
we're
down.
supposed to actually analysis.
Yeah, we gotta do an analysis or something.
I was looking forward to just watching Tylor draw. Come on.
I don't know
You
where I'm
didn't
gonna.
just invite me for the live music and art.
Where do I put this thing, y'all? Where do I put this thing?
Where do you put?
Because I'm gonna put
Ooh,
the actual.
what about like?
Where do you think? Maybe I just got to make
Well, I was
this a
gonna
little
say,
smaller.
Top left is old chat comments, so you
Right.
could probably just cover, like,
Okay.
if we want to see what the current chat comments are towards
There
the
we-
bottom. Yeah, that's probably.
Something like that. I guess.
I mean, if I got to share a little space, we cool. Like,
we cool.
you
I could do
bring it
something
in.
like this, and then oh snap! What did I just do? I'm breaking the stream right here on air. We're gonna break this thing.
Oh man, what the hell are
Wait,
you doing to me?
That didn't even do anything. That didn't even do anything.
Yo, the edit on this is gonna go crazy. I'm curious how much you're gonna patch up.
Yeah, I'm not going through this and editing this thing. This is a marathon stream. Y'all know what you're in for. All right, you know what you're in for right now. This is fine. This is fine.
What are you,
This is
Discord
fine.
wizard?
The Discord.
And, all right, you know what to change your name to. because
Discord
you always
wizard.
change the names after the podcast.
Oh, Toolman with the roast.
I think we're just gonna capture the art, y'all. Do you guys want to see the layers? Let me know in chat. Do you want to see the layers on the program, or do you just want to see the art? Let me know.
You can just show the art.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, he's got to cut into me a little bit, man. It's cool.
It cool. There you
Share
go.
the space a bit.
And then now, I'm not done yet. All right, because what I need to do now is I need to bring in the video, the YouTube stuff. So let's do that.
Oh right, our part.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing stuff.
I keep forgetting.
Look how quick he just like freaking whipped out this. You know what I mean? That's awesome. All right, so window capture Discord wizard. I'm more of like the Winder, the Discord Winder, and I got the OBS Windered over here. That's what I'm really struggling with.
Oh, it's always a good time. I really enjoy being on this show. It's sad that this series is coming to an end. I know.
It's gonna be
Oh, it's
over
sad.
soon. All right, we're gonna take.
Not that soon. We got
Yeah.
10 hours to go.
Not gonna be over soon.
In the short term, no, not at all. Like, it's gonna be goddamn forever. But in the long term, it's gonna go, and then it'll be like, oh man, I miss it.
I miss it.
Oh man, I miss it.
All right.
I miss it except for Wednesday nights, because that's always when I crunch the last bits of the chapter I gotta do.
After playing
I'm like,
Outlast Trials for most of the time, you should have been doing the analysis.
yeah, actually,
Yeah,
that's
actually,
that's precisely it.
All
Outlast
right.
Trials is how Lee warms up and cools down from Final
Yeah, I was
Fantasy
telling
VII
Wiley
Rebirth.
that's like my decompression game. Like that's how I calm down.
That's how I decompress with Outlast Trials. Jesus.
It's good for you. Anyway, but we're not here to analyze.
We're not. So at
I'll invite you guys to the panel for that. I'll get you guys to play the whole series. I'll host it.
Oh, you do not want to see me on that. Oh my God. At Tylor Hepner art, and I'm gonna make that. Where's the? Can I put an outline on it? Maybe, I don't know. I'd like to make the color of the text black. Can I do that? Thank you. All right. OBS wizard.
There it is.
There we go. So that way, see, look. Oh. Yo, that sound effect was funny, dude. What did you do? You dropped a...
Me?
Yeah, you dropped some kind of ice cube in there or something?
No. I was just pouring my drink.
Sounded like me earlier when I was pre-gaming before the stream.
You know what's funny? I have Buster Sword. Shout out Jackie. Probably gonna be the last time I say that on this stream, but
Jackie's Journal.
Jackie's Journal. She got me Buster Sword ice trays. So sometimes I'd be drinking cool drinks that have Buster Sword as the ice.
Nice.
I don't have that right now, but if I did, I'd show you.
Okay.
All right, moving up.
Yo, it hasn't even started yet. Oh, all right. Here we go. Thank you, Alex Maddox, for another tossing of the gill. That is so cool. That $5 is going straight to Tylor there because it says, thank you for your artistry, Tylor. I can't wait to get my art next week. You add another layer of nostalgia to a game I cherish. There you go, Tylor, man. Great,
man.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate it.
Peach Booty popping up in Peach Booty popping says, great series, guys. I have a commission for Tylor that I'll message him later. Ooh.
Whoa, really?
Very
What?
nice. What? What? Come on, y'all. That's awesome. I love that, Tylor, you're getting a lot of love in the chat.
I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, all right, y'all. So Tylor is going to be doing his live art. You'll get to follow that up in the top left of your screen. And now it is time to begin the Chapter 14 analysis, the finale of this reviewed and ranked series. I don't know if I like the name, to be honest with you, because it's reviewed and ranked, but it's also kind of an analysis series. We're going to figure that out. We're playing it a little fast and loose right now, okay? It's a marathon stream. You guys know what you're getting into. It's going to be a long stream.
It wasn't much of a review, was it?
Sorry,
we
got reviews. We do reviews.
It was like we ranked them, we analyzed that.
We analyzed. I like that. I've been using that too. We analyzed. All right, here comes, y'all. Let me bring up my notes. Let's get this thing going. Chapter 14 begins with a fitting line. Almost there. How fitting is that? We're almost there. Hojo remarks that Sung is in grave condition and he would love to use him as fresh material, but Rufus denies the request. Says he's got plenty already and kind of motions back to Roche, who's still in the back of this helicopter. Good to see Roche is going to probably most likely be in part 3. I like that. Rufus asks Hojo his thoughts on what just happened in that last chapter. Rufus, you can tune in to our 6-hour analysis of that if you want to know what just... I mean, you can do that. Rufus, or Hojo replies that it's too early to draw scientific conclusions, but one thing is clear. We, at Shinra, could dream far bigger. And Rufus agrees. You guys have anything? You guys can jump in anytime. I'm just gonna keep on.
You're doing great, bro. Keep rolling.
I like that words of encouragement, man. That's a love language. I appreciate you. Oh yeah. Zach. Oh, we're gonna get to him. We're gonna get this thing Zach on track. Right. This is gonna go Zach on track, Zach off track, Jack.
No,
we're not bringing Jack into this.
No,
we're not bringing Jack.
That would be pure
chaos. Chaos. Zach has to make a choice. To the right,
yes.
Hojo, and to find a cure for Cloud. To the left, Biggs is about to blow up the reactor and himself. Now he has...
Now, did you guys catch that when he points, right behind his hand, they show the beagle on the wall back there, so there's no doubt about which world we're looking at right here? Did you catch that?
That...
I did not, but I mean, I believe you. I think it was on that.
You had it in frame right there. If you back up about 1-2 seconds, it's right there in frame.
1-2 seconds?
1-2 seconds. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll show it here in a second. On his hand, he has Aerith's pink ribbon. So he looks at it, and we're hit with a loud shing noise. That I don't know about you guys, but that sounded like it came straight out of Kingdom Hearts, y'all. That noise that plays like when you hit start the new game. You know what I mean? Have you guys played Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this whole chapter felt like it came out of Kingdom Hearts.
We're not there yet. There it is,
right there.
Just throw it out.
Yeah.
There's
It'll show a close up here in a second, like right behind his hand.
Oh, it does.
Behind the
Okay.
play. Yep.
Yeah. Nope.
Right.
Yeah.
It's coming. I promise.
It's
I
coming.
Promise, right
There
right
it is.
there.
And it's like, hey,
Yeah.
look, it's even. What does Stamp do?
Yeah.
What does Stamp do? He shows the way.
Point the
right?
way.
He points
Yes,
the way.
It looks like he's
Um,
standing on his arm,
From Remake.
and
there.
he's like,
yeah, he does. He's
no, like I'm not even making a joke. Like it's actually like guiding in a way. It
Yeah.
almost feels like he's like directly influencing, like it's part of this timeline.
Yeah, and
But
I mean,
on-
like,
on
if
the
the
surface, it's
freeze
kinda
frame, it definitely shows that, right? Like, if you just freeze frame that and take it as a picture, I mean, the symbolism is there. Like, Stamp's
Mm-hmm.
nose, or follow his nose, it points the way, whatever that was said in Remake, you know? Like, that was a Remake thing. So, whenever
That's
you're
the
lost,
next review
there it is.
series.
Oh, that one might have to wait for the... Ooh,
Yeah, that one might have to wait.
that's going to wait till the Switch
And that
2
will
Xbox
conclude
release.
our analysis for the evening.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all you guys needed to know. Follow Stamp. He's a loyal little puppy. So there we go. He points the way, and then he goes ahead and chooses the right path. But oh wait, I'm sorry. No, before that, he looks at the ribbon, and we're hit with this flashback, this flash of white. Now I'm gonna keep saying that. All right, and I'll bring it around at the end here of this little chunk. A flash of white screen hits us. And we're seeing Marlene here. It's a rainbow frosted frame. Marlene describes Sephiroth without calling him by name. Zack gets up, looks at his Buster Sword, and says, of all the people. The legacy of that sword includes a confrontation with Sephiroth at Nebel Reactor. Realizing that was likely the core of this crisis. What do you say, boys?
I agree.
That was the core of this crisis. You're so right.
Thank you. Zack asks Marlene if Aerith has feelings for Cloud. And she says, yep, because you weren't there. You know what I mean? You weren't there, so she just moved on, man. Forget you, bro.
Dude, kids are so brutally honest sometimes.
Yeah, because you weren't there, dude. This memory... Okay, do you guys have any notes before I keep on going? I do actually have something from Delta Sin. I'm going to bring this stuff in here right away. Okay? So, Delta Sin sends me this video, and I thought it was actually kind of wild here. So, Delta Sin is telling me in the message that Minerva's theme plays at 1/2 tempo when it's panning over to the white materia. And I'm going to play that for you guys now. There we go. Boom, that's in frame. And you guys won't be able to hear it, unfortunately. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with OBS. But the audience will. So let's play that. But,
Hang in there, Cloud. I got you. Hang in there, Cloud. I got you.
it's the same notes.
I'm actually watching it because I want to hear exactly this one.
So you guys can hear the same notes kind of playing there, that doom, doom, boom, boom. And then in the Minerva one, it's kind of like this little refrain, like doom, doom. So, but it's the same notes being played, which is very interesting. So thank you, Delta Sin, for pointing that out. It's coming through. All right, so we go back to this, because you weren't there, silly man. Now, this memory seems to inspire the choice for Zack to go for the cure for Cloud.
Yes.
Now, if we take into consideration that we just heard, like Minerva's theme, I believe this was also Delta Sin, so keeping it going with Delta Sin, saying that if you take into consideration that maybe it's Minerva pointing the way for, like, this is Minerva influencing this as the correct choice. Like, with that said, we can take Minerva out of the equation. We take all that would just kind of be inspired by Delta Sin here. And I could also say that maybe this is the path that either the planet wants Zack to take. It could be the path that Aerith wants Zack to take. But either way, he's influenced or he's reminded. But we see that, like, it's rainbow frosted frame, which indicates something, and we'll get to that in a second as well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no. I had the same notes, bro. Exactly.
Sweet.
Zack chooses to rescue Cloud because Aerith likes him. It seems pretty plain, and then when you add in the Delta Sin context, that's pretty dope. So
it's also interesting though that when you said because perhaps the planet guided him, I didn't think about that, but the first thing that came to mind is that unlike Biggs, Cloud is integral to the planet's story here and its survival. Like, he's needed. Biggs isn't. So if the planet wanted to subtly guide Zack here, it would make sense that it was, to Cloud.
Yeah.
And also lines up with Aerith totally. And it's funny too because we know, what happens to Biggs if he goes after him. So regardless, both end up that way anyway, but with Zack, but the decision's almost pretty clear who, on the surface, who's the more sensible choice. But I think that's why the Biggs choice, which I can't wait to get into that, because that one is, in my opinion, a bit more interesting.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? As I believe it was kind of funny that says, he got a head, he ain't dead. We're going to get to that in a second. But I don't know. We'll see. Fair enough. Because I'm talking about when Zack runs into the soldiers in the Shinra lobby. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, after this decision, he chooses the right path, and a beam of rainbow light emerges from the left. Like, whoom! Indicating the creation of a new world? Question mark, but most likely the case. Now, the flash of white on the screen again. Let me just explain why I keep enunciating that. So the flash of white on the screen, I believe, indicates the consciousness, or the collective unconsciousness, the pure consciousness within the live stream, right? So when you look at the live stream on the outside, it's green, it's flowing like a river, and there's little just sparkles everywhere. But within the live stream, it's white as far as the eye can see. That's where, as to quote Zack. I believe that when you're in the live stream, you're in consciousness, and their consciousness is nothing. It's nothingness. Unless we're talking about live stream black. And there will be times when the screen doesn't flashbang you, but instead it fades out to black. So we'll get to that in a second. So we get the flash of white indicating we traverse, in my opinion, this is theory, you traverse through the consciousness into another world that exists within the live stream, would exist within this consciousness. Come into here. And it's Aerith. She says, "Hello, I know you're in there. Time's a wasting, Cloud. It's not like we have much left." So Aerith, in this world, seems to be well aware of the situation and the urgency that, and I'm going to go ahead and say it because you got to subscribe to the theory. If you subscribe to the theory, then it's all good. But if you believe that Aerith from the OG, from Advent Children posts that, and the whole Sephiroth has gone back in time to remake the timeline, all that other crap, you would believe that Aerith is in the live stream from that previous timeline. And then if you don't believe that, you could also just go ahead and believe in the fact that this transcends space-time. Okay? I wish I had the glitch. Give me a headache already. But you could believe that, and it doesn't matter if it was in the future. Aerith is going to die eventually, and she's going to end up in the live stream, in which case she could be there. It's up to you guys.
Yeah. I think what's interesting here is that, so when Cloud wakes up in the chair that he was in Zack's world, he and Aerith are clearly the same versions of themselves from Rebirth. Now, there's an argument that this Aerith is Omni Aerith, but it could also be Aerith 1 or Beagle Aerith or whatever, right? Cloud is confused, and Aerith quotes Cloud, where she says, you could call it a homecoming. Let's just call it a dream. So it's setting up that these are not the characters that were just asleep. 2 other characters have woken up inside of these 2 characters' body. Very interesting concept.
Yes.
That almost ties in pretty well with what we talked about before with when Cloud's experienced the dreams. It's almost like he's entering that dream state again. We were talking about this, I think, in the chapter 12 analysis, where we noticed that with Cloud, when he seemed to be experiencing these, he was almost always asleep. So, and we just know that he sustained like at least a head injury or something because he's out cold. We'll see that he's kind of in and out. So perhaps this is just a continuation of that theme, that he's out, but now Aerith has more control over what's happening in the world between whatever we're going to call this. Like the world, whatever we want to call it.
I believe we can call we got different stamps so we can refer to these different
what stamp
worlds.
Is this one?
I believe it's the Pomeranian. I might be.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's okay, good. So
Chihuahua, whatever that little guy is. Yeah.
Sorry, we'll go.
Oh wait,
Chihuahua.
no, you're right. You're right. No. I'm sorry. This one is the long-haired, black-haired Chihuahua.
Okay, so yeah, I think that because I liked when we caught on to that. I forgot, when we started to catch on. I think it was chapter 12, where it felt like every time Cloud was experiencing this, it was whether he was sleeping at the inn or sleeping at the haunted hotel or whatever.
Yeah.
He so if he's out cold right now, perhaps that's why he's able to be there. But now Aerith, who's there with him this time. And we saw with her when she experienced this, she doesn't have to be out cold or asleep. We saw her looking at the sky. We've seen her touching, on the boat, like just being able to like feel Zach's presence. So it feels like, she has more direct influence, and obviously she's knowledgeable what's going on. So I almost subscribe to the idea that this might just be Rebirth Aerith and Rebirth Cloud. But I could see the argument for being Omni Aerith, any Aerith.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
it could be anybody.
Here's my argument to say that I truly believe that this Aerith is a very knowledgeable, knows the whole situation. And it's going to be kind of running throughout this chapter where I personally kind of have to believe in what I'm oh, this is Aerith from within the live stream. Omni Aerith is what I guess you guys, the name we're giving her. But I believe that's the case. And yeah, as we go on, it'll kind of reinforce that. But in this moment, one thing that you kind of pointed out there, Excalibro, was when you said this dialogue is pretty important. So Cloud gets up from his wheelchair. He touches his face, cheek to see if it's real, and he's about to ask if they're dead. Are we? And then Aerith chuckles and kind of quotes Sephiroth and says, "We could call it a homecoming." And then she corrects herself, which I thought was interesting. Or homeward bound, maybe? That right there indicates to me that they are in a purgatory-like state. They have not dissolved into the live stream to become part of the flow. It's homeward bound, meaning we're not quite there. Home being the live stream, being the planet. And she says, let's just call it a dream, because it's in your subconscious, your conscious, the consciousness, or whatever. So technically that's a dream. So let's just call it a dream. And then Aerith specifies my dream, to be precise.
Yep.
That right there is very interesting to me. My dream, meaning, in my opinion, or my theory or whatever, of course this is going to be loaded with theories. When you die, you go into the consciousness, the unconsciousness, or whatever you want to call it. Where your dream, your desires, your hopes and dreams, your memories, your just basically before you let go of all these things and dissolve into the live stream. And that is talked about in On the Way to a Smile as well, where Sephiroth actually lets his all of his memories, the things he didn't need of childhood, get rid of that stuff, and he lets it get hurtled at the meteor. But he refuses to join the flow. So there's a space between, and that's where Aerith exists also in On the Way to a Smile. She exists in the hopping between worlds in this white space. This is where Aerith exists. And she says my dream. So yeah, if she's died, she has a dream world. And if this is her dream world, she hasn't let go of these memories yet. She hasn't let go of something. And we're going to get there. Now, let's see. So probably Aerith is okay. We've already gone through all of that. Okay, and then another thing. Did you guys notice how different she's acting? Did you guys get
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she's sort of back to knowing what she lost when the Whispers took her memory and all that, right? She's almost, you could say, fully restored to her maximum memory, maximum powers, sort of that nonchalant or sly knowingness that she had in Remake. Like, she is full on right now.
Yeah. And then you can even see it in the body language. The way that she's
very
talking.
confident.
Yes. And she keeps saying, okay. And people say that when you're trying to maintain a sense of control by being assertive without being harsh, right? When you're like, hey, let's do that podcast, okay? You know what I mean? We're going to do a podcast. So it's going to be 15 hours, okay?
That's how you got me into this, actually.
Yeah. It's good. Yeah,
Right.
that's how I did it,
Now
right?
I see how I got here.
I know your tricks now,
60 hours
Daniel.
later.
So gently guiding this very confused Cloud with a level of confidence that he just knows he should just go with it. Because she's got this level of confidence. She's in full control here. And she's confident. That was what you said, Dragon King. And I would almost say nearly cocky in a way. Yeah. The way she's...
what's funny?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No. Go. What's funny?
Okay, I was just gonna say this really ties into how she is when you first meet her in OG and of course Remake as well. I mean, with Rebirth, we see her struggle a lot with identity and confidence issue. She's kind of at some of the lowest points going up to the end of this game.
Mm-hmm.
So when we see her sort of return to form, this is, if anything, how Cloud initially met her, in this same kind of way. It's just dragging him along, taking him for these dates. You're my bodyguard. You're this, you're that, that was, it's just, I feel like he's almost comforted by that comforted by that confidence that she exudes, because we also know that deep down he's not really a confident individual either.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like one of the two's got to be confident. If they were both not confident on this day, it wouldn't go anywhere. So
yeah,
I don't know. I'm thinking about Remake and Original, how he is, or how she is when he meets her. So
yes, she's acting a lot like she. Almost. Yeah, exactly. Familiar. She's acting a lot like she did in Remake. And you could also tell, one thing that I get a shout out to the animation, to the mocap, or the, whatever you want to call it, however they got the mouth movement and the body language, because she's she got that little head nod and the mouth is half open, you know what I mean? Come with me, okay? You know what I'm saying? So she's got that
yeah, I'm familiar.
You're familiar with that? Yeah, and she's like, oh, when will I ever learn? You know what I mean? God, I'm so silly me. Putting my foot in my mouth again. She's she's really, she's
hamming it up.
Yeah, exactly.
She's really hammy right now.
So that's why I think this is obviously a different Aerith, and even Cloud's gonna call it out soon. Why are you acting so weird?
Oh yeah.
Alex Maddox says, thank you for tossing Gil. Alex, I can't wait to hear what your favorite music from the chapter is. I'm at work whistling mine while I listen to y'all. Nice. What are you whistling, Alex? You know what I mean? What are you whistling? So we'll keep on going here. I want to make sure I'm all. And then she holds the door open for him, which again, leading him along. There's a sense of urgency here. Now Shinra arc
And guidance.
and guidance, exactly. Urgency, guidance, gently being assertive. Like, get this, we gotta go.
We're going on a date.
We're going on this date. All right, I'll explain later. Shinra archaeology with the translation here of the Rebirth Ultimania. A big shout out to Shinra Arc, man. Awesome stuff. The Sector 5 slums is where Cloud and Aerith go on a stroll. Chihuahua, the world where the extra chapter episode 7 plays out, its inhabitants are vaguely aware that their world will soon disappear. Zack is not present, nor Elmira or Marlene. So I thought that was interesting that Rebirth Ultimania had to kind of like point that out. You know?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even like think about them not being there. That's interesting. Okay.
And then she playfully pushes him into the Undercity market, and she gives this pouty face, y'all. You guys, what did you think? Like the pouty face was just, I was like, whoa, she's being like, who was it? Jelly-san said in chat, being overly expressive and really childish at some points. And that pouty face was definitely one of those. Hey, Lee, when you're eating, can you mute the mic? Okay, because your mic is picking up everything now, which is a good thing. Oh, no, I will come through the screen. I will come through the screen. I hate that sound. But yeah, it's picking up everything, which is great because it's been having issues. But make sure you...
we start. I know who to blame for that. But we started early, so you took away my dinner time. So it's snack time.
Yeah, it's snack time. Hey, I got Pop-Tart. Whenever I need to. You know, it's a cinnamon bun one. It's really good. So now, she put the pouty face on him. Even Cloud notices that Aerith is acting weird. This isn't you.
Yes.
Yeah. So this being in italics, like this, like this isn't you, which is kind of like it could be taken literally, as we were talking about before, where this is not the Aerith that he knows. The vendor gives a yellow flowers pen, which of course symbolizes reunion.
So I'm going to point something interesting out here.
Okay.
So everything is free, and whatever Cloud picks, he's not allowed to have. The shopkeeper has the pin for him. And then when you go to the next stall keeper, the same thing happens. You can choose whatever you want, but again, it's the illusion of choice. So she forces... That's forced optional, right?
It's forced optional.
She's forcing this. She's forcing a choice on you. And we get interesting dialogue with these stall keepers too. So after the pin, I'm sure you're building up to this, but he says, "I'll miss these moments. Thank you, Bull." So he clearly senses his end.
Mm-hmm.
But why else would he? Why would he be saying? Why else would he be saying that? It's very interesting.
All right, so yep, that was a good call out there, and we got the stamp champs, indicating the Chihuahua and all that other stuff. So you can choose that. You know what? I went for it. Why the Chihuahua? Let's do it. Let's talk about spirit animals.
Oh, are we doing it?
Let's go. No, we're not doing it right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying. Let's get even more deep with this. Let's talk about some spirit animals. When the Chihuahua comes to you in a vision or dreams, it could indicate you need to believe in your inner strength despite being underestimated. Develop greater loyalty and devotion to those who matter most. Stand up for yourself boldly, even when you feel small or ill-prepared. And the fact that this is Aerith's dream world, this is hers. I had to look into it a little bit, like why the Chihuahua for stamp, and I think those things kind of match up for her. So just wanted to point that out. Now,
wait, real quick before you move on to your next one, Wiley, is the screen black for you on the stream?
Yeah, I was trying to troubleshoot it to see if it was just me.
It was me. No, it's also me. For some reason, whatever you're streaming to us, Dan, we can't see. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Okay, but the
You solved
audience.
the core of that crisis.
We got the core of the crisis. I'm in the I'm in studio mode. I'm trying to prepare something.
Okay.
without putting
you're
it on
good,
the
you're
live
good.
stream.
As long as I know, so long as I know that it wasn't a problem.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
It's
Then-
all
then
good.
We can go dark.
Yeah.
We must stick going dark. All right. So
There will be a reunion shortly.
okay. All right. Good. I'm sorry. You continue. I just want to make sure that we weren't having a problem.
No worries. I had something I wanted to see if it worked or not. But so after this, that way. Come on. All right. Boom. It goes to a white screen again as they walk off.
Well, for us, it's black.
This is a live stream dark podcast, black darkcast right now. Zach asked to meet with Hojo, and was instead met with a whole platoon in the Shinra lobby. Whatever, man. World's about to end anyway, is what Zach says.
Yes. It's interesting now that he's on the Hardy Daytona instead of the Avalanche bike that he rode in on.
Yeah, he got
A minor
pretty cool.
detail. I was like, okay, all right. I would switch too.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm gonna pick up this Hardy Daytona. And then he says, "Coming through, boys." A special little fun fact there from Shinra Archaeology. In the Japanese translation, it would be, or either that or it was the original line before it was changed. I'm not sure. One of those. It was, "I'm home, boys." So, I don't know. It doesn't really change much, but there it is. So yeah, I mean, like, no matter what, he runs into a platoon, even when he chooses this path. Now, I say, I quote kind of funny on that one, he got ahead, he ain't dead, because it cuts to a screen and we don't see what happens to him. But, I mean, Cloud wiped out a whole platoon. You know? I mean, I know Zach's a little inferior, but, you know, we'll see what happens.
I don't know. I'm like conflicted on it. I think because I feel like with what they show with Biggs later suggests that he might have actually died at this one.
Yeah.
Because they purposely show, jump ahead a bit, they show him running away during the Biggs one, whereas this one he looks like he runs head on. So I feel like this is, and the reason they probably didn't show him dying is because we're going to see him again shortly.
Yeah.
So, how many times can you show the dude dying over and over, like, or like almost dying or dying and then coming back. I think they made a creative decision to suggest that this Zach might have, or probably died here, that he went on and he met his fate similar to how he should have. And then we're going to see a scene play out later where he confronted his fate in a way where he didn't have to meet the same fate. And then I think that caused a whole slew of other crazy happenings, which is why he's seen way later in the chapter, but we'll get there when we get there. But no, I actually disagree with you on that, or I don't know if you were making a stance on it, but I think that he does. The way I interpret that is that he dies there in this offshoot timeline, or whatever.
That's
this
fair.
is his death at the hands of Shinra if
So-
he goes to save Cloud.
Now I'm actually in agreement with you, Lee, and there's a reason. So
I think we have the same. I just know
yeah,
you-
and it hinges on the next piece and then where it goes from there. So
Yep.
basically, what we're
Go,
seeing
cook.
is this sort of like progression of Zach, right? So Zach is this character, and what we're going to see when he's taught in the big scene, right? Big says his life doesn't mean anything, and Zach says that's where you're wrong. Your life means a lot to a lot of people. So the interesting implication here is that his death is meaningful. So his life had purpose. So even if only to provide context or motivation and meaning to others. And at that point, Zach wants to know that his path in life was one that he chose, and he wants to take back his life. But just as Biggs told him, that bleeding heart, it'll get you killed. It seems that Zach is destined to die trying to save someone else.
I
So
wrote
we
the
see
same
that-
thing, bro. Go cook.
We see that happen in the Shinra building, right? He's meeting his fate. He's dying, trying to save someone else. And then right here we have the turning point where he's like, I'm not doing that anymore. This person already died. They just died.
Okay, thank you.
And then the next time we see him, he's stuck in this choice. And Sephiroth shows up right in front of him, and this is the Zack that we end up running into down the line. This is the Zack that gets sort of a fresh start, right?
Yeah.
So,
Because I wrote down, I just want to say real quick, I wrote down that for this one, he didn't meet his goal. He didn't have a choice in the matter to save Cloud yet. So that's why he died, because it was in the act of saving him. In the other one, he goes to save Biggs, but Biggs dies before him. There is no one to save in that immediate moment. So what does he get? He gets that choice to almost like usurp his fate out from fate itself. Like he takes control because his destiny was wiped away. The person he was supposed to save's gone. So what does he do? He changes fate. He's like, I'm gonna save myself. And every time we see him trying to save someone else, it leads to him getting taken out.
Yeah.
Also,
Can I say it
plays. Oh yeah, go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it seems a little unfair that the Whispers just have like a platoon of Shinra troopers on standby.
They spawn him in.
They got Zack's GPS coordinates at all time. Like, I mean, talk about
track him down.
Right. So yeah, so when Zack sort of realizes this, right? He realizes this sick twist of fate, and he runs instead of fighting to the death, and that's why he's like, "See you never." So. Yeah, I think we're on the exact
and then
same.
you're saying when you see him at the church, that's a Zack that didn't experience those 3 deaths.
That's a new Zack, yes. But this is but these scenes are showing an evolution of his character, right? It's sort of showing a direction, which is interesting. So there is a reason for that.
Dan, that's why I said they probably didn't want to show Zack dying here, because the implication would be with that conversation Wiley and I just cooked there, you'd see him die 3 out of 4 times, and then one of them gets away.
Hey, so, you know what? You know what? As the quote Tylor at the beginning of this, all I was doing was putting the oven ready. All right, I was just getting the oven ready. I said, "Here's some salt." All right, I was serving it up for you. Okay, I don't know if necessary. I was just trying to make a funny joke. Because he got a head, he ain't dead. But y'all took it and you ran with it. All right.
That's what happened with Kyrie also. So.
I gave you salt and pepper. That was the only ingredients, and you guys cooked a meal. You know what I mean? It's crazy. All right. So you go through a white light again, a white screen. This time we're back in the dream date world with Aerith. Now Aerith sees black feathers fall, and Sephiroth says, "So this is where you've been hiding." Now Excalibur, you seem like you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he specifically says that this is where you've been hiding in a world that has accepted its fate. Now, the fact that he says this is where you've been hiding, when clearly there could be Aeriths in any number of these worlds, means that he has tracked down the one that he's looking for. So that's confirmation that what we were saying earlier, that this is the Aerith, right? This is the Omni Aerith. This is the one Sephiroth is trying to track down. So if he's looking for this Aerith, does that mean that Omni Aerith swapped out for the one in our world? Or did Aerith simply get her memories back? Is this the Aerith from our world? Or is it not? So this goes back to that question that you posed at the beginning, Dan, because it could be either one. So I'm not trying to answer that. I'm just throwing it out
because
there.
we will answer it later on.
Brain.
We will get to that later on, but that's something to think about as we keep going.
Throw it on the back burner. It's simmering.
Yes.
We're gonna let that one simmer. Yeah, see, we got a lot of cooking
hot.
Jokes here. We got a lot of cooking jokes.
Onions on the skillet.
No, make me cry a little bit. We got
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Oh, make me cry.
Make me cry a little bit, man. But I agree, Wiley. That's why I pitched it over to you, because we've become so in sync, man. We're on the same page. You had the same thing in my notes. I had you just said it. Sephiroth's not out here just concocting a plan all willy-nilly right now. Okay, he's got a plan, and he needs Aerith for his plan. He needs her to do something. Because if he's saying that's where you've been hiding, that means he's been searching. He needs her to do something. He needs her dead or something.
Or something.
I need you like dead or something, bro. Like, Can you just like?
Could you just could you die? Like, could you stop doing this?
I forgot about Duke Bro Sephiroth from last chapter.
In a world that has accepted its fate, my dude.
Like, you might just like getting out of this world, like just for me.
Come on, man.
For me.
You're really hindering my plans right now.
Bro, you're really hiding in the world that accepted its fate. Come on, dog. Like, what's up with you?
He even says it. He's like, in a world that has accepted its fate, just as you must, my dude. My dude.
That's the exact quote.
That's it. And with a bit more urgency now, Aerith catches up with Cloud and pulls his hand along. So there's a little more urgency now that we've heard a word from Sephiroth. Sephiroth has found her.
Yep.
There's something that she wants to take care of before Sephiroth gets here. We get to see them pose for the photographer's last photo. And that's just a cute little scene. I didn't really find anything here that was worth analyzing.
No, just this parting dialogue. He says, "You look like you're at a funeral. Just have fun while you can." Huh?
Ouch.
Yeah,
so,
that's when we come back, though.
Ominous. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
Oh, yeah. So as you choose a pose, and I didn't really find anything going on with the poses that mattered much there, it goes to a white screen. So we get flashbanged again. And then we're here at Zach's alternate timeline. But see, here's the thing. This is where I was like, when you guys were doing your theories, where Zach like experiences all three of these deaths, and I give.
Hold up. I'm sorry. Before, because we just moved past it. So one thing I want to point out. So when the feathers are falling down and Aerith hears Sephiroth's voice, Cloud does not see any of this. He doesn't hear Sephiroth. He does not see the black feathers. So that's the whole note. I just wanted to get that thrown in there because I feel like that's interesting.
Because they try to even like
piece
get you for a second because he's like, "What is that?" or something like that. And of course, he's pointing out to the market or something. But
okay.
good. Huh? Oh yeah, no, that was good. That was a good call. And then we get flashbanged here. Now, when you guys were saying that Zach experiences all three deaths, and he's kind of aware that he keeps dying over and over again, I get that because of what he says, where he's like, "See you never," and like I'm tired of this. Fate's got a cruel way of doing this stuff. I still get kind of the point where I don't think he's experienced all three deaths.
I don't think. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think. At least I don't think I meant to say it that way. I don't think he's experienced. Like I don't think each Zach is interconnected. If that
okay. Because all right.
Bluetooth.
Cool. We can move on then. That's my bad.
Yeah, they're just experiencing it. Like the one who makes it to the end just happened to be in a circumstance where he didn't have somebody to save. Therefore, he took the route of saving himself.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
I get
it
that.
Had nothing to do with the other ones.
Okay,
dying.
for a moment there, I thought you said that Zach knew he died and choosing that one. Now he's choosing this one because we get to the white screen here.
I don't think there's a continuity of awareness. It's more just storytelling, is what I'm saying.
That's fair. We can move on. I'm clarified now. So
thank you, because I didn't want anybody thinking that was my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't believe in Bluetooth Zach. He's not
Bluetooth Zach.
Bluetooth Zach. Only Bluetooth Aerith.
Because with that,
Bluetooth Aerith exists. Bluetooth Sephiroth exists. Just no Bluetooth Zach.
Oh boy. So we get to we get that flashbang, and then it's like we go back to the moment where Zach makes the decision, and this time it's a world where he chose the left path. So he chooses the path to go for Biggs. He's like, "Hang in there, Biggs. I'm coming." And now it's time. It's time for that pug stamp. You see that pug stamp? Now I just want to call that out right now because I'm wearing the outfit that I called it. Okay? Over in our theory cast unhinged episode before Rebirth came out, I was wearing this exact outfit, and I was bearded Cloud, and I was bearded Cloud, and I survived in my timeline. Okay? And then if you'll notice, I little photoshopped together a pug stamp, and that was before it was even revealed. Okay, so this timeline canonically is Bearded Cloud's timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. This is the world where Cloud actually accepted Sephiroth's offer, like when he's like, you know, we defy destiny together, and Cloud's like, all right, man, you're my best friend now. Okay, that was it. So this is the Pug timeline, canonically. Now, Biggs is over here eating some stamp chips. He hasn't blown up the reactor yet because why? The Mako's all dried up.
Because what the hell's the point?
Yeah, what the hell's the point?
No, so here's an interesting thought, guys. So this is clearly a branch universe, right? And it's one that we don't see anything beyond this point. And this seems to be sort of the end of the line in terms of the purpose of this specific universe. What if, okay, notice how I'm phrasing that because I don't have a clear-cut theory here, but what if all of these different worlds within the live stream are partitioned a certain amount of Mako, and the degree to which they have Mako is the degree to which they can be full or see fruition, right? Because this one is basically about to be completely pruned. It serves no other purpose because we've been following Zach here, and there is no Mako in it. Now that could mean that the live stream itself has sort of chosen not to give any of its own energy to this particular branch. This is a dead branch.
Yeah.
And that's why there is none.
Dude, I
Just a
agree with
thought.
that because I was doing the, in my notes, or like a theory that I was making one time, I was using the Kool-Aid pot example, right? You got the big Kool-Aid jug. That is the source. That is the live stream, the planet, the live stream source. And then it's got to go out here and it's got to fill up all these other cups that have been created when fate was broken, or the boundaries of fate were broken. Now we got multiple worlds. We got to keep filling the cups. And then there's a whole lot more to that. But I like where you're going with that. Like that. And then when the worlds merge back, they're bringing that live stream energy back into the Kool-Aid pitcher. And guess what?
Yes.
Kool-Aid pitcher's happy. Oh yeah. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what the Kool-Aid pitcher's doing. He's gonna run
And
through
who
a
else
wall.
is happy? Who else is happy when all these worlds converge?
Sephiroth.
Because he gets access to all the live stream. So
Bluetooth Sephiroth.
Sephiroth. Sephiroth just dove off the diving board into the Kool-Aid pitcher, and he's just sitting there, letting it pour down on
basking
him.
in the Mako.
I am the Kool-Aid pitcher. Oh,
Instead of oh yeah, oh yeah,
oh yeah, oh yeah. Dragoon King, you're frozen. I don't know.
Oh,
He's back. Oh,
stop.
No, I'm not.
There it is.
man, you got hit with that
stop.
stop go hard.
Cast haste.
Cast haste. Cast haste.
No, I'm
Cast
not.
stop.
Cast stop.
No, I'm not frozen. I don't know what the
He's
hell
not
you're
frozen. He's frozen in thought.
Can you shut the hell up and move on before it happens again?
He's like, stop pointing it out and move on.
No, we're gonna pause the stream until you get it back. So clumsily,
Then you turn a 15 hour to a 30 hour. Clumsy Lee.
Clumsy Lee knocks over the bomb, and then it falls down into the dried up tank there. It doesn't, he barely explodes, and it figures. Big said, I'm no good, man. Not even my bombs work, right? And he says, life doesn't have meaning, which is important in this context here. Zach inspires him by saying he means a lot to a lot of people. So, would you guys, like, maybe... Wait, which one is this one? I don't know what world this is, but I kind of feel like this is Biggs' world. This is Biggs' his world within the live stream, but I have... It's an incomplete theory. So just... I don't know. But anyways, Biggs needs to have this... He needs to have this talk with Zach. You said Zach didn't save his life. I think he did. Zach saves his life in this moment because Biggs is in a situation where he finds life meaningless. His life was meaningless, meaning like even in the other life that he had, he found it like, man, I'm no good. But Zach says, I feel like this talk could have been a little bit more inspirational. It could have been a little bit more said, but it was to the point. Zach says, you mean a lot to a lot of people. The value of our lives being based upon how much we've helped others and how much we've connected. which is a core theme of Rebirth itself, the bonds of friendship, and how isolation and selfishness doesn't lead to good things. So being alone, not great. Zach being here in this moment is exactly what Biggs needed, because yeah, he's gonna die, and finally maybe go into the live stream where he belongs. All right.
I mean,
at the end of remake,
into OG, he definitely does. So.
I wasn't bitter about him being there in the epilogue of remake. Okay, but he's gonna finally go where he belongs.
Now you're overstaying your wife. You're overstaying. You're overstaying, pal. Get the hell out.
So,
all right, I'm glad you feel better about yourself. Now die.
Yeah, die. All right. Now you can accept your death, and you can dissolve into the live stream with a feeling, with good emotions. All right, because if Zach was alone and he died and he goes into the live stream, guess what? He's gonna become part of Livestream Black. He's got that despair in his heart. So he would have become Livestream Black. Part of
I mean, I'll add to that. So what I said before is the implication here is that his death is meaningful, so his life had purpose, right? And this is from the framework outside of where they are now. His death is meaningful to Barrett, to Cloud, to Tifa, to all of the survivors. So it's not just that, he didn't have any meaning in life or he didn't accomplish anything. His death did accomplish something. His death was a motivator for Avalanche, the same as you could argue with Jesse and Biggs. And so like his sort of fulfillment comes through him dying, which was your point as well. Mm-hmm. And I think that it speaks more than just to this scene. It bleeds back to the characters that we play as in the main scenario. It's just that Biggs doesn't see that.
Yeah. I like how earlier Toolman said, "Lee, you're not frozen. You're just that locked in." That was a good one.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. You're saying I'm stopped. No. I also just want to point out, since you threw the mic to me real quick.
Okay.
It's 9 o'clock, which means that this is when we should start. We're not even a half an hour into this chapter. Like, as far as like content.
Are you talking about this is where we should have started? What
like if we started at our normal start time.
Yeah. You're right. The normal start
That's
time.
What I'm saying is that if we were at our normal start time, this
is when we sit down and actually talk.
We're not even a half an hour. We're not even a half an hour into the chapter.
we're 12 minutes.
We're going places.
We're 12 minutes in.
We opened up with fun and games, man. We opened up with fun and games.
We did.
We're supposed
That's
to be.
true. That's true. But didn't we start it like an hour ago? I forgot when we actually started talking about the chapter.
My guideline, my outline said that we would be at the true nature of reality at this point. But hey, we're cooking. We're good.
We're getting close.
We're getting there.
We're close.
3 hours from getting there. Yeah.
Hey, we got a crock pot. All right, we're not frying it up. We got crock pot. All right, we're letting that thing cook all day. All right. So so Zach. Oh wait, yeah, because we're gonna get over to Zach, because he says he wanted to take action, take control, to know he had a choice, and that this path, this world, is the one that he chose. Now, this goes back to what Deltason was talking about. What we were talking about, maybe this was the correct choice to go Cloud. Well, this choice, he was like, yeah, I know that's where you want me to go. I see the stamp beagle over there pointing the door. Yeah, follow the nose. But you know what? I'm going to make my own choice. I know it's not the right path, but I want to have control. And he chooses the path to go for Biggs. And I think that's what he meant by that. Let's see. All right, anyways. Biggs is shot.
Hey, Lee, I need you to hit the mute on
the
mic,
Lee, you're going to need the... Yeah, I mean, I hear you doing the movie theater thing where you're trying to be as quiet and discreet as possible, like opening that bag.
I thought I hit the mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
thought I hit it.
Okay. Oops. All right, so
I can't help it. I'm hungry.
You get no food.
You eat all the watermelon.
You get no food. we're gonna have a break once we get to the true nature of reality. We'll have like a little 5-minute interval, and I'm gonna play a video from Mo Gallagher. So get ready for that one. All right. So Biggs is dead. He just gets shot anyway. Another group of troop arrives, and it's the same camera angle of Zack stepping in front. It's that was that classic camera angle of the under the foot, and then he says fate has a twisted sense of humor. And I'm sick of taking its shit. I was like, whoa, Zack? No. Captain America language, Zack. I wouldn't expect it. Didn't expect it from Zack. He defies his fate. And instead of dying by a barrage of bullets, he just jumps off the ledge. Because he's going to die on his own terms. And then
I guess the fall is better than the bullet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fall into this thing, man.
I mean, my man jumps farther than that in the opening cutscene of Crisis Core. I think he'd be all right if he wants to be.
You're right.
Well, no,
You're right. There's probably a church roof he can fall through or something.
I'm pretty convinced that he lives there, but I just like the idea that he was like, hell about it. He just took his own. He was like, yo, bullets hurt, bro.
Yo, bro, I'm not doing that again. Not doing that, Fate. Not doing that again.
Not again.
Not again. Now, Cloud wants answers now. No more playing dumb. All right, Aerith is going to say, all right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you all about it. All right, you got me. But at our spot. Till the day that we meet again, and then at our place, at our spot.
Bro, low key, that sounded like a Michael Jackson remix. That was dope.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Michael Jackson lately.
Low key. Hey man, ain't nothing wrong with that, dude. Michael Jackson slaps. Michael Slapston. I don't know. I didn't know.
Let's get Michael Jackson off
Michael
track.
Jackson.
I almost said
Michael Jackson off track.
No,
I almost said it. And then I said it by almost saying it. So.
And then in the chance that you'll come take my hand and never let me go. Those are the lyrics of the No Promises to Keep. That's a coincidence. Because there's a smooth violin rendition of No Promises to Keep playing in the background of this. So there you go. At our spot. So same thing as saying at our place. Then we get hit with the flashbang. You know, they make perks for that. You can equip a perk that reduces flashbangs. All right, but we get hit with a flashbang. Oh, sorry.
Wrong game.
You thank you. Get me on track. Get me on track. Zach on track.
Gotta lock in.
Where's Zach on track? Yeah. A different world now because we see Johnny walk by with, I believe that is a Pomeranian. I saw somebody say a porgy or corgi. Porgy.
Corgi. Could be a corgi.
Could be a corgi.
Yeah, I thought it was a corgi.
Listen, man, I looked up the picture of a Pomeranian. I'm like, that's it. But I don't know, man.
Did you look up a picture of a corgi?
Yeah, they're a little more skinnier. It's a little skinnier. It's a little skinnier. Hold on a second.
It's a. All right, you get.
I know the Ultimania chat. Help me out because I know the Ultimania.
It's a corgi.
Is
it? It's a corgi. Come on
I think it is a corgi.
You think that's a corgi?
I have an advantage because, well, you'll see.
Do you own one? Do you own a corgi? Somebody here own a corgi?
Yeah, but I got. We're gonna have some art. We're gonna.
That's a corgi.
That's a corgi.
That's a corgi.
They're so funny looking, bro.
And then
save that picture for later, Dan. Save that picture for later because we're gonna have something to compare it to.
Okay, you're probably right. You're probably right. Hold on a second. Here's my. But look, hey man, this Pomeranian's fluffy, dude. It's a fluffy Pomeranian. Hold on a second,
dude. I love that.
What's up, man?
After 60 hours of series, I love when there's a point where you're like on a hill, and then halfway up the hill you realize that you're like, oh wait, you know what? Maybe I was wrong.
You know,
just like,
hey,
all right, you might be right, but you still go up the hill.
hey, Toolman says he's a corgi mix. All right, he's a pomgorgi, a pomgor,
a porgy,
a porgy.
No,
porgy. I said porgy earlier. I thought that sounds good. A pomorgi. That doesn't sound good.
A corgoranian.
But look how puffy that is, dude. And then tell me this thing right here. This thing right here doesn't look as puffy as this.
I think it looks more like a corgi.
But I'll give it to you. It does have the white there. He does have the white there, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off. Let me get off that hill. Let me just go
That
ahead.
corgi looks dapper as hell. Why do you look like you have a tie on?
Let's get on.
All right, anyway, move on.
Yeah. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move
We're
on.
in the weeds,
I'm
boys.
getting
We're
off
in the
that
weeds.
hill. I'm getting off that hill right now. All right. Nobody say anything else in the chat so I can cut that out. All right. I still think it's a Pomeranian. Because why not? Anyways.
You know what? I'm switching just because you're confident.
An accordion? Yes, subtext. That is exactly what it is. All right, anyways, it's a dog, and it's different. We're here. Facts.
That summarizes my personal analysis chapter, actually.
And we see
Yo,
a
it's a
different
different
dog. We see a different dog in Johnny's. Hey, let me get off that hill. Little pitch meeting. Let me get off that thing. Let me get all the way off of it. All right, so here we are. We're in a different world because it's a different dog. Zach ponders his options here, and then a very disinterested Sephiroth walks by. Like this, they have history here. They have history, and Sephiroth's like, no, not you. You freaking worthless puppy. I ain't, you freaking Pomeranian mix. Like, he's like, dude, you're nothing, dude. Look at him walk right by. Or either that, or he was trying to sneak by, and he's like, ah, you got me. Ah, man, you caught me. I was walking slow and everything, man. You got me.
This is like when you bump into somebody that you really don't want to talk to at CVS.
Yeah,
You like walk past. Like, yeah, Zach's sitting in the aisle like shopping for toothpaste, and you're like, shit, I need deodorant. So you just like walk past him, pretending you don't know him.
And then he's like,
Oh, man.
Sephiroth, and he's
Yo.
like,
We had homeroom together. And he's like, fuck. No.
he got me. He caught me.
Stealth roll.
So here he is. He says, Sephiroth, hey, man. And Sephiroth goes, he looks at him, and he goes, oh, he says, you want a piece of me? And he says, no, not you. Now, you want a piece of me. Now, Sephiroth likes his wordplay. You know what I mean? Sephiroth's into that sort of thing. Wordplay is his foreplay. Is his swordplay. Man likes his wordplay. And he says, no, not a piece of you. Where's he going? He's going to go get a piece of Aerith. He's not in Aerith's dream world right now, because that's not the black-haired, long-haired Chihuahua. This is the Porgeranian world. And so he says, no, not you. And he slices him and gets him down there. Whispers are going to take him down into Livestream Black. Now, it's also worth mentioning that perhaps I will get to that in a moment.
Hey, leave it
I feel
right
like I
here
made
for
a note
second.
of this, but I'll talk about it in a second. Go ahead.
Oh, just a quick question for you guys. So we'll start with Lee. So take a look at this picture, Lee.
Okay.
Do these whispers have holy materia? What's going on here?
Huh, that's a good question.
Nah,
they
you think
they
so?
didn't have that in the previous game, but they all have it now. So
I think
they're just going
it's a
universe to universe collecting holy. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Ooh, do you think they're collecting holy?
How come Aerith's holy is missing it? The whisper stole her memories in the previous game.
So she's
Oh, no.
so that's why he's like, you want a piece of me? No, not you. I want a piece of Aerith who has the holy materia. That I want the holy.
We know he's using the black materia to search the worlds for the counterpart.
That will
And
unlock
black materia is the key.
the true
So,
counterpart. Ooh.
Maybe my boy's collecting all these pieces of holy.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've heard anybody say that, and I like that a lot.
Interesting.
I've been scouring the internet to see if anybody said anything about these materia-faced whispers, and I found zero. And this question has been on my mind since March 2nd of last year, however many days it took me to get to the the first chapter where you see the materia in their faces, and I'm like, yo, what? Like, how is nobody talking about this?
Yeah, he's hunting for holy, which is a piece of Aerith. So you want a piece of me? Very intentional line delivery there. And, of course, Sephiroth with his wordplay. No, not you. Ooh, I like that a lot. So he's going from a multitude of worlds to collect wholly from each one of them, and that's what these Sephiroth, these whispers are doing, or about, which is acting upon Sephiroth's will. That's very interesting. I like that. Okay, so he just sends Zack out of this world with whispers. He falls into notice the rainbow effect. Every time there's an attack done in these worlds, there's a rainbow effect. And then he's just like, oh, he's just like consumed and then forced into the black. See the dip to black there? He's floating in, and there's a lot of rainbow effect going on as well. He's kind of floating in the live stream black right now. The rainbow, I'll get to in a second too. About maybe like I'm about to explode, y'all. Like I'm about to go off up in here. Okay, it's about to happen, but not yet. Anyways, there he goes. He falls through. He's in live stream black, but guess what? Here comes the whisper. The white whisper's gonna come in here and, no. Zack's gonna fight his way out of it. He fights his way out of live stream black, ends up into the pure consciousness that I talked about, the big pure white area, and then of course here's a nice petal from a yellow flower, which symbolizes reunion, and it's gonna go ahead in that direction, which is going to be interesting when we return back to Zack. Maybe it's this Zack that we return to. So he's heading towards it. Follow the yellow flowers, which is something that was said in Remake. So follow the yellow flowers. Now, okay, so that was kind of cool because he's able to fight out of that live stream black because he still has hope. Because he's saying like, no. You know, he's like, no, I'm not this time, or whatever he says. I'm not doing it.
Right.
So he still has hope.
It's interesting that Sephiroth can now use the whispers to just sever individuals, worlds, events, and create new branches. I mean, he literally just cut Zack out of the story, right? Like,
yeah.
Literally, right? Like no pun intended. So it's very interesting. He's going to do that again, obviously. But I think this is the first time we've actually seen him do that. Swing his sword and use the whispers to create a branch.
And we're going to
cut somebody out of a world.
Yeah. And like it's very clear to me that Aerith and Sephiroth have the same abilities within this live stream, within the spiritual realm, because Aerith is about to do the same thing. So here we go. We get out of the live stream black. He fights his way out of that. Now we're back to the date world, the dream date. They're at their spot. And Cloud's basically, he ends this with saying, next time. So he wants to do it again. And Aerith knows where they stand now, is what she says. And again, I just want to appreciate motion capture and vocal performances, English vocal performance, Brianna White. It's just great, dude. This is well acted and well performed. The body language here is very, very convincing, as she seems nervous, anxious, and she knows that she doesn't have much time left, and she needs to be very direct. And the writing as well, by the way. Obviously, the writing. You got to shout that out too. But she needs to be very direct and get her feelings out there fast in a way that probably not conventional way of explaining like how you feel, but she needs to open up. She needs to get this off of her chest. And Cloud is like, whoa, like this is a lot, but you're hitting me with it. But she's like, I can't figure out whether or not I like you or I like you. You know what I mean? There's a lot of liking going on here. I like.
Because there's liking and then there's
liking and there's like, I want to like, we want to likey, and then like take off this strap here. But anyway, there's a lot going on here. And she may even love him. She hugs him and she apologizes. And she says, whatever happens, don't blame yourself. And she says, whatever happens, I'm here for you in the last chapter. And then in Remake, before defying destiny, whatever happens, We'll be okay as long as we stick together. And then in Remake resolution scene, Aerith says, whatever happens, you can't fall in love with me. Even if you think you have. It's not real.
I think it's really symbolic that she's saying it and embracing him here of all places right now, because he will not forgive himself for a long time. If we're to go with Advent Children's story, you know, that's when he forgives himself. And where does that happen? At the church, more or less here. Because in his final moments after taking the bathing in the live stream, and he sees Zack and Aerith walk out the door, and he smiles, and Cloud Smiles plays. That's when he really forgives himself for everything, because that's what that whole movie's about. Is him battling the guilt of Zack and Aerith. And so when she's telling him this here, that was my first thought, is that in a roundabout way, he will take her advice, and it's going to be at this place that they share together. It's just not going to be yet. He's got to go through it. He's got to take some time on that, really come to terms with everything. I just thought it was sweet that this is where she says this to him because of that, like that tie into Advent Children.
Agreed. And then that means, in my opinion, maybe, if you want to think about it, but she's experienced that, this Aerith, at least. And she knows that he's going to be going through that. And she's trying to be like, yo, don't blame yourself. Like, I'm trying to warn you, don't do it. Because she doesn't want him to go through that again. But, like you said, he's probably going to have to go through it. Let's see. Oh, also in that resolution scene in Remake, Cloud says, "Is this a dream?" And Aerith replies, "Maybe. You tell me." And the fact that at the beginning of this, she was like, "Let's just call it a dream. My dream." So I believe that this Aerith that we're talking to right now is the same Aerith that approached Cloud back in Remake at Aerith's house at night for that resolution scene. So the look on Aerith's face here, I make note about that. How it's just like, it's worry, but then it feels like it turns into peace. So perhaps in this world, Aerith's dream, to be precise, in this world, this is Aerith's world, she needed to find acceptance, just like pretty much all of these worlds need to find acceptance. And that means Aerith too needs to find acceptance. She needed to know how she felt about Cloud, and now she does. And that's what this was all about, in my opinion. She's found that out now, and now she will have the strength to do what must be done. And she thanks him for that. And then she removes the ribbon, lets her hair down, taking out the white materia, and offers it over to Cloud. This isn't about saving me, though. It's about saving the world. And you, Cloud. Is what she says as she hands it over, because he was like, your mother gave that to you, blah, blah, blah. So now he has the possession of the white materia. Aerith gives it to him, and then just pushes him into a portal.
Yeah. I love this scene. When the rainbow effect surrounds them, Cloud seems to see it, right? Right here. He says, what is this?
Yep. What is this? Now, this is where I'm going to talk about the rainbow.
Very interesting.
I'm going to talk about the rainbow. This is not me exploding yet.
Thank you for letting us know.
I don't know if I like that.
I really want to know when you.
I really honestly
spontaneously combust.
Yeah. I don't know if I like the verbiage. I don't know if I like the verbiage, but I'm going to explode. All right, because I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. All right. Now the rainbow energy radiates from Aerith. Not just anywhere, like literally at Aerith's feet, which tells me that this is Aerith's power. And what is that power? What is the rainbow effect? And this is where I say the rainbow effect, in my opinion, is like a bridge between worlds. A rainbow bridge. Why, that's a euphemism for when a pet dies, like a Pomeranian, and it goes to heaven. The symbolism, it's also symbolism for the afterlife. A rainbow bridge. Oh man, if only there was a better connection than pets and stuff. What is that? I can't think about it. Oh! Mo! MJ Gallagher! Norse mythology! A rainbow bridge! Okay? Is the Bifrost. In Norse mythology, the Bifrost is a captivating and ethereal phenomenon that serves as a bridge connecting to the realms of the gods and men, also known as the Rainbow Bridge. Bifrost holds deep significance in Norse region and mythology, playing a pivotal role in the interplay between different realms and the protection of Asgard, the realm of the gods. So, the realm of the gods being the live stream, right? And then Aerith kind of being a goddess in her own right. And she's using the Bifrost to move Cloud between worlds, to move Zack between worlds. She's in charge. She's using the Rainbow Bridge to like in between these worlds, and maybe even Sephiroth is too, because when he sliced the ground earlier and sent Cloud or Zack back, there was a big rainbow effect on his Masamune. Like, boom, big rainbow effect. So that's where I'm like, that's where I'm at with this rainbow thing. I think it is a bridge between worlds. It appears every time they're about to transition from another world or when they're in a world and they use an attack, it's like they're ripping the fabric of the world they're in. And if it's cutting through, and like that rainbow effect seeps in because of that connectedness between worlds.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So there's all that, and oh, you know what? I also kind of put this in here as well. So Aerith moves Cloud from world to world, and even sometimes Sephiroth moving Cloud. But I think it's important to note, for me at least, that Zack never returns to the corporeal realm. He's never on the physical plane. Cloud, on the other hand, has gone through world to world to world and then back to the physical plane.
Yep.
And that makes me wonder if he's come into contact with that energy. Maybe he'd be able to look through or peer through the looking glass, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
We'll come back to that in a moment,
we're,
maybe.
We're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
Dan.
yeah. I'm about to go there. I'm about to go there.
I like where it's going. I like where it's going.
I'm about to get Genova rided up in here. Also, rainbows symbolize hopes and dreams. So, there's
Well, that's
that.
nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Okay.
I like it.
Thank you. And this will conclude. Well, hold on. Let's get to the point where. No.
Yeah, can he? Well,
Let's take a
does he
break.
need to go? Yeah, okay.
We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go. Okay. So we're gonna take a break,
Okay.
but you guys will still be entertained because I called upon Mo. I called the name MJ Gallagher, and MJ Gallagher replied. He sent me a video. This is MJ Gallagher's theory. And of course, it involves Norse mythology and all that other stuff. So enjoy that, and we will be back in just about maybe 5 minutes, I believe is how long this video is. So there you go. Let me make sure I can bring this up. Oh no, it's spoilies! Spoilies! It's, oh my god! No! Oh, there he is! He just popped in out of nowhere! Hold on a second. No! No! Spoilies! There's no getting rid of it. I don't know how to do it. You guys have seen it. Cat's out of the bag. The mojo scare. Chat, let me know if you heard Mo's voice when he popped in, because that's important. No Mo spoilers. Oh god. I'm trying to, like, did you guys hear Mo when he popped up? Because I want to make sure. Though everybody's muted is what he said. Wait, the guys are muted? Yeah, they are, because this is yeah. This is the one where I need to add in the new audio capture. Yep. Yeah, you're muted, man. This is
Yeah,
We can
that's
say
fine.
now you're
whatever
back.
we
Now
want.
you're back. Now you're back. Now you're back. Now you're back.
Well, we can say whatever.
Oh man, there we go. You guys should have audio now with the boys. All right. So you didn't? Did you not? You didn't hear him? No. Okay. So I got to fix that. I don't know what's going on with that. Why can't you hear him? Well, let's fix it. There's Mo. He's just Mo jump scare.
No more jump scares.
No more jump
please.
scares.
I heard him for a second there, so I don't know if chat didn't hear that or
No,
did.
you guys can hear him, but for some reason,
Gotcha.
it's not going to them as well. So if I go that, maybe.
Well,
Hi
while
folks,
you're
MJ
troubleshooting,
Gallagher here. You may know
I'm gonna
me.
go potty.
I'm also gonna go potty.
As the guy that is absolutely obsessed with mythology.
Let me know if you
and
heard that,
Final
Mo.
Fantasy.
Or
You'd
guys,
be
chat.
right.
Okay, cool. You hear him now. Awesome. Very well. Enjoy this video from Mo Gallagher. That's MJ Gallagher. Please go check out MJ Gallagher's. He's got awesome books. And you got Norse mythology that inspired Final Fantasy VII. You got Greek mythology that inspired Final Fantasy VII. Man, you got the Trojan War that inspired Final Fantasy VII coming up. And even a Final Fantasy 16 mythology book. So Mo's very busy, and I'm just really happy he sent us his little theory. So first, before I do that, I'm gonna grab this as well, so you can continue to watch.
Hi folks, MJ Gallagher here. You may know me as the guy that is absolutely obsessed with mythology and Final Fantasy, and you'd be right. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has an enormous amount of mythological references, particularly to Norse mythology. Anyone who's familiar with it and has spent time in the Nibel region will know that there is an outrageous number of references to the Norse underworld, but you also have things such as Midgard Sormr, the World Serpent, or even the endgame weapons for many of the characters being related to Norse mythology. But how does all this relate to Chapter 14? Well, I'm glad you've asked. According to the Vikings, the known universe is made up of 9 worlds. 2 of the worlds are Midgard and Niflheim, from which Final Fantasy VII takes the names Midgard and Nibelheim. The cosmic entity that connects all of these is the World Tree, Yggdrasil. Anyone that's familiar with the MCU or even just Marvel Comics may have seen this concept before. At the start of Chapter 14, we are introduced to the idea that there are not only 2 realities, as has been teased throughout the remake series already, sort of identified by the Beagle stamp and by the Terrier stamp. It actually shows us that there are multiple realities with different breeds of stamp. And all of these seem to be dying. These realities seem to be dying due to an absence of live stream. So, early in Chapter 14, Sephiroth refers to these pocket dimensions or realities, or whatever you want to call them, as worlds. And his goal is explicitly stated to see them reunite. Now, I know that there are many popular theories out there about how the worlds themselves exist within livestream. I won't get into that. But I actually disagree. I believe that these are real physical places. I think that when fate is breached in key moments, such as the Zack's death, and how he is still alive in the Terrier world. I think this occurs because the live stream literally branches off from the main cycle to create a new tangible reality. In Zach's case, obviously when he makes decisions, there are also sub-branches, and these branches and sub-branches are basically, the formation of a tree. So in my opinion, I think this is backed up because there is a ridiculous amount of tree symbolism throughout Rebirth, and that can be all the tree imagery that's around the Temple of the Ancients, the huge amount of raw materials that can be found for transmuting items that actually rely on ingredients from a wide species of trees. The characters themselves, the in-game progression system is based on a skills tree, which is different from Remake. And towards the end of the game, you also get a hold of the Idrisil armlet, which is one of the most powerful accessories in Rebirth. But that's not all. We actually have a literal microcosm of the very concept that I'm talking about in the form of the gold saucer. This is similar to the original game. This is a tree-like structure whose branches actually connect to a variety of worlds or squares. You also find that the only time in the game where there are alternative realities or date scenes, this actually occurs within the gold saucer as well. But what is the importance of this? Why have it this way at all? Well, my theory is that once the live stream realizes that it's diverged into a world where the intended, or the planet's intended fate is not realized, it would begin to recede and return to the sort of the main cycle of the live stream, return to its source, which would then result in that particular world dying. This is actually consistent with the flow of spirit energy that we've known since the original game, where when a living thing dies, the spirit energy will return to the main cycle of the live stream. I think that at the point where the live stream re-enters the main cycle, that is the reunion of worlds that Sephiroth talks about in chapter 14, and I think he is present to absorb it. Now, this is exactly what he states that he's going to do in the original game by creating the injury on the planet and being at the centre of that. Only this time around, when the live stream re-enters or reunites with the real world, that is tainted by despair as a result of the worlds themselves dying. Now, this is very consistent with the large, or it is basically a large-scale version of what Sephiroth does in On the Way to a Smile, and how he gains power from the death of those suffering with geostigma and the despair that has tainted the live stream. So that's my crackpot tree world theory. I hope you like it, and I just very quickly want to congratulate Daniel and the team at Final Fantasy TV, or Final Fan TV, my apologies, for making it to the 100 episode mark. I love you guys. Take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you for that, MJ Gallagher. Thank you for that, y'all.
Mo's the best.
Mo is awesome, y'all. So just another time here, everybody. MJ Gallagher is awesome. He's an author. He does Final Fantasy VII books. If you are not familiar with MJ Gallagher, please go check it out. Go check out his. I think he's mostly on Twitter, but it's the @FFVII novels. That's FFVII novels. You can check him out there. Let him know that you came over there because you saw him on Final Fantasy TV. Remember? That's the thing. You know, we want them to feel like they didn't waste their time being on Final Fantasy. Nah, he did it because he's a friend. He did it because he's a friend. They do it because they're friends with us, and we do it for free. That's so great of them.
Yeah. Also, I'm doing a book with him. I'm illustrating his new book, Mythos. So
that's
look
right.
forward to more. look forward to more updates on there. There's some surprises coming up.
That's I'm so
For
excited
Mythos.
for that one.
Can I just say real quick, as somebody with like no online presence besides being a panelist on this fun show, it's really cool seeing how tight you like Final Fantasy VII content creators are. Like you guys are all, I'm noticing a lot of like, you know, love and just community amongst you guys, and it's really cool just seeing like, oh, I'm hearing you're illustrating the book.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of you are appearing on Final Fan TV, Sing and Dan, you got your story. Just, you know, thanks for including me. I mean, I have no platform and no real substance outside of being here, but it makes me feel special. So I was on that stream with this guy and that guy.
Yeah,
and they're all awesome. So it's just I just want to throw that out there. It's just like this. The gremlin that makes a few jokes.
Nah, bro, you're the Dragoon King. You're the Dragoon King, baby. Thank you for being here, Lee, man. I really appreciate that too. And yeah, everybody keep an eye out for Mythos. Mythos. That's it. That's how they say it.
Sorry.
Oh my God, he's got it. Yes. I didn't know you were gonna bring it out already. Yeah.
What better time, bro? What better time?
Is it time? Is it time? That is great.
Is it
Everybody,
time?
please look at his
Am I
freaking.
doing the meme right?
Yeah, man. That is epic. Oh man, I love that. I love the board. Wiley showed me the board, and I said, "Yo, that's all automatically the greatest thing about this freaking podcast already." That is awesome, man. I'm gonna.
Thank you, brother.
I'm gonna have to like take that like a picture of that and then post it on post it on Twitter so everybody
Didn't
can see
send
it.
us a photo in our
Yeah.
group chat?
Well, I
Yeah,
want a
yeah.
nice clear one, and so everybody can see it. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to see that brilliance. That is so good. And you're gonna be doing that. I want you to when I'm going nuts. I want you to be pointing at you have the details. The evidence is
hold on.
on the board. It's
Where is
connected by red yarn.
Hey, right. Now tell me,
Does that say
Yes.
Pomeranian or Corgi?
bruh, what does that look like now? That's a corgi, baby. That's what I wrote. Corgi stamp.
It's a Corgi. It's got the white like chest and face. Yeah, it's a Corgi. That's great. I love it connected with the red line. I want you to be able to keep track of it when I'm going through my spiel. All right, you got the evidence on the board. Oh
my
my
best.
God, that's amazing. And then you tell me what the conclusion is. That's what Centurion said. We're almost there too. Jesus, once we get to the freaking true nature of reality, which is very soon. All right, so Cloud gets pushed. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I don't even know where, because we had a little bit of a break, so I got to find out where I left
Hey.
off. Yeah, what's up, man?
I kind of want to update you guys.
Yeah.
I've been locked in. I'm like burning up from the heat from cooking so much.
You got that oven on.
I'm like burning up here. So, so I got.
That's looking good.
All right, so far, I did. Hold on.
Oh.
I started off with 2 sketches. It's kind of choppy. Is it choppy? Did it get choppy?
No, we're looking at Cloud right now. Oh, and now it's turned into. Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a delay.
And now it's
Oh,
Cloud Every got
that's
pushed
me.
in.
That's me.
He's in the white live. Yeah, he's in
Okay,
live
yeah,
stream
start
white.
off. Yeah. Okay. Start off with this sketch, just to show off how I color and draft things. Obviously, none of it's detailed. I mean, I can't go super hard into the details, but
It's so good.
first sketch, and then the second one turned into the painting. Let me get back.
Oh. Dude, it looks so good.
And he's holding the
That's sick.
black materia. It's pretty sick. It's
Yeah, it
pretty cool
is,
looking.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
I have other. So I have other ideas I was gonna go forward with. So I'll just do a little bit left on here. I'll probably finish this off stream.
Dude, one thing that
Truthfully, because it's kind of cool looking.
Dude, it is super cool, man. And one thing that you said during that that interview that we did, or on that podcast, it stuck with me. Every time I see your art, I think about it every time. You're like, you go for this bathed in light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you described your art.
Yeah,
bathed
you're
in
seeing
light.
my default.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing how my default choices here, and people have noticed my vertical lines. So now I'm at a vertical line spot where I just do this.
Yeah.
They all hand painted in there. So I'm about to do that, and then
so sick.
Pretty cool. I'm gonna add some kind of blood, probably battle damage on him.
Hell yeah.
And then
I'm
gonna shift over to my Sephiroth sketch, just to color really quick, and then do one more thumbnail, like this. I don't know if I can.
What a treat!
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to stand up. fix my Schmeagle back, but
it's my precious. That's what he's saying right now.
Call out.
yeah. Look at that! Wow, that was
congrats on that commission, bro. Wow.
Yeah, Tylor.
Oh, Andy Serkis. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring that up for anybody who hasn't seen that. This is incredible. Andy Serkis, played in Expedition 33. He plays Renoir. And I'm gonna bring that image up to kind of show it off a little bit. I can just plop that in there. Boop. Look at that.
So that's amazing, dude.
Oh man.
Oh,
dude. So this Expedition 33 series is wild. It's wild how much people are resonating with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ben Starr reached out for Verso.
Yeah.
So I drew his Verso, and then through all of this, somehow Andy Serkis, I got in touch with Andy Serkis, and he wanted a Renoir piece.
Dude.
I got that on a Friday, and then he wanted it. His team wanted it by the next week. Man, I grinded that out in like 5 days.
Oh my god!
I was like so inspired because Andy Serkis is like an inspiration for me.
Oh yeah.
All weekend,
me too,
like
man. I love him.
like at least 12 hours a day, all the way up until the Wednesday when I finished it, and then man, it's really cool. He's gonna have something to share soon, hopefully, but we'll see.
That's awesome.
Okay,
man.
that's so cool, dude. And so this
I
is.
gotta say, Tylor, man, like, bro, you are such a tease. Tylor and I were talking, and he hinted at this, but he didn't tell me what it was. So he was like, basically, I can't tell you, but I'm working on something. Like he was so excited about it. And he posted a picture of Smeagol, and I was like, oh no, like that's So like, bro, he teased me so hard, man. I was ready to see this.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
Tylor, man.
Dude, it turned out amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. So I got more deadlines coming up, something special next week. So right after this, I'm going to get busy working on that. But huge, everyone watching, huge Expedition 33 stuff in the next couple weeks. So.
Yes. Man, more Expedition the better, dude. I freaking love that game. For those who've been watching the podcast, you're gonna never have told. But here's one that's fitting for this episode. Look at this one. Commissioned by Caleb Pierce, the voice of Zach. So,
oh my god, man!
Oh, Caleb,
so sick.
Caleb's the nicest person in the world.
He gives that off that energy.
He's such a kindred spirit.
Never met
it's
him.
Crazy.
Yeah,
man.
It matches Zach for sure.
You have to beat Zach.
And I know Zach is your favorite character,
so
right?
This was actually Zach's he's tied with Cloud. Obviously, Cloud's the greatest of all time. But
of course.
Zach, I got attached to him through Crisis Core. It was my first. I didn't play FF7 original first. I was too young, so I played Crisis Core as my introduction to the games.
Oh, interesting.
So I have a soft spot for Zach. Yeah. So But yeah, Cloud's the best. But you know,
Yeah.
it's just a soft spot for Zach.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So cool.
Yeah, that was my first drawing I've ever did of Zach, like 4 years ago.
The one
And
that
then
I just
Caleb
showed?
reached out and wanted it.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yep. It was my second digital painting when I started transitioning from pastel to digital.
Yeah.
It was my second artwork I did.
Bro, you
in this
nailed
like
that.
journey.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm just gonna put.
You can,
Look at
you can
this.
see the difference now. I have more texture now compared to how I did back then.
Just look at all this, dude. Come on.
Man, Expedition 33 art style really lends itself to the way that you use light too, man. With the contrast and
sick.
Oh,
everything,
man.
like
Yeah, the clear, obscure, black contrast, light and dark
Light and dark.
is perfect.
yeah.
All right, so we're
Also,
gonna be
the
doing.
paint had this. Well,
No, I was just gonna say we're gonna be doing a clair
all
obscure
brushes, man.
analysis now.
We're gonna need you back.
Yep. Look at that,
Man.
freaking Charlie Cox.
it's all brushes, man.
Got his art.
I got these special brushes that I really love to use. Like even right now, I'm going to use this. Like, it makes these painterly marks. It's my favorite brush for the Clair Obscure series so far.
Yeah.
So
And the battle damage, I just love adding battle damage to things. And you know how they all get bloody and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm every single character I've drawn has this battle damage, bloody, war-torn look to them.
Yeah, man. For like your Rebirth series and stuff. Dude,
Yeah.
that's so good, man. Well, I am blown away by what you were able to accomplish just on this freaking during this podcast itself.
Yeah.
That is insane to me, man. Well, I guess I'll let you keep on painting. He said he was Tylor said he was gonna put some finishing touches on this one, and I think he said he might even jump into a different one. That's crazy, man. He's already knocked out a sketch.
Yeah, I'll
of
do
freaking
one
painting.
more.
Man, awesome.
So this one, I just want to say real quick, it's probably like 30% done.
Yeah.
30% done?
Left to do.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
well, you could put a fork in that right
'Cause
now,
it's
bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo, I'll eat it. Like that's good.
Yeah.
Yo,
Look at his hand. It's not even a hand.
I mean, that's a good
It's
art.
just a blob.
That's art
There's
style.
a lot of blob.
I'm not worried about that. I'm looking at everything else.
Right.
The light is incredible.
Yeah.
Man.
So yeah, I'll probably finish this later, and I'll show you all how I color in my sketches, and then we'll see how it goes from there.
Yeah.
It's talking.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you. All right, y'all.
Yep.
Here we go. It's time to return. I love that you got the billboard or the board in the back now. That's a perfect backdrop.
Ready. Let me know when you're dropping that theory, Dan.
Woo!
It's ready for you.
It's about to happen, bro. We start talking about the true nature of reality. It's about to go down. Y'all heard Mo Gallagher talk about his theory, and that was great. You know what I mean? So I would suggest that you listen to Mo and you don't listen to me. All right, I'm an idiot.
Man, I've never heard you try to turn away your audience more in one podcast. Well, if you don't like listening to us speak, why
Just
don't you
mute
go
it.
watch Tylor? Oh, if you don't like watching or don't like listening to us speak, just listen to Sing 40. You know, if you think that we're a panel of dopes and schmucks, why don't you go listen to a guy who
Hey, why do you think we've kept 81 concurrent viewers? They're not here for us. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, we're doing great. We're doing great. I think we're doing excellent, y'all. Right, chat? And please help me.
now after dismissing them and telling them to go listen to others, now you want their validation.
All right, here we go. Back to the dream date. Let's get back to the dream date. Aerith says, thank you for everything. Echoing what she says in Remake's resolution scene. Yep, that's right. I'm going back to it. Aerith says in the Remake resolution scene, I'm glad I met you, Cloud. I really am. I'm grateful for all the words we've shared, for all the moments and the memories. You've made me more happy than you know, and I'll always cherish what you've given me. And that was her basically saying that right here. Thank you for everything. And then we see the world around them change. Aerith pushes Cloud into a portal that's on the floor, and as he falls in, Sephiroth. Like when you're playing Smash Bros. Sephiroth.
He's more like what, how's he saying it? I haven't played as him.
It's really
Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Sephiroth.
It's so really Sephiroth. Donkey Kong. Man, bringing back the DK rap, I heard it. And DK Bonanza.
Yeah.
One winged.
He's the leader
Kong.
of the
Angel,
bunch.
that's it.
Wait, Dan, for the hype cast, can I be introduced with One Wing Kong? We never actually did that. We never actually
That's
threw it in, even though
true.
that's crazy.
We still have the Afterbirth award show.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, or whatever.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
We still have the award show coming up, I think. So we're not done with this yet.
I think.
I just
Worried about it.
You know what? I'm throwing my own theory right now. You ready? I think Dan just
wants to be done with this.
No. Actually, it's the contrary. I think you want us for as much as you can get out of it. Like an afterbirth.
And who knows from there? Maybe we'll do a remake, right, guys? You guys want to be a part of that?
Yo, I'd replay remake.
Hey, man.
All right, let's just do the original.
Honestly, that's on the docket. Get ready. I'm excited about that. All right,
Pick
y'all.
up from the Forgotten Capital. Yes,
That's
sir.
right. Ah, man. Can't wait for that one, y'all. All right, so back to the dream world. We get pushed into it. We get pushed through the portal on the floor, and as he falls in, Sephiroth walks through the door. Let's see. I gotta see something. This way. Did I make a note to myself in my own note? This way, or the way this is organized. Oh, my bad. The way that this is organized makes it seem. The way that this is organized makes it seem like this is the world where Sephiroth walks past Zack outside the church and then walks through the door because of how they sequence the events here. But as we talked about in detail, that dog that Johnny was holding is not the Chihuahua. So it is not the same world, right? And this is where I was like, all right, I'll come back to it later. So we're like, oh, that's not the same Sephiroth then, right? But what if it is? It is the same Sephiroth. See, Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
Yes.
Is this your
Nomura
theory?
says, not yet. I'm almost there. I'm about to freaking glitch out. Nomura says that in the Ultimania, that Sephiroth is sort of a transcendent being. He can operate in multiple worlds at once. That's in the Rebirth Ultimania. So the Sephiroth that walks past Zack in that world is the same Sephiroth that is walking up through these doors. But I guess I can imagine that in that, Corgi world, he just walks in and he's just like, he just stabs the air or something. Like, ah! He's like, who'd you just stab, dude? But I
mean, if he can slash Zack into another time, why can't he do that to himself? Just slash the door before walking in. And now he's here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why not? Why can't he direct himself? Continue, Dan. Sorry.
Yeah. He walks through this door. And let's see. Well, thankfully, Aerith has already passed on her hopes and dreams and memories through giving the white materia to Cloud. Okay, so Aerith could possibly be, and this is what Excalibur said earlier, is she transferring herself to the Aerith in the physical world? Is she, or is this just a piece of her? She's piecing the puzzle back together? Or does this white materia contain all of the knowledge that she needs to know? Because I think it does. I think it's fine. When Cloud is falling through the portal, we are treated to a beautiful shot of Cloud reaching up to Aerith. And this kind of, sort of, I don't know. I thought about it when I saw it. This angle in particular, and then the wide angle that we saw, kind of mirrors the shot in Chapter 2 when Cloud is falling into the lake and reaches out for Sephiroth. Now he's reaching up for Aerith. It's just kind of a parallel that probably doesn't have much to do with it, but seems like very similar.
Interesting.
Yeah, but see, the one from the Midgard Swarmer, that was from Cloud's point of view, reaching up to Sephiroth, and this one was from Aerith's point of view, and like he's reaching up to Aerith. But that was just something I noticed there. And as Cloud falls through the pure consciousness of the life stream, hence the white screen, he is protected by the white whispers, which we assume is Aerith's will, or maybe the planet's, but I still say Aerith. They are attacked by black whisperers, Sephiroth's will. And this short little confrontation there, it kind of symbolizes that battle for Cloud's soul. Right? It's very symbolic. We got the black and white whispers fighting over Cloud. And that's going to keep on happening in this chapter. Sephiroth appears. Behind him, multiple orbs of light as purple energy emits from Sephiroth, the true nature of reality. The first world crossed is remakes. Sephiroth explains the boundaries of fate were broken at the end of that game. New worlds were born. The last shot we see is Zack's last stand, and that's when the world shatters and the two exit. There they go. The planet encompasses a multitude of worlds. Notice how he says the planet encompasses them. They are all within the planet. They are all within one planet, which is weird wording, I know. Worlds within a planet. What? I take that as meaning they are within the spiritual realm, and we talked about that already. And they were not given form until we defied fate.
Whoa. Oops.
What's up?
Nothing. I'm. You're good.
Okay.
I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay. All right. So I see like a half-extended Wily finger.
Yeah. So
okay.
Okay. So Sephiroth says when the boundaries of fate.
Get some extends on that, bro.
Well, I'm waiting. So basically, he says when the boundaries of fate are breached, new worlds are born.
Yeah.
So new worlds sprout off, right? Like branching timelines when things happen outside of the intended order. The planet encompasses a multitude of worlds ever unfolding. So to me, what's interesting about this, some of y'all might hate that I'm about to say this, is it seems to me that it implies that this was always happening. Like, even in the OG, for you purists. You see what I'm saying here? So some quickly perish, others endure. I don't want to get ahead because there's a bunch more, coming up that I'm sure you got great notes on. But that's where we're at right now. So I just want to throw that out. It's really interesting that he says it so matter-of-factly, as if it's just sort of a constant in how things work and how the planet works, right?
So I like where I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that. Joshy Poo in chat with a theory. Thinks that the remake Harbinger of Fate limited the dreams of the live stream to just one sequence of canon events, and destroying it unleashed the potential of the dreams, these dream worlds.
Yeah,
it's about to.
No,
it's about to happen. Sense. I'm about to. Never mind.
You ready? About to pop off?
Almost ready. Hold on. Let me drink some Mako Dew. All right, little Baja Blast.
A little Baja. Thought you were gonna hit us with the Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
I can't even claim that one. Somebody said that in the chat earlier.
Oh,
yeah,
I saw that in the chat.
That was a good
one. I'm ready. I don't know if that freaking destroyed everybody's speakers, but it's all good. Yo, that Mako Dew hits fast, bro. Like, that Mako surges. I think I have Mako poisoning already. Like, this stuff is crazy, man.
Is that what we're calling sugar rushes these days? Or sugar crash?
Dang. I hope I don't sugar crash. I got another 11 hours to go. All right.
Oh, no.
All right, here we go. Yes, I like what you guys are saying, and then Joshy Poo's theory kind of like even feeds into it a little bit more in a way where my mind's starting to think a little bit. Now, yes, he says some quickly perish, and then okay, notice the rainbow effect each time they pass through a world, like I was talking about the rainbow bridge going through the worlds, and then some quickly perish, and then as he says that, they show the Pug timeline with Biggs. That one quickly perished. While others endure, and then that's when they show Zack choosing Cloud, the intended choice, like kind of reinforcing that fact that the intended choice being Cloud's. God dang it! God dang it! Hold on a second. ProfNoctis is about to join, y'all. ProfNoctis is about to join, and let me tell you, why is it that ProfNoctis comes on the show? Right, like on the show when we're about to do something really stupid.
Hey, maybe we need balance.
Prof is like, I don't know why he keeps coming back on the show, but he does, and I appreciate that. He's a freaking professor at a university, and we're over here reenacting the live stream sequence with Tifa.
I appreciate during the montage that you like focused on his face for a second.
Come on in. All right, ProfNoctis will be here in just a moment, which is I'm gonna have to fix the layout, so bear with me. It should be an easy little fix, but we'll see what happens. That's yeah, Prof is about to join everybody. Get hype.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I'm getting ready for that.
Are we doing the lineup at the bottom again? How are we gonna?
So we'll figure it out. Once Prof joins in, it'll like adjust the tiles, and I'll just have to figure that out.
Work it from there.
I can still continue before I set up the craziness here. All right, so yeah, it shows showing that that was the intended choice, right? Others endure. So the fact that he chose Cloud allowed that world to endure just a little bit longer, right? But nevertheless, these worlds are doomed to fade. So, but, don't mourn them, because it's just a homecoming. As these planets die out, they will return to the planet. Home. Homecoming. They're going to return home. Now, they enter a central orb. I believe that this is also the first orb that they entered, because it's kind of like showing... Hold on, let me see here. This might be the true world. The true persona that the planet is trying to project onto the corporeal realm. More on that in a moment. Why would Sephiroth show Aerith saying Cloud or Sephiroth is wrong? Like, why? You guys have an answer for that? Why would Sephiroth say, "Hey, let's go in here," and then let's hear
Pause it right there.
Aerith trash talk me? Oh, sorry.
No, you good? You're gonna have to repeat your question because my brain was focused on this moment.
I just think it's funny that we enter this world and then Aerith is trash talking Sephiroth, and Sephiroth's like, "Oh, I didn't mean you to see that. I actually didn't mean you to. You don't just ignore her. That's crazy. My bad. You know what I mean? You weren't supposed to hear that. But all right, so
he does not have it planned out. That's all that means. So right here, check this out.
Yes.
So these two worlds are about to merge right in front of us.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that they do.
That's
hey, listen, we haven't gotten there yet, but listen. What is it that Sephiroth is doing?
Wiley, that might be your most astute observation you've ever. You see this thing that they did? Well, that's what they.
Behold what they do.
Behold in action.
Right,
and that's one of the things that they do.
Yes, that is true and factual.
That is an observation if I've ever heard.
Oh, okay. What else get? This ties into the speech that Sephiroth's going to make here in a minute. Oh my gosh.
Does he speak words during the speech?
We'll find out when we get there.
And oh my god, I love this show.
What 60
I love this
hours
show.
of analysis does to a motherfucker.
I love this show.
Trying. We kept trying.
Okay, and that's one of the things that they do.
Sometimes you just wish that you could think harder, Wiley.
Wait, ProfNoctis just said, "You want me to be insane too?"
Oh, please.
Is Prof about to come on here and match our energy?
Bro,
That would be
if we have
awesome.
some Kool-Aid.
He said, "Give me 5 minutes." Y'all willing to stall for 5 minutes? Because I don't want to be in the middle of my mental breakdown before.
Yeah, let me actually. I'm gonna.
Oh my God, ProfNoctis about to come in here. And so while we wait for Prof, check this out. Let's hope this, we're gonna get. Yeah, there it is. Don't you remember?
Stop doing that!
The Mo jump scare.
Dude, and he's so loud. Like every time I'm like.
Let's see. Do you guys hear that? No.
I hear it, so they might not.
All right. So I think what the problem was is I have it on mute output, so monitor and output. And now this is Max Tarot coming in with this is a final fan submitting a video. So here we go.
Hey guys, thank you very much for your theories. Here in South America, we also hear your podcast, so thank you very much for the high quality. And I just wanted to ask, how do you think Genesis is going to come into the game? Because I believe that Zack, by the end of the game, he became by accident, thanks to Sephiroth, a protector of the planet. So do you think that's how they're going to bring him in?
Hey,
being
Dan?
the direct opposite of Genesis?
Chat says no sound. Oh, never mind. He said, there we go. My bad.
Now I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
And that's what they do. That's one of the things that they do.
One of the things that they do.
That's one of the things that they do, actually. So Max Tarot asks, how do we think that Genesis will come into play? And we're okay. So the last we left off with Genesis, he was at the end of Dirge of Cerberus, in which he was he had like self-exiled himself, right? To await when the planet was in crisis. And now, at the end of Dirge of Cerberus, he wakes up, he grabs Brother Weiss, and he says, "There's much work to be done," or something, and then he flies off. So,
and then they never did anything.
And they never do anything with it, which is the answer to my question. Like, I think the planet is in crisis, not only just like just a normal crisis. We're talking about a crisis on a scale that spans space-time. Like, this is
unheard of.
I think he's about to take off, travel back just like Sephiroth and Aerith have done, or whatever you want to like space-time travel, whatever he does. He's gonna appear in part 3, and I think that's where we're gonna get the conclusion. Now, see, there's a little bit of an issue with that. Because that would have to mean, that part 3 is the finale, right? A definitive conclusion to the story, and not leading into Advent Children like they say it should. Yeah. So, but then again, they said it should connect to Advent Children. So, if I remember correctly. But anyways, that would be that, and then of course we will dive in deeper to that kind of conversation when we get to the hypecasts that are going to happen.
He's just going to be a Chadley sim. That's it. He's just going to be a Chadley sim.
A Chadley sim.
That's it. No, I don't know. Honestly, I
a Chadley simulator. It's Genesis. Here you go.
Cloud, I brought you Genesis.
You can fight alongside him. Oh man. No, I mean, why else would they have? Well, then again, if it leads right into Advent Children, then that's why. It's like, hey, if you want to find out what happens to Deep Ground, if you want to find out what happens to Genesis and Angeal that you played in Before Crisis Reunion, then yeah, just play the rest of the compilation. That's really, really old and needs a update. But I don't want an update to Dirge of Cerberus. But anyways, we're getting off track. ProfNoctis, please get in here. Prof, get in here. We need you. ProfNoctis is on his way, everybody that's just now tuning in. I just wanted to give you a little update. We're waiting on ProfNoctis. He said that he's got something crazy.
Oh, there's a prof.
Oh,
Is that a prof? Is that a prof?
Speak the prof and the prof appears.
Yeah, here it comes. Hold on, I
say his name 3 times.
Hold on, Prof. Don't turn on your video yet. I'm gonna reset transformation on this thing, and then that way it'll show up. Hold on, transformation, reset transformation. All right, there's that. I'll get rid of this for a second. Move that over here. All right, Prof, you're ready. Here he comes. He said, "Do you want me to be insane too?" I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm uber ready.
Boonso is ready.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yes. I can't see you yet. I can't see you yet,
I
Prof.
can't see you.
Do you
yet
want to
either.
see me yet?
Yeah, come on in
You
here.
ready?
Come on in here.
Let's do this. I need y'all to sit down
Hold on.
and give me my GDT.
Yeah, he's here.
Hey, nice.
Hell yeah!
He's here.
Hell yeah!
He's matching the energy.
You said you weren't ready for the prof to come in because you were about to do a skit. So here we are.
Hey, we are flying high, my friend.
Yes. Oh my God.
Let's go.
That's awesome.
He's got it. That's amazing. I should have left my clown cosplay on. Damn.
Dude, I would have put my Sid outfit together. We could have argued. Sid's arguing would have been so funny.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, I'm the better pilot.
I just want to help, Aerith.
I'll just.
I just want to help.
Yes. Oh man, Prof, it is great to have you on board, man. Thank you so much for being here.
It's so good to be here with you. It's so good to be here with you. I am excited.
Yes. So look, this is gonna work
Also,
out.
congrats on the 100. That's awesome.
Hey man, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, 100 episodes of Final Podcast.
Oh my gosh.
ProfNoctis has been on quite a few of them, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I've got the strongest losing streak of anybody that's ever been on your game show. Nobody loses like Prof loses. So,
Yo.
Oh, never.
How am I gonna do? I'm gonna put this up here, I guess. No, I still want to get the capture of you see Tylor, dude. Do you see Tylor's art, man?
Dude,
Tyler
I'm
back on
watching
the top
it.
left.
I'm about to.
So sweet. That is so sick.
I'm about to. I'm trying to figure out where it even went. Oh wait, there. I'm. I put art and then it didn't even show up. Transform, reset transformation. All right, don't worry, guys. We're just getting reset here because I want you guys to see that picture in picture. So Tyler's been doing live art for us, Prof.
That's incredible. I hopped in and watched a little bit. I shouldn't say this during a work meeting.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, oh, this is so good, and it's calming me down in the middle of this boring meeting.
Oh man. Oh man, how do I get rid of this little 70 FPS thing? There we go. It goes
Here,
away.
let's see the painting.
Yeah, show them the painting. And then I'm gonna move this Tylor Hepner art down here, so that way people will know where to go to.
Oh, there we go. That is so good, Tylor. I don't know if you can hear me, but that looks just amazing.
Yes, he should be able
thank
to.
you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I just heard you.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, he should be able to hear you.
I didn't know he was also in chat.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Tyler's been this like
Where
voice in
is-
our heads that talks sometimes here. And yeah, he just shows up.
All right, so
There
there.
it is.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, dude. Look at that freaking painting, man. So, so Prof,
Stunning.
If you want to, can you choose to watch the stream that I'm streaming? Because that will show you the.
Oh, that shows me what I need to see.
That's what. Yeah. And that's take care of that.
Good deal.
I don't know why that keeps popping up. I don't like that. There's a little yellow indicator over there. Just squeak. You know, we'll squeak that out there. All right, chat. Now you have been treated to not only Sing 4D Laughter opening up with some li-fi live music performance, bro. You have Tylor Hepner drawing for you all stream so far. That is insane. Has done amazing. Look at this Sephiroth that he's just freaking knocked out in like a matter of a couple minutes. Amazing. And
I wish
then
I could turn out excellence as quickly as Tylor did.
dude, it is freaking incredible. I can't wait I'm gonna actually go back and watch my own stream just so I can follow along with him. I'm gonna mute us. I'm gonna be the person that mutes us.
Just play Sing while watching.
Yeah, just gonna play some Sing 4D Laughter. So Prof, I've been freaking injecting myself like Hojo with some Mako Do, baby.
Okay.
Cause let me tell you, man, I've been working on this analysis. I've been analyzing, right?
Yeah.
And my brain, it kind of hurts, and I'm about to just freaking lose it. All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna chug this Mountain Dew, this Mako Dew.
Chug.
Yeah, baby! And then I'll just like freaking
Bama coming out on me.
go into a Mako coma. I don't know words. High words professional on here. Mako coma.
Coma?
A Mako induced coma. All right, here we go. All right, so Wiley pointed out that's what they do. These worlds are.
All right.
These worlds are. Hey.
It was very insightful.
Wiley,
Thank you.
would you say that these worlds look like they're entangling?
You could say that.
You would say that, huh? Check
No,
this
you
out,
could say
dude.
that.
Does it look anything like this? Does it
some
look
quantum
anything like
entanglement going
quantum entanglement? Does it look like that? Look at these worlds, man.
Is this it?
This is
where we're
it. This is the beginning. All right, so look at these quantum entanglement.
Wait, is this your big theory so far?
Yeah. Why? Is it
Okay.
not good enough for you?
Cool.
No.
Oh, he's got it. Yeah, okay, cool. Here we go. Just enter it.
Got my tinfoil hat.
It's time to go! Quantum entanglement is what I'm talking about. Look at this. It looks a lot like that. Let me go back to that. And I'll go back to that. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, first of all, I preface this with that, of course, I am, in fact, not a professor. I am an idiot. And so I know nothing of quantum entanglement before all of this happened. Okay? But I have been listening to an ungodly amount of these videos about quantum entanglement, and I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna pick it. I'm gonna cherry pick the things I need to prove my point. All right? So here we go. Okay, and I found this little excerpt from livescience.com. Okay, they seem like a pretty good source. 2 or more particles, let's just call them worlds, link up in a certain way. No matter how far apart they are in space, their states remain linked to the planet. I added that in there. That means they share a common, unified quantum state. So observations of one of the worlds, the particles, can automatically provide information about the other entangled worlds, regardless of the distance between them, and any action to one of these worlds will invariably impact the others in the entangled system. Now, you're probably like, yo, I already heard this kind of stuff before, all right? I just wanted to kind of throw this in there. I think also, and I can't really bring it up here, is the menu screen of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The menu screen kind of has it represents the particles, right? The systems within this this quantum entanglement. When two particles merge, let's talk about this now. When two particles merge, what happens? Well, nuclear fusion happens! A massive burst of energy is produced. We saw that when Sephiroth was showing us. Boom! Boom! Like a huge amount of energy is produced. And before that, when the boundaries of fate were broken, or every time Zack makes a different choice, or creates a new world, why that's nuclear fission! That's when we're splitting the nucleus of the two atoms, and they have a less combined mass than they had when they were whole. And that is because this process releases an insane amount of energy. And it causes a chain reaction, by the way. So, boom, 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 boom. We got a boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap situation going on. Okay? You want to get nuts now?
We got our hats on. We're ready.
Let's get nuts!
Go crazy.
All right, I'm proposing the idea that the planet itself might be viewed as a living entity with a will of its own. The Cetra were able to communicate with it. In the OG, it is said that Holy is the ultimate white magic that unlocks the planet's will. Blugenhagen says once Holy is activated, all that is bad will go away and it is up to the planet to decide. The planet has a will. And although Minerva is often interpreted as the goddess described in the Loveless play, she really is in an existence similar to a summon, and the purpose behind her actions seems to imitate the intentions of the live stream. Thank you, Shinra Archaeology, for that translation from CCCG 2008, whatever that is. The planet is a collective unconsciousness, right? We've heard that a lot, right? We are as much part of the planet as the planet is a part of us. So we form the planet's consciousness, and the planet will project a persona formed by us onto the corporeal world, right? The physical plane, which would also mean that the planet could have a shadow self, its own counterpart. Now, you have to break it to remake it. And that goes for Cloud and the planet. The planet's psyche was fractured at the end of Remake, and it is mistakenly creating false personas such as these errant worlds that the planet encompasses. The planet's consciousness is shattered. It's having an identity crisis. Just like our main protagonist, Cloud. Throw in the influence of Genova and Sephiroth currently plaguing the livestream, unable to dissolve into its flow, two illusionary masters capable of manipulating knowledge and memory. That's the stuff that livestream is made of. Could the planet be having an identity crisis, unable to fully distinguish between what is fact and what is fiction? Which persona is the planet's true... Oh, man, I'm causing the light to flicker now. Which persona is the correct one? Which persona is the true projected persona of the planet? The planet is having this identity crisis, much like our protagonist, Cloud. And just because it's not human or playable character, it might be overlooked. But the planet is certainly probably one of the main protagonists of Final Fantasy VII, so it makes sense to have a parallel. Much like Cloud's broken psyche is restored in the original game by Tifa merging clouds into one, Sephiroth is merging worlds. And each time he does, it helps repair the planet's fractured consciousness. The planet could see Sephiroth as its savior. He is good. The planet could see Sephiroth as its savior. He is good. Sephiroth tells Cloud to listen to her rapture, which by definition means extreme pleasure. Cloud mistakes this as cries of pain because he has listened to the original soundtrack of Final Fantasy VII, but Sephiroth is disappointed that Cloud doesn't understand. The spiritual energy from these errant worlds will inevitably merge back to the main source, which you can imagine this starving planet will appreciate. And not only that, the returning energy is more potent, more powerful, because of that aforementioned boom, clap action. But also because it is returning as negative energy. And this negative energy is more sustainable. The life stream is memory and knowledge, but perhaps even more important category of the life stream is emotion. The life stream is a literal confluence of emotions residing in the souls of everything that once lived in the corporeal world. Chief among them, loss. Loss is something that strikes at the very soul of a human being. It engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage, sadness, and hatred. And why do I say that negative energy is more powerful? Well, we just go over Dr. Gottman and Robert Levinson to prove that the magic ratio is 5 positive things for every 1 negative. It's 5 times more powerful than what the planet was originally operating on. Sephiroth is actually saving the planet, just as he said in Remake, and Aerith said on the Midgar Expressway. But he is the antithesis of Final Fantasy VII's themes. He wants to break the cycle of life and death and create a forever that is unbound by fate. A world in which he can rule over as its god. And then that's when this guy comes in and you say that. Hold on. So what's it?
You gonna build a big robot house? Get yourself a big robot wife?
I'm going to enslave humanity and force them to service my machines.
First Green Hills, then the universe, then the multiverse, then who knows? Maybe I'll be enough.
Maybe that'll be enough. Maybe he'll be done when he does that. And now, finally, we are reminded of 7 seconds till the end, but that's the end of my rant.
Cool.
That's it. Thank you, Cloud. Cool.
Cool.
Nice. Thank you.
Well, I put on my hat to prevent brain fissure or whatever the hell you would want to call it.
Nuclear fission.
Yeah.
Boom clap. Boom clap.
But yeah, that was something. I don't even know how to follow up on that, but it was.
You don't really.
You don't.
You don't really follow up with that. You just keep talking with the analysis. Now.
Yeah. I think you say thank you and you keep going.
Yep.
I can
that's it.
Thank you, Dan.
And that's just kind of something it does. So here we go. This is something it does, actually. All right. So we're finally reminded of the 7 seconds till the end. Remake Ultimania, Material Ultimania. Motomo Toriyama says, the void where Cloud and Sephiroth square off in the final scene could very well be the end of the world. Huh. Well, that's the title of this chapter. That's interesting. The very brink of the planet's culmination, where even time itself seems to stand still for 7 seconds, denotes the fraction of time remaining for the planet when the time resumes. Either the world ends after those 7 seconds, or some power alters the course of its destiny. I believe Sephiroth is saying that the future rests in Cloud's hand. So he does go through that world to hear Cloud say, or Sephiroth say 7 seconds to the end again. I don't necessarily know if we need to like dive into that because that's a remake topic. What do you guys think? I mean, like, other than like, my opinion, I think that Sephiroth is pitching the opportunity for Cloud to take a world where nobody dies and he will have all his friends together, and he just, you know, it'll be a world that Sephiroth rules over as its god. And I think that the other option would be to go back and experience loss, sadness, and all that other stuff.
So I think, so that enigmatic 7 seconds to the end sequence from Remake, right? Sephiroth says, time enough for you, perhaps, but what will you do with it? Let's see. It feels like perhaps the implication is that before this final world ends, he's implying that Cloud can create a possibility that will birth another, just based on everything that we've seen up to this point. And what's interesting is that that sequence right there has the same sort of imagery that we have when we face off against Sephiroth coming up here with Zack and then again with Aerith. And it sort of makes me wonder if it's meant to be that location, right? That location at the end of existence and time and possibility. And that's what they're fighting over.
Okay.
So that's my piece for right there.
What do you think, Prof?
I think there's a lot to unpack there, but I think that you did a great job of kind of unpacking a lot of it yourself. It's got me thinking in a couple of different ways. One thing that it really makes me want is for Part 3 to delve deeply into the Ever Crisis, Sephiroth origin stuff, because I think that what you are suggesting needs a bit of basis in Sephiroth's own disappointment with those that he could not save at a younger age. And that has put him on this possibility of, is there a world where as many as possible can be saved? And if this is the will of the planet, for there to be suffering and loss, then the planet itself is a malevolent god that I need to usurp. And that leads to the birth and the kind of enthronement of Sephiroth as the new life stream alongside Genova. That's why why Cloud says Sephiroth wants to reclaim his birthright, right? Back in chapter 2, chapter 1 at the inn at Calm. And I think that sort of thing is really compelling to me, because what he wants to do is he wants to eliminate suffering by imposing his will, which he believes is the preferred will, versus Aerith and perhaps the live stream, the Cetra, all of them kind of saying, hey, you know what, like there is suffering in the world and there needs to be an acceptance even as there is a resistance of that. But undoing destiny, undoing the course of the planet as it has been up to now is not the way to do it. That's playing live stream, I guess.
Playing live stream. Nice. All right, that's good stuff. Now, let's see, because this part right here is kind of interesting too, because the worlds that we go through kind of align with what he's talking about. So let me go. He says, we are to bear witness to the reunion of worlds. And Cloud in a trance says, reunion. The black whispers converge to create a new orb. They fly through it. I call them orbs, but I guess a new world. They fly through it, in which they see the events of rebirth, but they get ahead of themselves. So this sort of makes me wonder if Rebirth takes place in a different world than Remake.
Oh God. That
yeah. When they
oh,
I went on a 15-minute rant and that broke your brain? That's the one that did it?
I took my hat off. I had a tinfoil hat on for the rant. So, my brain's exposed and you just broke it.
Don't we get a beagle somewhere in Rebirth to confirm that's tied together? Am I making that up?
We do.
Okay, you're right. My bad.
There are
you're
beagles.
right. Okay.
But here's the thing.
It was a fleeting thought.
You're not necessarily wrong, because even though it is the Beagle world or whatever, I tend to call the events of the end of Remake as like a fracture, because it is a fracturing of all the possibilities. There was one possibility that now there are myriad, depending on choices. And so inevitably, consequentially, the home world, the source world, is different because these others now exist. And the tapestry that is between the two, the veil, it's thin, as we see with Cloud and even Aerith being able to sense other worlds. So it is impacting the primary world. It's not what it could have been.
Okay, and then shout out to Subtext. Thank you so much for tossing Gil, and then also thank you for making me feel better about myself. Daniel cooked with that. To be honest, I'm about 99% sure the devs have described the planet as much of a character as the party. The planet as a character having an identity crisis like Cloud could be part of their approach. Thank you, Subtext. And then Spartan, thank you for tossing that, Gil. You should have been my physics professor. I've learned so much. Yeah, okay. That's how I would teach it too. Are they hiring, Prof?
You just yell. You just yell.
Are they hiring? Do they need another professor? I got you.
I'll send this video as your resume.
Thank you. That's my admission video. That's my thesis. That's my.
They're gonna look at me like, why
that's
are
my
students
doctorate.
wearing hats?
That's my doctorate right there.
Why are the students wearing tinfoil?
why are they wearing?
That's how you start class.
That's how you do it.
Tinfoil.
Taking the tinfoil hats. Oh my god, that's funny. You guys organized to get tinfoil hats. That's funny. I just thought
When you
about
said
it.
that you
had to have those on
Wiley's
hand.
Idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually made it on the spot. It was like, oh shit, he's cooking. Gotta get the hat.
Oh god. So we got let's see. Shows a world. This shows a world. Oh, okay. Now we're getting ahead of ourselves because if this is the world of Rebirth, which we show events from the start of Rebirth, we saw the Condor come up, swoop in, take a robe person. A lot of focus on the robes too. We got Yuffie in a robe and all this stuff, and it's all going throughout the continuity of Rebirth, starting with Rebirth, and then you get to this scene, which is actually a little bit ahead in the future. We're looking ahead now. Whoa. You know, wow. Wow. I can't do it. Never mind. I'm not even gonna try. I'm trying to do a Christopher Walken. This is not gonna work though. I feel like a little kid who's lost his tooth and he waits for the tooth fairy.
I love that movie.
I love that movie too, man.
Dude, it took me a second.
I love that movie too. The evil burglar snuck in and took my tooth. I want my tooth back. Oh, all right. So, anyways,
Better have a stolen tooth and explain the watch and where you had to put it.
Oh, that's a different movie.
I know. I'm saying though.
All right, let's get Zach on track. Let's get back on track.
Okay.
Let's get this.
With this vision of Cloud here.
Yeah.
Future,
It's
right?
the future, right?
So,
we got Cloud in the robe. Yeah. Go ahead.
So we know that the live stream has memories, hopes, dreams, but in this case, it seems to also encapsulate fear, right? Fear is an idea about the future that may or may not happen, and this is probably pretty close to the top of the list in terms of Cloud's, based on his experience in this game. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
That is interesting to say it's a like conjuring up this vision based on his emotions, his obviously, like you said, hopes, dreams, but also desires, fears, despair, all this stuff, all the thoughts basically can be materialized. So we have actually seen this scene quite a bit. This is the first time we see it, a little bit more of an extended look at it. But we've seen these visions of Cloud walking in the robe. I think even in Remake they brought this. This is of course at the Whirlwind Maze, so that's something to be excited about because this could be our first look at Part 3, and of course we have a hype cast coming up, and we're going to talk about that a whole lot more of what this could mean for Part 3 and all that other stuff. So be excited about that.
Wow!
Oh yeah!
Wow! Okay. That was almost going into Arnold. Gotta get out of the Whirlwind Maze.
Get to the hype cast.
Gotta get to the hype cast. How very stubborn of you, you know? So, because Cloud says, leave me out of it. How very stubborn of you. And then Sephiroth says, perhaps Cloud needs a little push. And I don't know whether or not Cloud is mocking what just happened with Aerith. Like, is he mocking that? You know he loves his words, man. He loves his wordplay. He likes that. So perhaps you need a little push. You remember when Aerith did that? You freaking loser. It's what you little puppet, dude. Oh, you need a little push, Cloud? And so he's like pushing him, right? So what do you think that means? He needs a little push. What is the push?
I mean,
I'm trying to catch up on my notes, so if somebody wants to take it.
The push is he's got to kill Aerith. I mean, that's the nudge, right? I mean, he's really trying to build up that despair, right?
Needs
that's his whole game.
Yep.
So yeah, the push is him striking the thing that is everybody's weak spot, especially Cloud's.
And it's going to be the thing, that push, that's going to finally get Cloud to break, because he's like, I thought you'd understand by now, But like, I guess you just need a little more convincing. Let me just kill that girl that you like. All right, let me just kill her. Was that one of your friends? So you're going to kill her.
I think the line that he follows that with is sort of an indicator too, because the next thing he says is, "I give you my blessing."
Yeah,
he is just taunting him.
Also, like,
he's
kind
the
of
inversion.
That God complex,
Aerith, so.
right? He's got that God complex going on, where he's like, I'm so in control of you, dude. I'm the puppet master. You know what? I give you my blessing. You can go and do that. Not like, like he wants him to know that I'm in control of you.
Also looking at the end of 13, I mean, it felt like Cloud was almost under his like complete control, and what snapped him out of it was having to save Aerith. So the push being like, get rid of the one thing that seems to pull you back out of it. That's how I would see that too. It's like, okay,
get rid of their hope.
Yeah, it's like that had the influence to pull you back. Get rid of it.
Nice. And then we go through this tunnel that looks similar to the original game, where Cloud is going through the tunnel at the end to fight Sephiroth. This tunnel is not really used very often. Maybe he's traversing the live stream at a really high speed, and that kind of creates the tunnel effect. It almost looks like you're going through a river. But you know how I said that the inside of the live stream is just pure white, pure consciousness. And if you're rapidly firing through it, then it gives you this effect. And Cloud is being transported to the Forgotten Capital, or not the Forgotten Capital, the forest, Sleeping Forest. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. In the Sleeping Forest here. So this is an interesting one as well. So when he gets to the oh my god, see, in my notes I said Forgotten Capital. Don't say that, Daniel. Sephiroth notices the white materia. He seems surprised. And Sephiroth goes away saying, very poor form. That's not supposed to be here. And of course, I think he's talking directly to Aerith here. The expression poor form is commonly used in a chess match when a player cheats or breaks proper chess etiquette or has a weak move, a weak turn. Sephiroth and Aerith are playing a chess match in the live stream. Right? They're moving pawns around, and that's right. I called Zach a pawn. Zach's a pawn, Tylor. Tylor, he's a pawn.
Tyler's on a quick break.
He's on a quick break.
Yeah.
He has no rebuttal. no rebuttal. But I think they're moving pawns around, man. And Cloud's one of them too. Moving pieces around. That's why they're moving around the live stream, different worlds where they need to be. Hey, we need to move Zach. We need you in this world because Biggs needs help. He needs to find that acceptance. We need to do that. But we're gonna move you over here. Aerith wants to move Cloud. We gotta have that final date. We gotta talk. Things like that, right? They're moving things around. And when Aerith gives Cloud the white materia from within, like transferring her like memory to Cloud so he can take it back, because Cloud's the only person, the only being that's able to go through the spiritual realm and then walk the physical realm, like, and interact in the physical realm. So doing that, Sephiroth's like, dude, poor form. That's cheating. You can't do that. That's what I think. I think he was talking to Aerith. Cool. Okay, cool. We're gonna move on.
Oh, yeah. No rebuttal. Fair enough.
Sometimes I don't know if what I say is cool, guys. Okay,
No,
so you
that's
gotta
not
let
here
me
for you,
know.
bro. I'm here for you.
You have our validation. That's great.
Validate me.
Listen, if there's like 4 or 5 seconds and nobody has I'm just throwing out a like
Cool.
cool.
Cool, dude.
Like,
You really gave this a lot of thought, Daniel. You freaking.
that's my blessing to continue. It's neat, but I give you my blessing.
You have my blessing.
Yeah.
All right, so all right, we're gonna fight a little bit of a whisper here and there. Boom, boom. White Whispers.
Wow, some combat finally.
I was literally going to say that we are almost
Been a while. Yeah.
30 minutes in, and this is supposed to be an analysis and review. There was nothing to review at this point. Hey, what do you guys think about fighting these Whispers? You know, that was cool.
Hey, what do you guys think about watching 30 minutes of cutscene so far? I liked it.
Yeah, me too.
I lived through Metal Gear Solid, so
Yeah, this ain't nothing.
True that.
I watched that man cook eggs for like 45 minutes. I'm like, yo, do we need to have him step outside for a smoke break? Like, I remember my brother wanted to go to the mall. I'm like, yeah, hold on, I'm watching the cutscene. I'll be there in a minute. You can just go. I don't know when this is going to be over, dude.
He comes back the next morning. You're like, still
the mall's an hour away.
Just eggs.
It's just he cooked eggs, man. It's really deep. Anyways, here we are. We're White Whispers clear the way, and Dream Aerith, or which one is this, guys? Is this is Dream Aerith?
It's
an Aerith.
This whole
It's an Aerith.
Yeah, this whole scene is interesting, right? Because she's just sort of popping in and out at random points around Cloud that sort of defy space and time. Now, this could be a fever dream, like he's unconscious, or it could be something else. You know, this does happen in the OG.
Where's he at?
Exactly like this.
Same, yeah.
Where's he at?
Yeah.
Where's he at right now? You guys
in
correct?
the sleeping forest. Yeah.
He's asleep. He's
I
asleep.
see.
He's sleeping.
I see you, Dan.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I just put it together.
Yeah. Hey, Dan.
Can I, wait. Can I give a bit of a meta commentary though, real quick?
That's what they do.
The thing though. Wait, what they do? The thing is that makes me wonder where this is though. Is I meant to bring this point up later, but when I first was replaying this chapter for the analysis, I got up to where Aerith is supposed to, like the Aerith Sephiroth part, and then I realized I left the Zack interlude things off. So I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I got up to there and I'm like, why do I feel like I'm missing a lot? And then I looked it up online. I'm like, oh wow, I am. So I had to restart, turn it on. But I could tell you that this sequence is because everything, like post Turks in the helicopter with Hojo and to this sequence is all in that Zack, like this dates and everything. This isn't. You play this regardless if Zack is turned on or off. I don't know if that means anything or if that puts any weight into the theory. I was saying with when Cloud's sleeping, that's when he's able to access this. But if that's the case, then I don't think that this is Between the World or whatever we're calling that. I just want to put that out.
Just I kind of might have like not heard it or whatever, but I want to just for me, the Cloud and Aerith date is not in there.
It is a part of Zack's interlude thing, which you can toggle off. And so
that's a really important part of the story.
When I did the analysis, it's the Turks in the helicopter. It starts the same, but then it cuts to Cloud falling in white and Sephiroth and him falling together and all that, and Dan's quantum whatever rant, and then like all that's there in the chapter without. But yeah, so basically everything with Zack, as you would imagine, but also interestingly the dates. The dates are skippable in New Game Plus technically. So that's why when we were when you said where is this, because my theory's always kind of been whenever we're in that state, it's potentially when Cloud's like for Cloud to be there, he's got to be asleep. Only reason I'm not clear on that though is because if that's the case, we're here and he's not there because that should be toggled off. But that might just be like a meta thing, you know what I mean? Like they might not have lined that up for the gameplay, but I mean, he could just be knocked out, and this is what he's seeing in that state. But
I think we're like this is the physical world, like, but he's asleep. It's the sleeping forest creating like maybe you're sleepwalking, right? Like you don't even realize it, but you're like once you enter the sleeping forest, that's why it's so hard to get through it, is because you're sleepwalking through it. Maybe you're lucidly awake and dreaming.
Lucidly.
God, man, hey, man, check out Awake and Dreaming. That's a Finger 11 song, y'all. I love that, man. Take it old school. If you guys haven't heard it, check it out.
So I'm just going to say real quick, I think the reason that sequence takes place during the Zack interlude is because Aerith and Cloud both wake up
In Zach's
Yeah,
world, that's true.
in
Yeah,
Zach's world.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Where they're noticeably
regardless
missing. Zach and Elmira and Marley.
But it's funny
Exactly.
when you play it though, because if you play it with the interlude off, this whole sequence a little weird because Cloud just randomly has the. We get no context as to how he got it, but you get that when you see Aerith giving it to him in the church before getting pushed in. So, when he's here and he has the white material, I remember I was first playing, like,
it's important.
What wasn't she supposed to give that to him? And that should have been my first sign to turn back.
Yeah, it's her back.
I was like, no, it'll come up. I'm sure. Like, we'll get the context.
But the fact that you didn't do it did add a little bit to this. Like, now is like the fact that all of those things were excluded from the.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think this is Aerith. Still kind of like a live stream. Like, she's interacting through this because she's a Cetra, but I think this is the Aerith that we know, like, from Rebirth. I think. Because she's like, thanks for returning it to me. But, like, she knows? That's weird, too. I don't know. Anyways, this is definitely a dream state. It's definitely a dream state because she's able to move through this, like, teleporting behind trees, just like in the OG, which is awesome. Nice little callback to the OG, especially when she peeks her head out behind the tree.
Yeah.
I love that.
I really do think that the devs looked at that scene in the original game and said, how can we sprinkle this throughout all of it? Because it gives the same vibe as when you get the Aerith scenario in Remake. In, I think, Chapter 14, when you have an Aerith that is saying, whatever you do, don't fall in love with me, or you can't fall in love with me. And this is an Aerith that, I mean, even Cloud says, are you real? Is this real? And she dodges the question, right?
She said, I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah. And so it's like there's something like that going on, but it's interesting that one scene, which to my recollection is the only time we kind of get magic Aerith in the original game, we're starting to see traces of this throughout this trilogy, which I love.
Yeah. And she says that only a Cetra can stop Sephiroth, and she's the last. I kind of want to catch up to where I was. Oh gosh, I lost my place. Aerith. Okay, so she says, and I'm the last. The white materia is then transferred into this Aerith's orb. Now remember, Aerith's orb in Rebirth has been empty. So her orb is still up there in the ribbon. So when she takes the orb here, I think she just takes the same orb, clicks it with the one she has in her ribbon, the rainbow effect pops out, and then she brings it back. It's the same exact orb, just transferred the memories into the orb, and then says, hey, here, you can have it back. Same orb. Right?
So what's interesting about that is that the implication here is that this Aerith then is the Aerith that's about to die.
Yes.
Because the orb that falls out is in fact the restored holy materia.
That's why I think, like, it's not just a piece of the white materia. I think this is every white materia has that power. It just can't be activated, right? It doesn't. The white materia have to be activated by prayer. Like, it has to be. That's what Aerith is doing. She's praying for it. So she's taking this white materia. This is the Aerith that we'll see throughout. And she says, thank you. And she hands it back to Cloud and says it belongs with you now. There's got to be a purpose to why she gave it back to him. And Aerith walks away. And now the White Whispers hold Cloud back, kind of working against him now. Because, I mean, this is Aerith. I always consider the White Whispers Aerith's will or the planet's will. And it's like, hey, you're not supposed to save her. You're not supposed to get there. We need to delay you. We need to hold you back. And Aerith now knows she must do this. She has the strength to do it because we had that date. And then she, at least in my opinion, that she needed to have some kind of resolution for herself. That was her dream world that she created, so that way she could do that. How she felt with Cloud, for Cloud, how Cloud felt about her, and then just kind of let go of that now. And now she knows what she must do. And then that's, I like this. I really like that you're struggling so hard. You're crawling through this, and you crawl.
Forced optional crawling.
Yeah, it was force optional. And we get flashbanged with the white screen. And then here's something interesting as we're going to go through a green live stream tunnel showing us what really happened at the end of chapter 13. These are the actual memories, the actual events. And I can't, I don't know. I saw a theory, but I don't know if I believe it, but somebody said that Sephiroth was not actually there in chapter 13. But then Yuffie kind of turns around and says, you know, Sephiroth whooped your ass or something like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So I feel like they knew that Sephiroth's presence was there.
She says that that's what Aerith said. But I feel like that would be weird because... Well, hang on. Now I'm thinking about it because when... Sir, hold on one sec. One sec. No, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is, I mean, even in that flashback we just saw, Aerith and Cloud are hanging from that black bit of trunk or whatever that Sephiroth created.
Yeah.
So that,
unless if just like it emerged with the branches.
No, I think that there have been times where it seems like Sephiroth, like this makes me think about chapter 2 with the Midgard's armor getting like blasted out of the water. We saw that was Sephiroth from Cloud's perspective, but the party doesn't mention anything that suggested that Sephiroth could have been there. We just saw something that very clearly was Sephiroth, but they don't.
Yeah, we even talked about like finishing touch being Cloud's move that can like create a tornado and send him out.
I don't necessarily know if the trees I mean, dude, they were just in like a magic town. trees showing up outside and swarming the land. Like, come on, dude, it's just a regular Tuesday in Gaia. But what I think though is it would be weird for Yuffie to say that and not probe Cloud for more questions about Sephiroth being there, unless she got all the answers from Aerith. But like, I feel like she'd want to hear from him too, if she didn't also see him. The other thing too is, who is it that says it? I think it's Cloud who says Sephiroth, and the gang all like respond. You see like Sid, Vincent, Aerith, all of them turn to look at him, and he's up in the sky. Tifa seems to interact with him. I gotta believe they all saw him there, but I don't know.
What do you think, Prof? You think he was there?
I can go either way on this one. I mean, that's a classic sort of answer from me. But I think that the argument is there for him to both be there and not there. I think the important thing, though, is that when we see Sephiroth, this is going to be like a manifestation of Jenova. Like, he's in the Northern Crater, right?
Right.
And so the question is, are we seeing this entire thing break down from Cloud's point of view? And are these the moments when his Jenova cells are activated and he's taken on that persona of Sephiroth? The thing that I would watch for is, how does the party respond when Sephiroth seems to be around? And so I'm trying to recall in these cutscenes back in chapter 13, how did the party respond? Do they react to him, or are they reacting to Cloud reacting to him?
Seeing as I just played it a bit ago, what I remember it being is, what I remember it being was, you know, Barrett discards the black materia. Cloud goes after it. Sephiroth steps on it. Cloud says Sephiroth, and immediately that catches the attention. What comes to mind is Vincent and Sid. They show them turning, looking over.
They turn.
It was Aerith behind, and the whole party's looking what looks like up, because Sephiroth was floating up. Now, we haven't seen a robe floating. You know what I mean? Usually the robes are grounded. I mean, again, what Jenova does to people's perceptions of things could be, that's neither here nor there. What I'm getting at is that if Sephiroth is not appearing up for them, what is?
What are they looking at?
Right. So that's why I lean towards it being Sephiroth. And again, unless they're doing it to cut time, Yuffie's saying like, oh yeah, Sephiroth came and like took it, like beat your ass and took it from you. Like, if they didn't see him there, again, maybe Aerith filled everybody in with what she knows about it, but I feel like that would just lead to the party questioning more about what happened, whereas I feel like they kind of could see more of it for themselves. Like they saw Sephiroth with Aerith and Tifa and Cloud, and then suddenly Cloud's unconscious, and, you know, Tifa was separated and Aerith is okay. Like, it just seems to me that this is one of those cases where Sephiroth was present to everybody. But I'm like you. I could see this either way. Wiley, that thingy up.
Yeah, I have a question. Have we ever seen Sephiroth appear and use the whispers when it was anything other than Omni Sephiroth? Or was it have we ever seen a black robed figure wield the whispers? Because this Sephiroth wields the whispers in this scene.
Are the is he? Well, okay. Now that
the whispers
begs the question.
are what turn into the roots. So
right.
Yeah. So have we ever seen a black robed figure manifest or wield the whispers? Because
could you just make the argument that the whispers are just not being wielded by the? Even it would say if it was a robe. I mean, honestly, I don't even know how much.
I don't think we have. I think the only time they were wielded, it was the sort of the, you know, Omni Sephiroth, for lack of a better term, in Remake and Rebirth. So I'm just throwing that out there. It's a question, but to my mind, I don't think.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't. We got to do the analysis again. We got to run it back. Run it back.
Run and break.
One thing is for certain, though. Sephiroth
leave a comment with your thoughts. I want to know. Sorry,
no, that's good.
Just because I want to know what the on the vibe.
Somebody knows.
Like somebody knows.
Somebody engagement. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always engagement farming for you, bro. I love engagement farming.
I don't know if anybody joined the Chocobo Cavalry, so don't ask me to say. I feel like there was a lot of people that wrote hype, and I did not write their names down. We'll get it. We'll get it.
I'll take a quick look to see the first ones, but we'll get it. We'll get it.
So one thing is for certain, though. Sephiroth did not break the branch, did not send them flying down into the abyss of the temple. Cloud actually picks Aerith up, brings her back up to the branch, and then that's when Aerith, still present in the physical realm, even though Cloud is in the knocked out state that Lee keeps talking about, that Cloud has to be in order to be in this subconscious worlds. But Aerith is still cool, so that's what makes me even further believe that Aerith is a different Aerith within the live stream. So, yeah, and now we just basically see what's happening from Cloud's perspective through the green live stream lens here. We don't get to hear what she's saying, and I tried to turn music off and just kind of like only vocals, but they don't tell you. But basically, Yuffie kind of informs you about what Aerith says. Now, okay, the transition from this. Aerith tells the party presumably that she's going to the Forgotten Capital. Yuffie says that Sephiroth stole the black materia and Aerith is the only one that can stop it. And Sephiroth is guiding Cloud with black whispers here because nobody else knows where to go. But Sephiroth kind of says, hey, this way. Because you're walking through the sleeping forest. The whole thing is that you just don't know how to get out of it. But Sephiroth's here to guide you. Yuffie says that Sephiroth beat the shit out of Cloud and took the materia. At first, Cloud denies this, but then he goes ahead and admits it. And Yuffie says something important for both of the characters here. You don't always have to play the badass, Cloud. And I should have been there for you. I wasn't. So
that was a sweet moment.
That was a sweet moment, and it was very important for both characters. Whereas Cloud always, putting that facade on, trying to be the badass, and then Yuffie, very self-motivated, putting herself above others. She recognizes that in this moment, and that was wrong of her. So that was kind of cool. Barrett says that was some dream Cloud was having. Cloud recalls the entire trip. He explains that there's more than just a few worlds out there. And Barrett has no interest in hearing about these other worlds, and Cloud can't explain it either. These are two sides of my coin that I just tried to do with you guys. That's the podcast in a nutshell. No interest in hearing about these worlds, and I can't explain it.
I don't know, man. Wiley put a fingy up.
Okay, Wiley's got a fingy.
Well, okay, all right. So Cloud said he was sent to another world and that there's a few more than one, right? So this is just a thought toward part 3. Since he was awake and active in another world while unconscious in the woods, it's feasible that when he's in his coma in part 3, he's going to be navigating worlds with Eric and Zach. Like, it'll be playable, and that at some point Tifa will actually show up to rescue him. Just a thought, just a quick little, not trying to cook on it, but
I like
it occurred to me at that moment, like, okay, I mean, he's been unconscious, but while he was unconscious, we were playing as him somewhere else. That's going to happen in part 3, so what are they going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, freeze that and throw that in the microwave later. We'll
cook that during the hypecast.
We'll catch up on that one. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like that. Another topic for the hypecast. Love it. Because we don't want to do future memories. That hasn't even happened yet. What do we call that? All right. So, Red sees whispers. That was something I pointed out or picked up on that. If the whispers control fate, does that mean we're destined to be separated from Aerith? Maybe. Tifa wants Cloud to promise that he'll let her know when he starts Mako tripping again. You know what I mean? Like, yo, let me know. All right, let me know if you start having these weird thoughts. Kate apologizes to Cloud. He did it. He took the black materia and gave it to the Turks, so nothing happened to the party. Nothing bad happened to the party. And he tells Cloud that he's a good man. And Cloud is still pretty pissed, though. And he's got bigger fish to fry. And, of course, cats love fish.
Wait, hold up. What'd you think about what he said about why he gave it up? Like,
yeah, so something could happen to them instead,
Yeah, like, I thought that was interesting because and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't played original in a while, but that wasn't the reason at all in the original. Like, in the original, It was just his job. And, in fact, he actually takes it a step further by holding Marlene and Elmira hostage as leverage to keep him around. He's a very likable guy in the original. I don't understand how anybody can hate him.
Right. No,
but here, and it was right because I'm playing this, and I'm like, do I believe that? I want to. I like Kate now. It's just, it almost seems like it could be true to an extent, but it's also like, I was going to have to do it anyway, but hey, man, like, better them than you. Like, it almost seems like both his motives can line up together.
I think it was honest.
You think it was honest? Okay.
For sure.
Because I want to believe it's honest. It just came off the wrong way because I'm like, dude, you had to do it regardless. Like, there was no out for you.
Maybe. Well, I guess that's something we can explore with Reeve in part 3. Like, we can explore because his complicity. You know what I mean? Like,
freeze it, put it in the microwave.
A good man who serves a great evil is not without sin. All right.
No, well, that's just it. It's like, I think
something we can talk about with Reeve. Yeah,
sure.
Something we can talk about with Reeve. So that's a good point. We can think about that one. And then we have Black Whispers arrive here at the Forgotten Capital. We are here at the Forgotten freaking Capital now. Let me skip ahead a little bit. We have Vincent brooding over the grand metropolis where ancients gathered to pray, thought lost to time, and Advent children music plays.
Yeah. This track always gets me, bro. Like, every time.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or is this track very FF10 coded? Like, every time I
like
hear
the far plane. It's the far plane. Yeah.
Like, every time I hear it, I think Final Fantasy X.
It's like the Hymn of the Faith.
That's it, Hymn of the Faith. Thank you. That does sound a lot like it. All right, yeah. So I'll let that play for a bit. Now we get this. we get the Black Whisper is going to arrive, because Red is like, man, Gramps would love this, you know? Gramps talked about it all the time when I was growing up. Black Whispers arrive. Cloud finally confirms that they belong to Sephiroth. I don't know if that's been, like, confirmed yet in Rebirth, and we've all known it, but now it's... Cloud confirms it. They belong to Sephiroth. They're acting upon Sephiroth's will. And we get this sick cinematic, bro. I love me a good CG rendered cinematic, man. A big, whatever, full CG, whatever you want to call it.
The transition to this cutscene,
so good.
Back in, no, but
So
like
good.
it's great. But the one going back into gameplay is even more seamless, in my opinion. Like this is the most impressed I was, I think, with the CG cutscene. Like that was a great transition going into it. But it was like a blink and you miss moment where it went back, and I couldn't even tell at first where the transition point was.
Yeah. Jake Lloyd, when you're Vincent, you're kind of like Batman. And you can just kind of sit on a freaking tall place and just talk. All right, that's what you do. That's how you brood.
He knows you're listening.
Yeah, you're listening.
We're just the voices in Vincent's head. We're his audience at all times.
Prof, what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of like going through it, man. You can jump in anytime, all right? All right? You just jump in with something.
I'm listening. You know,
Okay.
I've got like I'm trying to catch up on your chapter 13 stream. Not like actively, but like it sounds like I went to some
that would be
interesting
impressive.
places. I'm watching everything you've ever done, and I'm trying to compile it.
Omniprof.
I can barely listen to myself once, so if you had to listen to me twice
At the same time.
It's just interesting. Like I've got it's been a minute, and I think that it's been a good minute for me to kind of think about this game and have some distance from it. Because you're bringing things up, and I'm like, oh man, that's interesting. When I first played that, when I did my Lecter series, I think that I've evolved in some thinking on that one versus like where I was then, where I am now. And stuff. It's just really interesting to kind of revisit this right now. I'll have some thoughts, but I'm just listening.
Man, I'm the same way on this replay. Like, my thoughts from my first replay, or first playthrough of the game, is very different this time around. So, for the imagery right here, take a look at that. What's that look like? Look, a little eyeball? Look like maybe even like a cat's eyeball, like Sephiroth has? All right?
That's Sauron's cousin.
A Sauron!
It is.
Yeah. Like when it comes in, it just looked like it just kind of reminded me of an eyeball. Even though I know it doesn't really matter.
This scene is incredibly compelling to me for a lot of different reasons. But the use of color, the purple, particularly, and then I don't know if we're quite there yet, but it happens in the same exact sequence where you begin to see the manipulation of these strands of whispers, right? Yes, he's controlling the Black Whispers. What's really interesting to me is how he seems to be distorting some of the others here as well. I don't know if that's like right here.
Trying to find it.
Something I'm watching. Yeah.
So you're talking about like the whispers themselves. Sometimes they're like extremely small. Or, like, is that what you're trying to say? Yeah. Like they're almost
kind of
like gnats.
Yeah. But like this scene right here, let's just let it play out for a second. So this is very, very strong kind of creation imagery for sure. A recreation. This is where kind of merging of worlds begins to happen, I think.
Yep.
At least for Cloud. But then here, this is so interesting. You have classic live stream sequence sort of stuff. I mean, this is the stuff that happens at the end of the OG, right? Live stream strands coming to assist Holy in fighting back the meteor. But what's cool is that you've got the Black Whispers that are subverting that. He's transforming the pure live stream into this dark live stream. And I think it is just magnificent imagery.
Yes, dude.
But again, it goes into that recreation of the planet. Like he views the planet, the live stream, as the enemy, that it has not done its job, and so he is going to take his rightful place as its ruler.
Yes. And like, so when this happens, you hear Cloud, or you hear Sephiroth say, "I'm waiting, Cloud."
Yeah.
Like he's still there at the Northern Cave. He's waiting for him. Now, this is interesting because what we see here, Red goes, "It's the end." So like, it's the end.
Yeah.
It's the end of the world, but it's not the end of their world. It's the end of the world that is merging with this world right now. So there's a world merging right now, and Sephiroth even says it. So here's the meteor that brings about the end of the world. Sephiroth straight up absorbs the meteor. Like he did this in Remake where he absorbs a meteor, and now he's just gonna take that meteor, and now he just slurped it. Got it. And now he's got it right there, and then he looks over behind him. Good, Aerith. Pray.
Right.
That's what he wanted. He wants Aerith to do it. He's moving the pieces on the chessboard. But Aerith, little does he know, is what Aerith is trying to do as well. Like they're playing each other. And we kind of see that with the White Whispers and the Black Whispers kind of like almost on the same side during this chapter, or during this part. I see a Wily Fingy.
Yeah, so this scene right here, exactly where we are. So Sephiroth says, "The reunion is upon us."
Yes.
The reunion when worlds merge, right? And then the heavens start literally rolling back and opening as this rainbow light kind of comes through, almost like the rift that we have in some of the other scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "When spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet." Now check this out. This is for all you Bible readers out there. Revelation 6:14. "The sky receded like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places." And push play. Watch what's about to happen right here. So there you see it opening up like a scroll.
Uh-huh.
And then what does he do with all these pieces? Every mountain and island are moved out of their places.
Yep. Dang, that's really good.
Watch, look at this. This is crazy. And we're talking about Revelation, and what did Red just say? This is the end.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Dude,
crazy.
That is good. I like that.
Yeah, just love the imagery here.
Good stuff, bro. And then just kind of going back one more time with this scene, the imagery again. So we go to... So Sephiroth rips open the sky, rainbow effect shining down, as again, that rainbow effect, like I said, I say a bridge to another world. Here we go. The reunion is happening right now. And notice this part. Notice when the live stream seeps through, and you talk about the meteor comes first. The meteor comes in first. He absorbs the meteor, and now the live stream that you referred to, like how the live stream sprouts up and like starts to try to save it. Well, this is the live stream from the other world, I think. From the world that is ending. It's that live stream. It's coming in, and watch it transform into despair. Watch their world has ended, and all of these souls are now live stream black. We're no longer it's turned into despair, just like Sephiroth once. And I talked about a little earlier where the energy coming back is going to be more powerful because it's negative energy. We just literally watch the live stream go from that live stream energy to negative energy. Like you can see it engulfing fleeting moments of joy.
This is like exactly what he says he wants to do all the time when he surfs the cosmos, destroying worlds to take it as like we're just seeing on a micro scale like another world colliding into ours. This is what he wants to do. Like it's just almost like we're being treated to the visual, because we hear him say this all the time, but we never actually see it in action, you know. And I always wondered like what that would even look like, and this answers that.
Yeah, and when Sephiroth says to feed the planet, so like I said, the planet is famished. It's got, like Wiley was saying, when you break open it's all these branches, and it's trying to feed all of these different branches now, which I believe that no other worlds existed until the boundaries of fate were broken. But then all these boundaries happen, or all of these different branches, and the core life stream now has to kind of like got to provide some energy or like whatever, and then choose, well, this one's going to be, that one's not good enough. Like, we got to pull back. We got to put this in here and all. And as that happens, you know, we talked about that earlier, but this one merging, all of that energy is now going to, it's turning black, and it feeds the planet now. So it's going to feed the planet back some energy.
That's what I think it was in going back for a second. Like, that's what I think in Advent Children. He say that he's going to like surf the cosmos with the planet, use it to wipe
as
out
my
other
vessel. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And but this is interesting because it feels like he's not there yet. He can't use the planet as a vessel. Instead, I don't know how exactly you would describe, but you know, vesseled another world to the planet.
It depends on if that is still his ultimate goal. Like, I think right now he wants to basically keep this planet from dying, and he wants the planet to last forever, rather than have any kind of like this is going to be a forever planet, and everybody, once all the worlds merge, once it's all made one again, all made whole, he is its god. He is at the center of this. Now, whether or not he wants to take that and sail the cosmos and just like his mother did long ago, I don't know if that's what he wants to do, but he's placing himself at the nucleus, at the core, and you can see he's absorbing all of this energy as it comes in. So, yeah, let's keep going.
Well,
let's keep going.
Wait, just real quick, because I think I wrote something that just said this was in third team. Is the black materia summons the destroyer of worlds.
Yeah.
All life shall perish, though Sephiroth, and these are just like the way I wrote it. I guess that wasn't a quote, but all life shall perish, though Sephiroth asserts that he shall remain.
Mm-hmm.
He even refers to himself as the son of Genova.
That's true.
And then he plans on making the whole world his.
Mm-hmm.
And in a subnote under this, because I didn't write the dialogue, but this, I guess, complemented the dialogue. I wrote, this implies that the reunion may take out multiple planets, because again, I don't know what the exact quote he was saying, but the way that he was talking about it in 13 makes it sound like this is his ultimate goal. Falls in line with what's going on in Advent Children. I just feel like, again, we're seeing kind of the first glimpses of what that level of control would bring out. I don't know. Maybe it's not his ultimate goal anymore, but I think it is.
I think you're right. Yeah, he said my birthright, and like he is definitely on the side of Genova right now. Jake Lloyd says Sephiroth wants one thing, and it's disgusting.
He said that after Aerith said that she was good Aerith.
Good Aerith pray.
So I guess.
All right. So this happens. Sephiroth, basically all of this stuff. Sephiroth disappears. He's gonna go poof, gone. White Whispers now fight against the party.
Yep.
A unique arbiter of fate that opposes all who would attempt to defy the inevitable, intrinsically connected to the planet's destiny across all time and space. That is the enemy intel there on the White Whispers. So basically, like we were talking about, they're here to slow him down. They don't want him saving Aerith. This is not. It's inevitable. It is something that needs to happen. And it makes me wonder, again, I've been kind of wondering this a lot. Is this Aerith's will or is this the planet's will?
The intel suggests it's the planet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But
there's nothing saying it can't be both.
That's
Their
true.
wills can't be intertwined.
Can regular Black Whispers use wards, or is this a White Whisper unique thing?
This is
because
they use brutality ward. So basically warding off brutality. And then ethereal drain. So ethereal meaning heavenly or delicate. So it's like a delicate drain. We're not hurting you. We're warding off brutality, and we're going to delicately fight you. Okay, we're not going to hurt you.
The wards really feel like a nice tie to Aerith, because it complements her style of combat. So if they're being wielded or complementing her and her mission, it would only make sense that if something she has influence over might directly take influence in her combat style. That's what my thought on it.
That's a good thought. Alex Maddox, thank you so much for tossing that gill, Alex. I really appreciate your support, man. I love the biblical aspects that are displayed in this game. I feel a deepened connection with God when play with Final Fantasy. That is awesome, dude.
It's really cool.
That is awesome. Love that. Thank you for your support. So yeah, like these, the whispers are slowing them down. Although if you stand still, they will whoop your ass. They will, but I think they're delicately going to do it. All right, they're going to delicately whoop you. The little 3-ply.
I'm curious, how did you take this scene? Are the White Whispers trying to prevent Cloud from saving Aerith, or are they trying to prevent Cloud from killing Aerith?
Ooh.
I think saving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think Cloud's intention is to save Aerith, and I think the Black Whispers want to get Cloud to... No, the Black Whispers want they want Cloud to stay away, but then when he's close enough, they're like, well, I can manipulate, I can puppeteer this, and then the White Whispers are fighting that off.
Which Whispers are helping him lift his sword?
The Black Whispers.
It is the Black Whispers,
mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I mean the inevitable thing here is for death, right? So
yes.
if they are unique arbiters of fate who oppose all who attempt to defy the inevitable, then they're trying to stop him from preventing their death.
Right. I like
That's
that.
my thought.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They're trying to stop him because he is plagued by Sephiroth.
That is it's really good. It is really good.
But I also, full disclosure, I don't believe that this is has any concept of the original game either. That's my standpoint. So knowing that the White Whispers are in self-defense mode versus let's continue the course of history. So
yeah, it is. And then something's about to happen that we have to keep talking about this topic. So Jake Lloyd, thank you so much for tossing Gil. Your support is greatly appreciated, especially during this freaking marathon stream. This is when we would normally end a different podcast. Look at the time bar, y'all. Look at the time bar. Oh my God, strap in.
I've been going for a while.
Holy crap, dude.
So Prof, I got a quick question for you, Prof.
Yep.
So would you say your stance on this is sort of like the White Whispers would be kind of almost like white blood cells?
Yes.
They're viewing Cloud as sort of like a... Okay.
Dude,
that's a great example of this.
Cloud is an infection, basically.
He's an infection, and they are
fighting him off,
protecting her because she is praying for Holy, and they want to activate Holy to combat this infection of the planet, which is Genova, and kind of fueling Sephiroth's plans.
Yeah.
So Cloud's contaminated by Sephiroth and Genova, so there you go. Okay, cool.
Osmosis Jones.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is swimming okay? I need to go back to Jake Lloyd with the super chat. Is swimming in the live stream good or bad for you? Literally everyone who gets dunked in it ends up the better for it. Thanks for the analysis. I don't know.
Everyone that lives.
Everyone that I was about to say everyone that's survived through it.
Because we're about to talk about somebody else who got dunked into the live stream, and we're gonna have to figure something out there. So, all right, let's keep going because this kind of keeps adding to the whole topic here. I say that the Black Whispers and the White Whispers want the same thing. Maybe ? The Black Whispers create a wall reminiscent of the one in Remake. Cloud approaches it and says, "Aerith," and 3 Black Whispers attack the wall and open up a white portal like what we're talking about. There's the rainbow effect. We've opened up a portal, and did we walk into a different world? Are we walking into a different world? Now, here's the thing. Maybe, because we are in the event of worlds merging. Are we walking into the world that is actively merging with the planet right now? Are we walking into that other world? Dude. Is any of this real? Is this why? Please tell me this is it. Maybe this is why we don't get a beautiful crystal staircase. Am I right? What is going on? Why can't we make stairs cool again? Why can't we do cool stairs in this game? We don't get a spiral staircase in the Nebel Mansion, and now we can't get a spiral staircase leading down to the Forgotten Cap.
Dan,
what is this boring elevator ride?
Dan, take your magic elevator and like it, damn it.
Stop! Elevator rides aren't interesting. I don't like this. Dude, honestly, if I had one thing about this game that was very, very disappointing, and that's including the craziness that's coming up. Like, why is the Forgotten Capital so boring? Like, it's so, I'm sorry, I don't mean this in a very, mean way. But this is very bland. It's just bathed in a blue.
Really? I thought the visuals were really nice.
Really?
Lee, do you want to change one of your responses, Lee?
No, I'm good.
Maybe it's just me, which is great. That's why I have you guys here.
I have insider information on this one.
You know how sometimes when I'm playing, I'll either have like Jackie take my notes, or sometimes I'll stream to my friend who knows nothing about Final Fantasy. He just tags along because he's cool like that.
Yeah.
My friend was with me when I got up to this part, and he watched me get out of the elevator, and he said, "Wow, this place looks really pretty." So if a guy who has no invested interest in the series all said that, Dan, then I guess it cool. I do need you to go back at some point to the freaking holding open because there's something I need to point out that.
Here we go.
Wiley's been expecting this.
This is gonna be a 30-minute rant right here.
It's not gonna be a 30-minute rant. It's not gonna be a 30-minute rant. It is gonna be a rant, and somebody in the comments pointed it out, and I need to. Irritated me since I played this moment back in March or whatever. What,
Lee?
Yeah.
Somehow you have to incorporate Prof into this for obvious
Yes,
reasons.
I will.
Okay.
Don't worry. Wait, Dan, you got to go back to when they're entering. Like, you can go up to right as Cloud's about to walk in. There's like a shot or whatever of the whole golden thing.
Are you talking about entering the wall, like the beyond the wall?
Yes. This has bothered me so much.
Oh wait, before he's entering.
Right before. Wiley knows because we talked about this like months ago. At length, because this has bothered me. Why is Sid not here? Why is he not here?
How did I know this was gonna be about Sid?
Listen, I love Sid, all right? He's my favorite character, so I understand that there's a little bit of bias. But even if you don't like the guy, there's no reason that in this crucial moment where the group as a whole collective is working together to reach Aerith, as Barrett said walking up, let's go get our girl. This is a mission that the party is doing together. Mm-hmm. Vincent's here, which is great. I'm happy he's here. But it just makes the Sid, like if it was the reverse situation where Sid was here, I'd be asking the same thing about Vincent. Why
Sid.
are we leaving out? Yeah, Sid, you're here.
Sid, why weren't you there, man? What's going on?
Oh, you fixing the Bronco?
I needed a smoke.
I needed a smoke.
So like, I just, because, all right, again, like it's not something that needs like too much rant. It's really just one of those things where I feel like this might have been oversight. I mean, you could rationalize it as like maybe he was working on the Bronco or sticking with the Bronco or whatever.
He kind of went like this, like he was going to take off.
At this point, I think that they've characterized Sid as like their escape guy. Like he's the guy that's going to like have the plane ready, and he's not really part of the party per se. I mean, he's the hired hand. The not really the hired hand at this point, but he's the Uber.
Yeah, he sees no reason why he needs to go in here and put his life on the line.
He's got a connection to Aerith, but the best way that he's going to serve, just like in Temple of the Ancients, is like, I'm here when you need to get out of there.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So
that's the way
to that, I'll say this though: it's that we see him later.
We do.
He mourns with them at the Capitol. So. And the thing is that him mourning with them is also like, it's a nice moment. It's sweet. So all this tells me is he wasn't here when the party was all together, but he took the time to show up after the worst of it happened.
Yeah.
Which is just a weird decision to me. It's like if he wasn't there and they maybe showed the group going to him and they had to fill him in on what happened, his absence here would have made slightly more sense to me. But to me, it's like you're selling the impact of the party really sticking together, working on trying to help one of their own. And by this point, I'll say that, you know, Sid did join the party. I mean, yeah, like the moment that he decided to start doing travel free is to me the moment he decides, hey, I'm one of you guys. So it's just it's like, you know, again, it's one of those things where like needlessly rant about it forever because I love Sid. He's been my favorite since I played. But it's just, I don't know, it really feels like a weird oversight, especially since again during the morning scene he's there. So just to have had him walking with the crew, or just maybe be with Vincent when they walk up to him or something, like just it feels like he sticks out like a sore thumb to me just not being here for that. Just like Vincent will stick out like a sore thumb for not participating in combat, though we see him run into the Capitol. So I don't know what he went off doing. Which again, like if you had left him out for combat reasons, that's also not a good excuse because Vincent runs in with them and he just disappears up until the morning.
Right.
So like it's just weird. I don't know why he's not there. It really feels like a missed opportunity, especially since he only really joins the party with Vincent at the end of chapter 11. So we see them all together for 12 and 13. And the last like group moment we see with them is the like cloud headache moments where he's like fading in and out of vision and you don't even hear the audio of them talking all together. So I feel like if you really wanted to sell the importance of this party's chemistry, this would have been a great moment to show together.
Well, maybe it was intentional. You know what I mean? Like maybe we need to find out in part 3. Yeah.
It's possible. If he has not experienced the trauma of seeing Aerith die like everybody else, he is perhaps more fit to lead the party, which we know he will do. When Tifa,
which I have a point about,
right?
Something so, I mean, later too.
Yeah,
there's possibilities.
That's good. Good point.
I just had to throw it out there because it's always the moment I saw.
It's frustrating and it is unfortunately insufficient, or it's unsatisfying to say like this and the spiral staircase. It's probably development reasons.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Unfortunately,
it's hard for the camera for a spiral staircase in that sort of way.
Nah.
You know, to
Prof.
That. So
no, Prof. Don't take me there, Prof. Don't take me to that place. Okay. All right. Well, a team of 33 people in a cave did it, Tony. All right. They did it.
A French team built this in a cave.
A French team built this with a bunch of scraps, Tony. They did a spiral staircase in Expedition 33. Don't tell me it's hard to do in Unreal Engine. Okay?
Yeah, they did it.
All right. Now listen. Yeah. Look at this. Okay? I want you guys to look at this. Okay? Then I'm going to be done with my rant. This is rant time. Look at how beautiful and incredible this scene is in the original game.
Yeah.
I mean, this was one of my most anticipated locations in Rebirth leading into it. It looks nothing like anything we had ever seen in the game up to that point. It looks Final Fantasy as heck. Like, this looks like, oh my god, we got a crystal, like a gigantic crystal. We got a city within it. We got freaking crystal staircase leading down. And then when you walk in here, you take an elevator ride. And it's a gigantic elevator, which, as you said, probably development reasons, because now you're going to walk slowly and you're not able to get to the edge of the elevator to see it because we're loading in assets. But like,
see that right there? That was your staircase right there.
Yeah, that was it right there. It wasn't even crystal, man. You could have made it crystal. You could have made it crystal.
Hard to develop.
Yeah, it's too hard. Wait. Hold on, that's too hard to develop, right?
That's gonna be my canon. That's my canon.
It's too hard. We couldn't do reflective surfaces because that would break the game.
Nah, this isn't the Switch too.
you load in and the game crashes.
Yeah, I was.
Mario Kart World has ray tracing. I don't know.
Yeah, this was kind of a disappointment for me. This area, I was like, oh no, man, I didn't like the design. I didn't like that there was this gigantic altar, because the fact that they made the altar so like massive, man, when the orb bounces, it's like, oh, hold on, I gotta make it across this entire thing real quick.
Sure.
It's not as like, I don't know, like aesthetically beautiful as the orb like bouncing down the like in the original game. That's just a preference. I love that I have you guys on the show because of what you just said, Lee, where you were like, yeah, my friend played or watched me play it and was like, this area is beautiful, because that adds a perspective to it, right? Somebody who has not played the original maybe will appreciate this a lot more, but I feel like anybody who's played the original, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody here?
I mean, I prefer this.
You do?
Man.
Wow.
Like,
okay.
I do. I the vibe that I get from this is, it's ominous. It feels wrong, whereas the first one feels lonely, and that's a different vibe. It's not a bad vibe. It's a very good vibe for what it was going for there. It was mysterious. It was like, where do I even go in this forgotten capital? The long silent sort of stairway down. I mean the ominous music, the whole deal. This though feels like there's something threatening here, and it's just a very different thing.
I get that vibe too.
Yeah. Okay. And then we got support. We got Toolman. I'm with Prof. This is incredible. So yeah, this
part I just sat and lingered in and just kind of listened to the music.
Yeah.
And like I'm known for my free cam anyway, like my photo mode sort of stuff on taking. I take more pictures than I do gameplay. So I'm like looking at literally everything. The first time I was like, I was actually on stream and I like forgot that I was on stream because I was like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And like that whole build up to me got it. Like in a whole different way. But again, I think they're going for a totally different vibe than they did in the original game. And that comparison is what probably hurts a little bit.
I think like barring the staircase, because I do agree. I think the staircase going down probably would have been much better than a magical.
Yeah, it wasn't a fan.
This evokes like a feeling of like alien. Like, it's almost alien-like here. Whereas the first, like in the original game, it's like more. There, like, as Prof said, like loneliness is definitely present, but it has like this like magical, whimsical, which should be there. It's Final Fantasy, and that's a part of it. But here, not only do I get hints of that, I think the darkness complements the aesthetic here much better for what's happening right now. We're entering an area that, as Vincent were going up, he set the atmosphere perfectly. It's like it was long forgotten until now. Like nobody should know this is here. Nobody's been here, and we're entering this location, and it's somewhere between this vibe of like beautiful but also unsettling. The lighting the lighting here is just off-putting. This like it feels like an area that should be illuminated, and maybe because we original where it did have more of a glow and a lightness to it, but like the parts that shine bright really shine bright, but it feels like you're treading through this area that really wasn't meant for you. Like you're sort of through this again, like almost like alien-like territory. You're a visitor in a place that nobody like you should have ever been. Especially since you're walking towards Aerith, who by birthright has a place here, but she's even saying like, I never learned how to do any of this, and it's like you're traversing towards the one familiar thing in here, and it makes everything else feel just ominous. You're eerie, whatever you want to call it. So again, barring the staircase, because I agree with Dan, the staircase would have been much cooler than the elevator. But I think that this, there's something about the way this looks. And I also got to agree with you on when I first played this chapter, I remember getting into the capital. We, you get through with the party, except Sid, helping you through the door or whatever, and you enter. I took the elevator down, and I see the altar, and I just stood there for a while. I think I actually went because I kind of knew that this was gonna be a while. I think
the moment, right?
Yeah. I brewed myself a cup of coffee. It was like 9 p.m. something. It's like whatever. We're up, and I remember brewing myself a cup of coffee and listening to her final prayer. Like, I'll just say now, this is my favorite track in the entire chapter. Is her final prayer.
Terrific.
Just the way that it, like this eerie part that, you know, again, it really evokes this feeling that you're in like a place you really shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't know what instrument they used for that, like off-putting set. I don't know. It almost sounds like a didgeridoo or whatever. Yeah.
Oh,
or like, yeah. Or
brotherly.
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 Oh my goodness, here we go.
Brotherly. It is wonderful to see you. I told you I would be here for a live seminar. It is good to see you, Brotherly. I heard you had a little issue with Sid. That's okay. Don't worry.
Sorry, my issues with Sid, they're like nothing compared to my issue with you. Like, why are you here? Why are you ruining what was a good stream?
Brother Lee, this live seminar is for you. You. Oh, wait a second. Was it forced optional? An
Such a
oxy
smug jerk, bro.
moron. How fitting.
Bro, you just call me a moron?
Veto.
That wasn't very zen of you.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm fucking done with this guy. I'm actually done with this whole freaking show. Like, that's
Get
it.
the watermelon.
You know what?
Where's
you
the
know
watermelon?
what, dude? Tell Dan to get a better freaking host. I'm done. Get the.
Brother Lee.
I'm coming for your ass, bro. You're done.
I do apologize for Brother Lee's abrupt exit from the show. Perhaps Brother Lee is finally ready to attend a seminar. He is ready to turn his rage and anger into hype. I look forward to your arrival, Brother Lee. Oh, Brother Lee. Brother Lee? Oh, Greg is tits!
I'm gonna show you what it means to return to the planet! Sending your ass to the live stream! This beating isn't forced optional! It's just forced! You stupid mother...
Wow.
Something happened?
That wasn't very brotherly.
Huh.
Wow.
That was... Felt like I heard a lot of commotion. I went to the bathroom and then like there was a lot of commotion in here. That was... Everything good? Alright. You good? I was so much commotion. I have no idea what just happened. I just went to the bathroom and like...
You got red on you.
Huh?
Oh, what? Sorry, I was just getting some watermelon.
Alright, so I don't know where we left off, but it looks like we're here at the altar still, so we're gonna go ahead and continue on with that one.
Bro, I'm so fucking sweaty, my god.
Yeah?
Hey, so
did you just lick your hand?
He just licked.
What were you saying?
You got red on your... Oh, wow. What happened to your hand? Don't worry. Okay.
Yeah, don't just you know.
Oh. Okay. There it is.
Absolute cinema.
All right, so here we are beyond the wall. As we take the elevator ride down, Aerith prays, unsure if she's doing it right. The planet and its faithful stewards, lend me your strength. All I want is one thing, to keep the others safe. They mean so much to me. And then we start to see the we get a little buffer. We start to see the live stream black and then buffer symbol, like the loading in what we're gonna do next. We start to see the white and black whispers attempt to slow Cloud down, or perhaps the white whispers are trying to slow him down while the black whispers are fighting for control. The white whispers are fending them off. We talked about this. We have no. There's interpretations here. You know what I mean? What are we doing? But I think they're trying to.
Here's what I think.
Go ahead, tell me.
So I do believe that. So that scene right there with the white whispers and the black whispers both coming at Cloud and simultaneously swirling around Cloud as he's making his way. Both sides of this, the planet's whispers and the Genova inspired Sephiroth commanded whispers, both are simultaneously trying to hold him back and bring him forth. Okay, because it all depends on Cloud's agency, and they are appealing to the best and worst parts of Cloud. Okay, so Sephiroth wants to both send Cloud away, or not, the Black Whispers want to both send Cloud away and restrain him, any part that may defy him, and also corrupt him and bring him forward. And simultaneously, the White Whispers are wanting to push away the part of Cloud that is going to be overtaken by Genova and be the one to deal the killing blow to Aerith, while also bringing him forth, perhaps to save her or to usher in fate, whatever you want to say. But I think that it is a both and sort of thing for them.
Yeah.
But it all depends on the choice of Cloud here. Like, will he submit or will he overcome? And it's kind of like a give and take for both.
Yeah, because it's like, so my interpretation when he's walking, they're circling around him like you said, and it's like and like a both and situation. But when Cloud fights it off, the black he almost fights off the white whispers like that, and then they swarm in like, now we can take control. There's no more white whispers to stop.
Right.
Now we can puppeteer the puppet. Right. And he lifts up his arms like he's like in the original game. And he's about to deliver the killing blow, but of course, that's not going to happen. Okay, so what's that coming from? There's a staticky noise coming in. Good? Okay. It's gone. It's gone. Okay. No. Is that me?
It's either you or Lee. Both of you guys are lit up when I hear it.
Okay.
Oh, that might have been when my AC.
You muted yourself when you said
that. Yeah, because I checked it. It was me, so my AC just kicked on a little.
Some strong AC.
That's he's like, yo.
Oh no, it's actually no. That's a really shitty AC, and so it's like, all right, I'm just gonna grab the because it's a small. It was 90 degrees last I checked the thermostat.
Holy crap!
Yeah, and I don't have new ACs yet, so that's like the old one.
So Lee, what I'm going to ask you to do is that your mic is starting to do like the cut in and out thing. And I think what we can do is if you restart your PC and come back in, it should be good. Because like at the beginning for like the first hour, it was perfect. And then it slowly starts to degrade. It has degradation.
Bro, my mic's got degradation.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll be back.
Yep.
Hey, Dan?
Yes.
I'm gonna take a 1 minute break too. I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So let's see. Do we get to this point? So yeah, where they're kind of fighting over control of Cloud right now, and I think this would be a good time. Maybe even play a video from our fans because we. Oh, whoa. So we'll do the rest of the podcast like this. Oh, man. Yeah, when he dropped out, it kind of messed things up. So we're going to take a little intermission. We're going to take a little intermission here. We're just going to kind of talk before we get into, like, this. It's about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy. Prof, man, you are more than welcome to kind of, you can stick around for the rest of this show. I know that we kind of talked about an hour, but I love having you on, man, and I would have you on for the rest of the show if you're willing.
I probably need to duck out.
Okay.
Because I have an early morning in the morning. But huge congrats on episode 100.
Thank you.
Congrats on the marathon of not only this stream, but the entire series.
Thanks.
So well done. Absolutely love that. So
thank you, Prof. And I thank you so much for being a special guest party member. Unfortunately,
this was fun.
Just
Always fun to hang out with y'all.
Yeah, man. Dude, you're always here for the stupid stuff. I love it.
I love it.
I love that you matched our energy today.
I work with freshmen, so
you matched our energy today. You got the Sid cosplay. I love that so much. Unfortunately, just like in every Final Fantasy, when you have a special guest party member, they die and they go away. They're not in your party forever.
Or you don't even show up for the climactic moment, which is what I'm going to do.
That's what you're going to do.
I'm very canonical Sid right now, so you need a portal held open. Too bad.
I gotta go.
So, I gotta smoke. Gonna drink my tea. I just want to help, but not too much.
But not too much. I don't want to put my life in there.
Not too much, I ain't got that jumpy spear yet.
Yeah, I haven't worked on my jump, Aerith. I don't want to put my life on the line, Aerith. That's ridiculous.
Your mother didn't teach me that, Aerith.
Yo, Prof, it was great having you on the show, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys. Everybody have a great night.
Sid.
Good to see you all. See ya.
See ya, man. All right, so there's Prof. He's going to drop on out. And we have the Excalibro coming back like that. And I think Lee's computer is in the middle of a restart now, so that should...
No. Lee's computer is okay. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sweet. So Lee should be back in just a moment.
Wait, did we lose Prof?
Yeah. Prof just...
No! I want to say goodbye.
Yeah, we had talked about hey, from 10 to 11, do you want to be like a special guest party member? And it's now 12. So he was on the show for 2 hours. So good for Prof. Thank you so much for doing that.
good for him.
Good for Prof. He really stuck it out. Hey, you got the audio on, I can hear myself. There we go. Yeah, I got a little echo. All right. Yep, cool, better. Now I just gotta get the stream set up once again for the live art that's being done. I can't remember what I did earlier. I think I did something. Whoa, hello. Did something like this here. And then I had his art in the corner. It's still there like that. But I just need to adjust. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. So this is a marathon stream. You guys know what you're getting into. We're about to go into the juice, I guess. This whole thing has been juicy. What do you guys think so far, chat? You guys liking this? You guys liking this one? I hope so. What is this? I want to get rid of this one here.
Hey, Dan, you weren't here for it though. I accidentally threw my mic when I went to go address the planetologist.
Oh, you did. Wait, the planetologist was here?
He was.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
I don't know if he's coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, he wasn't here when I got back. It was kind of crazy.
Definitely seemed like a one and done type of thing.
No, I think he. No, I think he's somewhere.
Yeah, the live stream.
he's somewhere. It just.
Oh,
it depends on what timeline he was left at.
Oh man, you guys. Yeah, I'm starting to put the pieces together here. R.I.P. cult leader Daniel. Wait, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Yeah, dude, guys, I would never do that to Dan.
It's the planetologist. It's bold to do this all in one. Thank you. Yeah, this is crazy. We're only halfway through. Holy crap! But the rest of this is kind of battles, and there's not a lot to dissect there. A lot of this coming up is like literally an hour's worth of battle gameplay. So we will, take a look at that, of course, and kind of talk about it. But I think it'll be a little bit, start to roll through the time bar here. But I do need that video tile to come back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to window cap. What is this? Hey, that's the one. We'll move that over here. And then we'll bring that up here. Cool. All right, so we're all back to normal, everybody. We're back to normal. I want to say a big thank you to ProfNoctis for stopping by and giving us an extended amount of time here, because he was only going to stop by for an hour. That's awesome. Yeah, I got Max, dude. He's going to be on the way, Catherine. Yeah. Actually, he's in a different world. we didn't transfer over to that world.
He might be chilling with the planetologist.
Oh man, I'm glad you guys have liked it. Monka says it's been a fun stream. Yeah, this is good stuff. Thank you guys. One for the ages. All right, you guys ready to keep this going?
Let's go, baby.
All right, here we go. Glitches into the. Okay, where am I at? The wall clears for the party. We're close. We're almost to there. Yep. Oh nope, that's Aerith's death.
Or is it?
Or is it? Once Cloud breaks free, the Black Whispers are able to try and puppeteer Cloud into raising his sword against Aerith. Sephiroth.
Force optionally.
Forced optionally. It is actually forced optionally. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. Sephiroth comes down and he's going to do it himself, all right? Cloud uses the power of hopes and dreams to parry the attack. Rainbows happens. I'm just going to kind of keep going through here. We're going to parry the attack here. And then we get a little cut to... the sword plants into the ground. Sephiroth falls, the other way. This moment, though, right here, I kind of want to touch on. It's like time has stood still, and like almost as if there's no expression on Sephiroth's face. Like it's really weird what's going on here. His eyes do kind of start to open a little bit, like, oh, okay, different world, man. I don't know. Sephiroth is able to transcend all of these worlds all at one time. So I guess he knows this happens, but the wall clears for the party, and now they're able to run through, which gives me hope that this is indeed not a different world that they walked into. But again, the worlds are merging. Anyways, I love this sequence where the Masamune just glitches and then the blood trickles. This was actually a really cool scene for me. And in the moment, of course, I was confused as heck. Like, I'm watching this scene play out, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel, but going into this, the first time playing it, going into it, I had already expected the unexpected. I had expected the ending to be just absolutely bonkers, so I was mentally prepared this time, whereas I wasn't with Remake. With this one, I'm just sitting back ready to just, what are you going to show me? And I was so confused, man. I was a little upset at first when I saw the parry, and that like being upset turned into like, oh, that was kind of cool. Like the whole Masamune just kind of like glitch,
yeah,
and then the blood kind of trickling. I'm like, oh, one of the things about the original game, I was like, where's the blood? Like she just got stabbed through the. So now you even get that blood. You get the blood on the sword. I did not like when Sephiroth does a little, like he smiles. I was like, that wasn't necessary. Didn't like that. But when he withdraws the sword, but I did like that. What did you guys think? What did you guys think of this little sequence?
What do you guys think?
What do you guys think? We're about 5 hours in.
Dude. So I was telling Prof before I had to take care of business that like building into this scene, like it took me a while to actually, I don't know if I was hesitant to just get into it, you know? So when I finally got to this point, I feel like I had mentally prepared myself, and then I was immediately like checked on that, right? Like I encounter, you know, we do this scene, and when that like the moment where Cloud swings, I was kind of like you. I was like, oh god, here we go. And he deflects it, and I was both hyped but also like shocked, because I'm like, wait, like where is this going then? But that transition shot turned the whole scene around for me, and I immediately knew, man, this is awesome. Like this is really cool. And I think it lends itself well, because I've gone back and forth on how I feel about Rebirth's portrayal of this scene. Let's be honest, the shock of the original moment would never translate the same. It's just not, you know, to an audience who knows what's going to happen, to an audience that knows what's going to happen, I don't think it will hit you the same. You're not going to be shocked, but
hard disagree, but go ahead.
No. Okay, I'm interested to know that, because like I don't think that to an audience who knows what's going to happen, you're not going to play the scene and be shocked. This was the most shocking way to do it. Now, what follows? Like if you played it by the book, had they done a scene like this and maybe not done everything that follows after, and I'm not even saying that like in a bad way, but if we got this fake out and that was it, and Aerith was just like dead, and we just accept that point blank, move forward, I think this would have honestly been one of the best ways they could have gone about that. Because the fake out like suggests that, like, it almost makes me think like what Cloud thought he could do versus what actually just happened. That's how I initially interpreted it, and then I remembered I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And there was a rainbow effect and whispers, and I'm like, okay, so that's probably not what they're going for here. But my initial interpretation, I remember looking at him like, okay, so it's almost like he's like catching up with the shock of realizing what he didn't succeed in doing. I don't know if that's actually what's going on, but I don't know, man. I think that this sold it well for an audience who knew what was to come. But everything that happens after that recontextualizes what we're seeing here, that's hit or miss depending on who you are. But I think this was the best way at displaying like a shocking scene and making it shocking again to somebody like 25 years later. But
because so the reason why I say I disagree is only in a different world, right? It's in a different game. That's not this game, because I think throughout the entire game of Rebirth, and we got the Zack interludes conditioning us to feel like there's alternates, you know, ways to go about things. So I was already like going into this conditioned to understand what the scene is going to do, you know, but I will say that they didn't need to do that. And this is an opinion piece. This is not, and like, I don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but it's an opinion piece. But like for me, I believe that you didn't need to do all of this setup in order to make this a shocking moment. I think you could have done what they did in the original game and still make it a beautiful, heartbreaking, and like just the way it plays out, just like it does in the original, would have been like, there it was, you know, there it is. There's that moment that, you know, was iconic. There's that moment in not just Final Fantasy, but in video games. So they had a task on their hands to recreate one of the most iconic moments in video games, not just Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I call it the "I am your father" of video games. Aerith's death is kind of comparable to that. It's the one that I mean, I told you this going into the game. One of the only things I knew, I played the original first back in 21. One of the only things I knew was that Aerith died.
Yeah.
Granted, I thought it was the end of the game. Like, it was a spoiler that I knew going in. I think almost anybody who is on the internet.
Yeah, it's hard to go into that not knowing.
Right, like around like the 90s, 2000s, you know Aerith dies. It's one of those things that you don't even need to know who Aerith is. You don't even need to know who Sephiroth or Cloud is. You just know Aerith dies.
Yep.
And that was me. I knew nothing about anything else besides, who Cloud and Sephiroth were because of really like Smash Bros. And Aerith died. So that was You know, but I agree with your point that they could have made the scene beautiful. I'm talking about though with the selling the shock, and I think that's important for the story.
Yeah,
that Rebirth is telling.
Rebirth
and
is
they
telling
needed
something
to
different. Yeah,
right. And for that, they needed to sell the impact of shock and confusion, and the scene does that very well. But I agree with you. I do agree that if you wanted to recreate it, you could do that, and it would still hit. It would still get everybody sad, and it would still be beautiful. The shock wouldn't be needed at that point. You're just adapting a scene that we're all familiar with, but all want to see.
Yeah. So the reason why I say it is, and I agree and disagree. I agree and disagree. Where I've in a different game, in a different world, where remake is a remake. It's like I think the scene would have absolutely connected and hit real hard. But like I said, we're setting up something different here, and I think what makes this something that I can get behind, like I can say, all right, because I'll be honest with you, I didn't like it. You know, the first time around, I didn't like it, and you know, I want to be real on the show. I mean, like I was very honest with remake and how I was like, whoa, and it took me a long time to wrap my head around that. This did not affect me as much as remake affected me. This, I was like, I think I see the vision. I think I see what they're doing.
Totally agree.
And I think part 3 is going to like make this like really like good. It's going to be like looking back on this moment and go, okay, I like what they did there, because part 3 hopefully will give us the parts that we missed. And we're about to see that where Cloud holds Aerith and we're Genova riding, we're glitching out, we're not hearing what he says, we're not hearing that monologue that he gives, we're not even seeing the freaking water burial. So like I feel like all of that stuff will be in part 3, and I'm hoping that the message that they're trying to convey here is that you're seeing it from Cloud's point of view. You're seeing like Cloud deflect, parry Sephiroth's attack, creating this dream world that's Cloud's dream world, where he saves Aerith, and he's able to do that because he's come in contact with that energy. So now he's able to peer through the looking glass, and he's actively peering through the looking glass in this scene where we see and notice how in the Masamune, when is it first there, it's like bathed in this rainbow light, and then when it glitches out and shows the real thing, the rainbow's gone. Like there's no rainbow effect. This is the real thing. This is reality. And then when he's holding Aerith, the rainbow effect is now encircling them. It's rather than like all over the place, it's encircling them, and you can almost see that as like a window. Like it's Cloud looking through this, like it's a window looking through the looking glass there. And I think Cloud is able to see two different realities at one time, or two different worlds at one time. And let's just keep it playing. So like Sephiroth withdraws the sword. He smiles a little bit. Aerith falls down. And then now we get the scene where we're like, oh, snap. And she closes her eyes. The ribbon falls off. The materia crosses. I love that shot. Love that shot where the white materia crosses the screen and Cloud looks behind, ignoring it and looking at Aerith. Huh. That's a good moment. And then it bounces across the overly large altar and falls down into the water. Classic. That's Final Fantasy VII OG. It goes down. We get the same camera shots there of it sinking. Aerith falls over. Cloud grabs her. This moment, beautiful. It's just unfortunate that I'm in a state of absolute confusion on the first time playing this, where this is not hitting for me, but I don't think it's supposed to. What's up, Wiley?
So I'm gonna just back up here and give my commentary on this whole thing, because there wasn't really a good time to jump in with you guys going back and forth. But so on my first through this, at the moment where Cloud attempts to deflect Sephiroth's sword, I was in complete disbelief, bro. Like, I probably had a tear in my eye. Like, I went in with no expectation. I wasn't trying to predict what they were going to do. I just wanted to see what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And when he deflected it, I pushed Sephiroth back. I was like, no way. I felt this huge sense of like relief, but also uncertainty. And as soon as it glitched, I was like, okay. So this is what they're doing. Like, I didn't have a complete sense the same way that I do or did when I just played this again the other day.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, it got an emotional response out of me for the opposite reason. Like, I don't want them to change the story, but I was so emotionally invested in the moment that I was very happy when he pushed Sephiroth back. I was expecting Sephiroth to, just follow up and get her immediately or something like that. I wasn't expecting him to just be like, okay, you stopped me, but you didn't. I wasn't expecting that sort of a meta twist to it. But everything that follows up, I'll agree, like, confusion started to set in, where it was like, okay, like, it wasn't very obvious where things were going after that point. Everything that happens from here to the end, once you have context and you have hindsight, it's pretty easy to put together. But on the first viewing, it's sort of confusing, right? It's kind of like, what is this they're doing? Like,
I don't even know if it's just a first viewing, to be honest.
You
I
need,
think it's
you
always
need all the pieces. Well, I mean, I can tell you where I'm at now. So the rainbow burst during Cloud's block, obviously you guys already said it. So there's a world being created, okay? The base world is very clearly the one where she dies. Like, there's no rainbows there. There's only rainbows around the one where she survived, right? So the one where Aerith lives, so there's one where she lives and one where she dies. And the evidence shows that the party is in the world where Aerith is dead. And yet Cloud seems to sort of be walking with one foot in each, right?
Yes.
He talks to the Aerith who survived while the party's weeping over the one who died. And the entire time during these sequences, you have this rainbow aura when he's seeing her. And you have this other interesting thing. When Tifa runs up, I think it's about to happen right here, she seems to observe both worlds briefly before snapping to the one where Aerith's dead. Like, she runs up and horror is on her face, but she's also confused. And then she's just like, then she sort of gets it. And so you can see that this is that moment where those worlds are converging for the party, but not for Cloud. And Sephiroth even says right here, exactly right here. And so it begins a confluence of worlds and emotions. He acknowledges that the worlds are merging instead of separating, and Cloud is at the juncture, and he walks the juncture. So, but the party exists in that world where Aerith is dead. So, and this is gonna remain consistent and easy to verify all the way to the end of the game. This concept that Cloud's right in the middle, they're in the world where she's dead, he's walking right between. He's walking in the world where she's dead with them, but somehow he's also walking in the other one. And so I think this plays into the concept of his mental fissure, but I don't think it's only the result of that. I think this is sort of a layered or nuanced approach that sort of adds to that storytelling. It makes it so that it's sort of unpredictable what they're going to do in part 3, but you can see that thematically they're going to be pulling all of this together. Like, this all works together for the good of the story in the end. And I'm going to go back to what you said. We don't get her lake burial scene. We don't see Sid's reaction to not being there. Sid's going to get his fall and his redemption arc because he's going to be a leader in the third game. And in the same way, we're going to get her burial scene. We're going to get a bunch of huge moments. Like, it's really clever that they stripped all of those moments out of this, even though we all wanted it badly, but they're saving it for the finale of the game. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they put all this back together.
If they save it for the finale. I don't mean to interrupt, but we don't know.
Right.
I think they are. I think Dan is correct in that when we look back at this in hindsight, we're gonna go, all right, they made the right choice. Like I believe that.
Yeah, and I know
I
know some Final Fantasy VII like OG. I don't like call them purists, as if that's like negative, but like people who absolutely love the OG are very passionate about the OG. I know that they're struggling with this one, and I do think that, like you guys were talking about, man, I really think Part 3 can really bring this together in an emotionally impactful way, and there's absolutely no chance that they're going to remove the water burial scene. There's no chance in that. Like, they're going to have that. They're going to have that in Part 3. Somebody asked in chat, do we think, I think it was I don't know who it was, Asher, Zach, maybe, but like, do we think that we're going to see the entire scene play out? Maybe when we go to the Forgotten Capital again, when we go back there and we go to the water altar, when Bugenhagen sets the water up and we walk into it, in the original game, her death scene is played like a projector upon the water. Like, there is an opportunity that we're going to see this again, and that's that. That was when Cloud, like, I think he realizes, like, he's like, thank you, Aerith. You know, he even says that in that moment in the OG, and I think that they can make that moment super, like, emotional, impactful, and show us what really happened. Show us Cloud, because obviously he's saying it when he's being Genova-righted here, saying his monologue and like really making us feel the impact of this moment. So I say to you, like, don't give up on that. Like, I really do think we will get this in Part 3. And subtext, I want to say a big thank you for tossing Gil. Earlier, you all talked about Sephiroth can exist in multiple worlds at once. Could that part of the blessing? Could that be the part of the blessing that Sephiroth gave Cloud? Ooh, like, I give you my blessing. You're able to do this. I mean, to manipulate him, to allow him to, because I mean, I do really believe we're about to see Aerith, but it's Genova. Like, literally, I really strongly
honestly
believe that. So
I think what we're seeing, like, with him, I'm saying I think, but I don't fully know this. This is just like a simmer. But I feel like how we were talking before about how Aerith and Sephiroth have these parallel powers where they can like dispel, for example, like Zack and Cloud into different rifts and seemingly go through them themselves. They might have this same level of influence, but in the inverse, where instead of taking a person somewhere else, their influence is reaching a person. And I don't know how their motives would line up, like which would be worse, but if I kind of agree with you that Aerith feels very creepy and different in the end of this chapter.
Yeah,
and
oh
I feel
yeah.
like that might be so entertain, if you would, if they're both fighting for him to see a different truth. Yeah. And both of those truths are important for one reason or another. Aerith needs Cloud to accept reality, accept the fact that he didn't save her, she's gone, and he needs to accept that and be able to forgive himself later. If Sephiroth needs her, like, keeping her alive and keeping him so detached from it alienates him from the part. I mean, at the very end of the chapter, Barrett and Tifa give each other a look when Cloud just seems so
content.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's this like rift that's going to divide, and by keeping him detached from reality and holding on to this grief and this loss and in a really unhealthy, almost obsessive way, like, yeah, like everything's fine, like it's cool. I think that what we're seeing is perhaps the two sides of them using him as like the pivot point of their conflict, and they don't have enough power over one another to really pull him to either side. And as we saw with what's going on with Zack, yes, the rainbow effect on the sword proves that there's probably an alternate, situation here where Aerith is actually alive. But if we're using Zack as a reference point here, maybe in Part 3 we will see that Aerith's time isn't long either, because in every timeline Zack ends up at the end of a bunch of infantrymen's barrel. Like he's always in their line of sight. So if not now, we might see Sephiroth have to Cloud have to come to terms with Aerith's loss, and maybe that'll help him understand when it truly happened. Like he might lose her again in part 3 at some other point, and we'll see this again. I don't know where they're taking this. I do know that I'm equally intrigued, but also kind of where you are, Dan, where there's a lot of disappointment in what they did with this scene.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the hope that I have that part 3 will pay everything off. And on top of that, just what this scene does do really well. I think that, you know, even if you strip away your attachment to the original game and you kind of like look past the perhaps somewhat convoluted nature of what's happening, it's very well executed. Like the visuals, they do evoke emotion, the feeling, the scene where she's looking up at him and he looks at her and he says, "I got this." That was a very chilling moment for me, man.
I gotta say, man, I've seen this scene like 1,000 times at this point. I've analyzed this scene so many times after beating the game, but this is the first time I'm replaying the game and getting to this moment and watching it happen. And I gotta be honest with you, man, like it is starting to like gel for me when I get to this and that you have the better understanding of what's actually going on. I will say that I think it is convoluted. I think it is a mess. Like I think this chapter is a mess. But what they're setting up here, the discussions, the 7 hour to 6 hour, 5.5 hour discussions that we're having about this, all of that stuff, like this is what they wanted. They wanted us to be talking, and that's what we're doing. And I think they've executed that plan well. It's going to tide us over until part 3, hopefully. But yeah, like this moment did actually get me a little bit playing this time around, and like because like. It's like without getting personal, I guess, but like when you experience like a tragedy, a loss, and like you don't want to accept it, and like imagine you have this ability to create a world where you can, like you see it now, but man, I just love this. I love this moment here. I hated it the first time, but I love it now, where she opens her eyes, touches his face, and just kind of gives him a nod. And like when you experience that kind of loss in real life, this is a vision that you would probably see. Like you would you see that. Obviously it's not a real vision, but like that's what you want to see. And then the tears going down his face, and then when Cloud goes, "I got this," and man, that freaking hit for me. And I'll be honest, that first time around, I was like, "Oh man, she's opened her eyes. She's not dead. She's dead. What's going on here? We've got an alternate." I was all over the place with it, but this time around, man, that really hit. I really like that part.
I was just saying, for me, like we've talked about this. I mean, I mentioned it briefly in 13, but like, yeah, I was coming fresh off of like a very close friend of mine who I lost, and it was. You know, like that, like what you just said is so true. I remember like the night I was with him at the hospital and just seeing it happen like right before. Then it's like weird because the moment's real, and then there's a moment where it just feels like, damn, like you almost, like you said, it's not a real vision. You know, it's not like a real like this, but yeah, like you're just like, oh shit, like you know, then you kind of got to accept everything that comes, and you're like, I got this. Like when he says that, that's like one of the most resonating things that he says in that moment. It's like you got to just convince yourself you got it. And even stripping, and this is where I do appreciate this chapter a lot, stripping away the convoluted nature of the fictional story at hand. There is a really touching commentary on the acceptance of loss here. Like if you and I can appreciate the artistic value of that alone. Like taking away my knowledge of the lore and the characters, you're looking at somebody who just lost somebody, and you could almost just interpret this, and this is how I did interpret it. And I knew that my interpretation, not to say my interpretation's wrong, but I knew that that wasn't what the narrative message was, but my artistic interpretation, I just remember looking, I'm like, oh yeah, this definitely feels like when you're almost like in denial of loss, you know? Like you're just like,
oh yeah,
like when you can't process it fully and you're like half like 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out. It's like, yeah, part of me says, oh, this is like, I got to move forward, and the other part's like, well, no, man, it can't be like that. That's where this chapter really does hit home. And I think that, again, I know that that's not what the writers were perhaps writing, like that,
Bro,
that doesn't
think,
really tie in with the story.
There's an exploration of it happening here. Like, I do think that what you're saying is something that they're exploring for sure. I think that what they're trying to do is bring layers and dimensions literally into this that weren't there before, because how else are you going to one up the biggest death in video game history, right?
Yep.
So I do think that you're spot on, man. Like, I do think that there is a narrative intention to create space to explore how people handle grief.
And
like,
we talk
100%.
Yeah, and we talk about that, like, denial, and I do wonder if this is from Tifa's, like, if Tifa is actually witnessing this right now. And I mean, as you're somebody running into a situation and your best friend is laying on the floor, and with, like, you're glitching out, but I also think she's also kind of come into contact in chapter 9 with that spiritual energy. Yeah. So now she's almost able to peer through the looking glass, but she's not able to harness that ability, maybe, I don't know, or accept it. But
so there's something Sephiroth says that feeds into what you're saying here. So when he says loss is chief among them, it engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage, sadness, hatred. We see the party enraged, and then he says, never have I felt them so keenly. And it feels like Sephiroth let Tifa and maybe some of the others see Aerith alive and then dead, specifically so they could experience that fleeting moment of joy, quote unquote, to be engulfed and transformed into rage. Like, it feels like this was intentional, because this is when he's trying to bring this, like, confluence of worlds and emotions all together. So like, why is she able to see it? Maybe it's because of what happened in chapter 9. But maybe this is just by design. Maybe this is part of what he was trying to do, because he basically says it right after it happens. It engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage. And that fleeting moment of joy is the idea that, oh, she's safe, she's fine. Oh, no, she's dead. Like, that's what we're experiencing as the player. And that's what it looks like Tifa's experiencing. So that's how I interpreted his dialogue and her experience there was basically just literal.
Yeah, and Nomura, this is subtext, quoting Nomura. When you actually lose someone you cherish in the real world, you aren't able to accept it right away. This time we strove to depict the inability to accept the loss of someone precious to you. So, yep, exactly what we said. Real quick, guys. All right. It is 12:34. I want to just I throw this out to you guys. I said we would go until we stop, but I absolutely don't want you guys to feel obligated to do that. We've already gone 5.5 hours here. I'm okay if you want to, like, hey, we got to divide this.
Cool.
Huh?
No, I said I'm okay to go.
Okay. How about you, Excalibur? You good?
Absolutely good, bro.
Okay. All right. Cool. I just don't want you guys to feel obligated to go until this is over.
Wait, are we done with, like, there's nobody else that's, like, riding on the heels of being a guest or anything like that?
No. This is it. This is all us from here on out. I mean, hey, we still got Tylor Hepner up there in the corner.
Dude, Tyler's going crazy.
I can't believe it right now, dude. He's
still here.
I'm still here. Yes.
The voice in my head.
Oh man, dude, it's turning out awesome too. God, I've been looking over at that thing. It's really cool. Chapter 14-esque.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was it? No, I'm personally good. Wiley, if you're good, I mean, if anything comes up later,
good.
We'll touch base.
Just
in, like,
don't
an
feel
hour.
obligated. Just don't feel obligated. We are about to get into some battles, so it should start kind of rolling a little bit here, I think. So
yeah, I would say I could do like 30 minutes because my eyes.
Yeah, you're saying, yo, my eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I completely understand. And to be honest with you, man, I did not anticipate you sticking around all the way this long, and I'm so appreciative of it. So whenever
man.
you feel like you want to roll out, Tyler, you absolutely can, and I don't want anybody to feel obligated to be part of this. This is a forced optional podcast.
Yeah. I'm just happy. I'm just celebrating.
Nice, man. All right, so let's keep it rolling then. I
think what they're doing with the Tifa reaction, that might be setting up what's going to happen in Medeal.
Yes, it's got to have something to deal with that, like where she's able to do it.
Yeah, if anything, it might be partially explaining, because I know in the original game, it's like not exactly clear. It's loosely implied that it could be Aerith, and then there's the maiden who travels the planet, which I know some people debate on the, canonicity, if you would, of that book. But if they're planting that seed here to show that she has some influence with like the live stream, or being able to like perceive and see these things without necessarily being fully I don't know what word I'm looking for, fluent, or able to wield or protect herself in. I think that if we're giving her just a little bit to work with here, it might lend itself into explaining that scene better in whatever chapter that would be in part 3. So
yep,
that's what I think.
Agreed. So Sephiroth says he basically just kind of reiterates what I said in my little crackpot theory of the 5 times more potent than joy, because he says fleeting moments of joy, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. Whereas I feel like joy and this what the planet kind of operates on, this hope and this joy, is fleeting. It's natural, but it's fleeting because rage and sadness and hatred are everlasting, and loss, that kind of stuff sticks with you if you can't find acceptance and all that other stuff. Aerith nods at Cloud. Cloud says he's got this. He lays her down, her eyes close. You'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes. And he says this on the expressway back in Remake. You're just a puppet. And then we get Genova Life Clinger. The music. Yes. Okay, so God, I don't want to harp on this. 2 different things. First of all, incredible battle. This transition, incredible. The music, incredible. Everything except.
I know what it is. Go.
Just toggle the battle chatter off.
That's what I say.
It's a simple fix.
No, dude.
Literally, watch it. Listen to this.
Lee literally said this to me earlier.
Okay.
I was talking because I finished this chapter right before the thing.
I want everybody in chat to listen to what happened. Pay attention to Barrett. Okay? Life Clinger starts. Listen to Barrett's voice. Suck on this! You're gonna tell you, why would you say that? You just witnessed Aerith die, and then the battle chatter could go.
I gotta say something, because when I first played this, it took me whatever amount of time it took me to beat Rebirth. I think I beat it. What the game come out end of February? I think I beat it like a month or 2 later, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't remember each and every chapter and each and every like battle here in and out. So I just remember thinking, man, they really should have just had a setting to be able to toggle this on and off. But here's the thing. On this review and analysis series, we played Chapter 8.
Mm-hmm.
And you fight Dyne.
Mm-hmm.
And Barrett says none of this BS. Like, he doesn't say, suck on this, or kiss my ass during that fight. He doesn't. They toggle it off. And I noticed this because I was curious going into that fight, which is very emotionally charged, seeing if they did that. And unless maybe I just got weirdly lucky,
I remember him telling Dyne to suck on this, and I thought that was.
I don't.
But I don't know if that. Maybe I just got it mixed up. My worlds merged.
I don't remember. I mean,
it's
again,
crazy.
I could be wrong here because maybe
they changed. Yeah, Dyne. The Barrett's voice lines were different.
They were different. Okay, because like
he's just silent, or just I think he has some different things. And then now there is scripted dialogue during these fights, and you'll know it's a scripted dialogue section when the subtitles pop up. That's different than battle dialogue, you know, like the dialogue that they're gonna say during a battle. So, but they toggled it off for the Dine fight, and I don't remember every other fight that it is or isn't present. But it made me realize. If they can do it during a different fight, why didn't they do it during this chapter?
I really think that it's an absolute. I thought they were going to patch it. I honestly thought they could patch it.
Yeah, dude, I thought the same thing, that they were going to patch this later.
So here's a quote from in Shinra Archaeology over on Twitter. Please go follow it's at Shinra Arc. Translation here of the Rebirth Ultimania. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth lead boss battle designer. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Kazu Hore says, because Genova Lifeclinger is the last time Cloud fights with his friends, they wanted to emphasize a sense of battling beside them. He hopes that players feel the bonds that they've forged over the course of the journey. And I get it. But
some of it I get.
But we still got Tifa, who just like she's emotionally just absolutely rocked right now. But then she's I got this, ha ha ha. What? Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah. I'm on it. You know, take over, please. But it's like I feel like you can literally patch this out and just turn off the battle chatter. She does say "screw you," like she says it, and like
that's a script. Yeah, that's a scripted dialogue.
That's a scripted dialogue. That's something different, and it's like so you can literally just patch that out. And like have this be a quiet fight. Have this and like you let that music play. I think this is an easy fix, easy patch. And I'm just kind of disappointed that it ruins such a amazing boss. It doesn't ruin it. I don't know if it ruins it, but like at least
it takes me out of it.
Yes, it takes me out of the moment. And I think what you can do is slowly build that in, because I mean this is a long road ahead we got to get going on, and I can see that as you're doing it, I can see that you know, regardless of what just happened, the thing that's in front of us is the present. Like that's what's in front of us right now, and we're gonna be communicating with each other. We're gonna be talking regardless of what we just witnessed. We'll worry about that when we're done with this freaking alien in front of us. But I can imagine. Just right when this thing starts, the music playing, the Aerith music playing, the battle being quiet of battle chatter, and just letting this play out. One cool thing to notice is that your party members start with a limit break. Cloud does not. He's more content. But the emotionally charged and party members, they automatically have their limit breaks. Really cool little detail there. So you cast magic on the barrier and then you attack Genova. That's the strategy. Like break the barrier with magic, attack Genova, right?
Yep.
Genova uses I should have gotten this pronunciation before I say it out loud. Lacrimal exhale. Lacrimal is associated with tear ducts. How fitting is that, right? Tears. So Genova is using that, and then Genova uses a ability called Eye of Providence. The Eye of Providence is also known as the All-Seeing Eye, a symbol that represents God's omnipresent watchfulness over humanity. So Genova with that omnipresence. When Cloud eventually will fight alone, this is something I want to ask you guys. Ask chat as well. Cloud says, "You've done this before, you can do it again." What are we referring to? Are we referring to the time we fought Genova back on the cargo ship, the Shinra 8? Or we fought Genova a couple times now, so maybe Cloud is referring to that, but it's only said when he is by himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to rack my head around. I still don't know if I have an answer on this one. Wiley, do you have anything?
It's just something that's very intentional for him to say, and like it's very intentional.
I don't know what it is though.
You've done this before, you can do it again. He's talking to himself, obviously he's hyping himself up. So chat, that one's on you. Let me hear what you got to say. Then Genova uses prismatic compression. and from my limited understanding and a quick Google search, prismatic compression is like reducing light images to a smaller size while maintaining the same image. And then Genova like teleports when using this thing. So just something I wanted to, like, bending light or compressing light and with a prism is relevant in the sense that rainbow effect has been happening throughout this game. So like prismatic compression, it has to, maybe there's something there. I just wish I could think harder. Shinra archaeologist translation here. Nope, never mind. I already read that. Genova releases life stream from her chest when she's defeated. Also, before that, though, there's a move that Genova uses. I can't remember if it is the exhale or whatever, but it's reminiscent of the Aqua Lung ability that the Genova battle has in the original game. At this very battle, like after Aerith's death, uses Aqua Lung. Let's see. So once you guys have anything you want to say on the Genova battle? Genova Life Clinger. Incredible music, freaking awesome atmosphere aesthetically. This is a really cool
Visually,
boss battle.
it's a beautiful
Visually,
fight.
yeah. One of the best.
Man.
Audibly got some questions.
Yeah.
Forget about the audible for a second, for the audio. I mean, the music is great, but the dialogue, okay. That aside, this is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, boss fight in the game because of the tiered approach where you have the different party members that are being split up. You have the limit breaks as sort of this like story element that's transferring straight into gameplay. Like from a design standpoint, I think this is just a really, really good job. And they've got these cutscenes that are coming in at different stages during the battle. You really get to feel like the whole party is working together, and it forces you to use, in my case, party compositions I had never used before, especially since in multiple cases you only have 2 party members fighting Genova at different points.
Yep.
I also love the cutscene that they've got where they're obviously showing off like triple techs. You know, you've got Barrett, Tifa, and Cloud all attacking at the same time for like, you know, a new synergy that uses 3 people, which I think is great. This whole thing, man, like if they fix the dialogue or just cut it out altogether, like you said, like let's just do a patch where we remove battle chatter, this would hands down be my favorite boss fight.
1000% agree.
Yeah.
You know, like this, I put it as my favorite boss fight for the stage, but it might be my favorite boss fight in the whole game, man.
Yes.
Like there's so much weight. It comes at a great moment. And I think that's why, you know, it's so obvious that the battle chatter is wrong. Like let's put that to the side. With that to the side, I love it, man. I love everything about it. It's great.
Yeah. Well said, because I agree with all of that. I think this boss battle is incredible, man. Best boss battle aesthetically and just gameplay wise is really good too. But yeah, I like that multi-layered approach as well. The multi-tiered thing. We're fighting the left side, right side. We're falling through. God.
Yes.
So it gets to the point though where it starts to be like, all right, we beat that one, and then we move on to another boss battle, another boss battle. So that might be something we can revisit in just this moment to see if this was a little too much. But so when Genova is defeated, it releases a life stream from that orb that was in its chest. Like, let's see if this is the one. No, this is when they're just gonna fall. This is the other stage to the battle. Look at this. This battle is almost in itself 30 minutes long.
This stage. I mean, I know we're pretty much done with Life Clinger, but that stage of the battle is really cool.
I love it, dude. Yeah.
I like that stage of the battle a lot. I saw a couple of people in chat bring it up. The Yuffie Cloud dialogue is really out of place.
I hate it, dude.
I hate that dialogue. And that's a scripted dialogue.
So what does she say again? Because I remember
I have it written.
What does she say exactly? Yeah, because this was so.
I have them all written, by the way, but for Yuffie and Cloud, because they're the final phase, she goes, "You gotta admit, it's been awesome having me on the team, right?"
Yeah.
And Cloud says, "Hasn't been boring." To which she says, "You could say that again. You could say that again. It's been a real trip." Like what? Like Cloud being weird and like dismissive right now, I can make a head rationale for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if he's checked out of the conversation, whatever. But Yuffie, why are you saying that right? And especially like this is where the tonal whiplash does happen, and it happens a lot in this chapter. There are 3 characters right now who I feel are the most emotional, like at least the most obviously sad at almost any time we see them that's not in combat at this point, and it's Nanaki, Yuffie, Tifa, and Barrett's there too, but he's good at like he has his moments where he cracks, but he's pretty good at keeping himself on track, sticking true to the mission, whatever. But those 3, they're emotional almost at all times. Even the Nanaki dialogue's a little strange, but like only because of his attitude. His dialogue with Barrett's really sweet. Barrett says to him, he's like, "Good to go, Nanaki," and then he just a little too enthusiastically goes, "Yeah, let's get the show on the road."
Yeah, like,
and Barrett says, "Haha, couldn't have said it better myself."
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, but dude, I'm gonna point this out right now. I mean, obviously, like whatever direction they were given, that's whatever. The voice actors did phenomenal as always. Britt Baron, though, during this part, really sold the emotion through and through. I think she did phenomenal. Like her dialogue with Kate, here it is. Tifa, you good? And then he goes, better than that thing's gonna be in a few minutes. And then she goes, "You got that right." And she says it with this like, determined attitude, but there's still this like hint of sadness in it, like her saying "screw you" through the battles.
Yeah,
I'm happy they at least kept her, because she's the one to me that's the emotional like anchor right now, that's really showing how devastating this is.
So bringing in XCOM 54 from chat, saying it's all in Cloud's head. That's an interesting one. I think the party is experiencing this right now.
I think the party's experiencing this part fully.
But interesting, very interesting to look at it through that lens. Yeah. So, all right. So you defeat Genova. What is she containing in that orb? I have no idea. She's like, maybe it might be that prismatic compression. Like keeping something in there. All right. So that burst open from her released live stream. Zach, we see Zach again. Here it goes. See, like, boom. There goes that live stream energy. And the White Whispers come out. Like, maybe Genova was holding in the planet's, like, will. The planet's, like, wanting to interfere or whatever. So it's holding in the planet's will. And then when they defeat Genova Lifeclinger, it releases it and the White Whispers come out. Like, it was, like, had them in a prison of sorts. We get Zach, who the last we saw Zach was following the yellow flowers, and now here he is. And guess where it leads him to? A reunion. Because Whispers reveal Cloud bathed in a rainbow. He touches him, and they both get transported to the edge of creation. Looks a little different this time around, a little more wreckage going on there, but they're at the edge of creation, where Sephiroth awaits. And it's time for the Cloud and Zack team up that everybody knew was going to happen. Throwback to the flashback back and forth in the OG. We get that again. We got that in Remake, and now we're going to get it again, which leads me to believe we're probably going to get it again in the third part. But we get that, like, zooming in from a distance, boom, 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 zoom in the face, boom, bow, 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 and then we get closer. But this time it's Zack and Cloud. Also notice that every time an attack is done, I've already pointed that out, but it releases a rainbow energy, like kind of ripping the fabric of this world between worlds. I don't know. Sephiroth is already kind of planting those seeds. Is that hatred even real? Zack kind of questions Sephiroth, like, why? What are you doing? And that's really all I got from that. Of course, he says, just as worlds unite, so too do they part.
Now, can we just pause for a second and appreciate this?
Absolutely.
This moment right here, bro, when Zack touched Cloud and was teleported to him on my first playthrough, like, dude, I was sitting in a beanbag chair, but if I wasn't, I would have fell out of it. Okay, like this is my beyond hype moment. Like, okay,
the warrior of hype moment.
yeah, man, I love Zach. Like, keep a shirt on, stands. Like, I don't love him more than Cloud, but I love Zach. I love his optimism, his personality. Like, Zach is just a great dude. Like, Zach is the sort of epitome, right, of what a hero should be. And so I was anticipating a duo moment like everybody else was, right, from the ending of Remake. So from the moment that we know that he's alive somewhere, this moment had to happen. And of course, they save it for the last 20 minutes of the game, right? So I absolutely love this. Like, every single moment of this sequence was like, I was on cloud 9, bro. This was absolute peak for me. The only complaint I have about it is that I beat Sephiroth way too quick and I wanted more, right? Like, their synergy attack is so dope. Like, I mean, you just piece him up. He wasn't even pressured when I launched the synergy attack. It put him through pressure and it killed him. I was like, okay. And then this is future memories just a little bit here, but did you guys know that when you are fighting solo in the church as Zack, you can still do a synergy attack with Cloud? That was crazy, right? Yeah, like you call really cool. like Cloud comes called through the orb or whatever.
Yeah, he just like it's like he's like almost like an apparition.
Yeah, they do the dual attack and Cloud zips back and he's just out of the world again. Like, it was crazy. So I don't know, man. Like, this for me, this is my favorite.
And that's a different synergy, by the way.
Yes,
I don't know if
totally.
That's a different synergy. It has a different effect. Also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know if the Sephiroth one does this with like Sephiroth and Cloud or anything, but I believe this synergy in particular is the only synergy in attack in the game that provides a different effect to the two different people partaking in it. Cloud gets an increase to his limit, and Zack gets unlimited MP. From a gameplay standpoint, I almost view that as because you're only using Zack really here and at a separate section, they probably just wanted to give you a means to heal Cloud more. But yeah, it is the only synergy in attack in the game where two separate people get a different effect out of it. So yeah, you raise Cloud's limit, and for Zack, you're getting unlimited MP out of doing this. But no matter who you do it with, it does that. I only caught wind of this when, because I was playing, I was doing this fight, and I was on Cloud, and I went to do the synergy, but since Zack was closer to Sephiroth, I was like, wait, let me switch to Zack just so the positioning's closer. And I noticed the symbol change on the bottom for MP and limit. I'm like, what? So then I read the description of it, and it totally says, we'll give Zack unlimited MP and Cloud increase his limit. And
that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's weird. It's the only one in the game that does that, and the following limit that, the following synergy that Zack gets. Wait, what?
Super Romeo says that Sephiroth and Cloud synergy does the same thing, but
okay, similar. I couldn't remember for a second. So it's one of two, and they're both the weird special characters that you have very limited play access with. So it kind of checks out. But
real quick, Catherine, before you roll out, thank you so much for being here. And Catherine sent in, let's see if I can bring it up. No jump scare of Mo this time? Okay. This is a nice little message from Catherine. So thank you so much for that. It says, Aerith helped me learn flower talk. Nailed it. Moving on. The flower said their message isn't forced optional, so pay attention. Final Fan TV, thank you for such fun entertainment. Seeing how content from you makes us bloom. The flowers. And look at that pose. Posing Cloud with the flower. This is one of the coolest things I've gotten from a fan art or a fan submission. Thank you so much for that.
That's
so I just
awesome.
wanted to highlight that. We'll go back to the conversation. Josh Z, thank you so much for the super chat. High Braver is absolutely busted. All right, so
wait, before we move on, real quick. him saying save her made me think about our conversation we had earlier about how the only time we see Zach get out of his situation is when he didn't have the opportunity to say, like when he lost the opportunity to save Biggs, he gets out of the situation himself. I just want to point that out, that because usually Zach is almost always the first to put himself on the line. And let's be real here for a moment. Like, if he wanted to jump up, I mean, dude, if Barrett can leap on a falling stone out of the temple, Zach could probably fall out of this rift if he needed to, like, jump up. Like, it would take more than just cutting the ground here to separate them. I think Zach, I don't know what he knows or doesn't know, but I think he knows that there's a reason he needs to be elsewhere at this moment. But him giving the reins to Cloud to save Aerith suggests, you know, because we'll see later that Zach survives through this encounter without being at the end of a bunch of Shinra infantrymen. So I'm like looking at this and I'm like, it's another moment that shows that when Zach takes control of his fate and preserves at least, or how do I put this? When he doesn't have to confront the opportunity to save somebody and he just focuses on saving himself, he gets that chance to last a little longer. I just thought it was cool because it made me, it reminded me of the conversation we had earlier with Biggs. But anyway, we can move on.
No, it's a good point.
Well,
so Tony's jumping.
Tony Macaroni said,
turning the stove on.
Keep in mind, Cloud was physically there. He met Zach physically. This is something many people are overlooking. We know this because the party notices later that Cloud was gone. So, yeah, well, that is an important detail.
Well, I also hear Zach later.
I think this whole entire sequence of battles is not happening in the real world. I think this entire, like, even the Genova, once you enter Genova's, like they walk through and they've entered this hallucination, this dream world or whatever, but like I'm almost willing to say that this is all happening within worlds within, which means that the party is kind of traversing through it now. Or it's hallucinations or whatever, but like, yeah, no, it's like Cloud is taken to a different world. And if it's in the life stream or the spiritual realm, like when all this is happening, that's no big deal. Like that, yeah, you can transport to different worlds. But yeah, like physically taking him, like if this is in the real world and then physically taking him out of it, that is kind of, that's actually pretty strange. I'm trying to think about it as I'm talking.
I don't even think that would make sense. Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah. No, what I was gonna say is that it's very deliberate when you're fighting Sephiroth Reborn that you have Zack in one world fighting it, you have Cloud in another, and then the party in another. And they're all fighting. This is the next phase, obviously, Sephiroth Reborn. And I think that this is setting up the concept of what things look like moving into part 3. Zack is in one world, the party's in another, and Cloud is walking between.
Shredding the line. Yep.
Yeah. So it's kind of just sort of a battle visual taste of where things are headed. And it's sort of the first big evidence, like gameplay wise, that things are actually separated somehow. So I think this is it's an important thing to touch upon.
It could be another singularity as well. Like they fought within a singularity in Remake, which was not reality.
Yeah. I think for sure, I think that's what's supposed to be happening when Cloud and Zack are fighting Sephiroth together, and then again when Cloud and Aerith are fighting Sephiroth together, because both of those, as I pointed out earlier, both of those moments, that looks like, the end. The 7 seconds till the end, sort of the death of the universe is where you're fighting there. Yeah.
Yep. So we have. So too do they part. As just as worlds unite, so too do they part. And then he slices the ground, parting Cloud and Zack away from each other. Sephiroth becomes Bizarro Sephiroth, or we'll call it Sephiroth Reborn. All right.
Sephiroth
Reborn uses the Errant Whisper attack, which is kind of interesting. It's an Errant Whisper. I don't know what the implications there are, but I noticed it. And then climbing this battle, interesting, because what I liked about this battle was the kind of the last phase of it, or like last phase of Cloud versus Sephiroth Reborn, where you're scaling him. Really cool, very Shadow of the Colossus, God of War 3.
Yes.
I love that sense of scale, and like I did not expect it.
Same. I wrote the same thing down.
Like that,
this
man.
is cool.
Look at him go. Look how fast he's moving, man. Why can't we do that on the vines in Temple of the Ancients?
There's no yellow paint, man. That yellow paint like just slows you
yellow
down.
paint all around.
There
It's
is
like,
that
hey,
blue marker, though.
hit
I
here.
See him. Dude,
Look at him
sorry.
sliding down. Oh, this is cool. Smack him in the face.
I'm sorry. Now I just remembered when I was playing this chapter, the moment like shortly after the Zack and Cloud posing, I just remembered that Jackie walked in and she knows enough of the lore to know that shouldn't be happening, and she just looked at me and goes, what the fuck is happening?
What the hell is
like,
going on?
Right. And I just remembered, and then I was like, babe, I have no idea either. And then this part's happening, and she's like, she comes back. I think she got like changed out of her work clothes, came back. She goes, what is happening? And I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm like,
Been battling this for like an hour now. Oh my god.
At least
3-hour battle.
Yeah,
No, so once you do that, you defeat with Cloud versus Sephiroth Reborn, and now we got the fight against. What's up?
Real quick, do you have the enemy intel for Sephiroth Reborn?
I don't have it available at the moment. Go ahead.
Oh, did I write it? Dude, I usually write it. Oh, you got it?
I got it. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so it says a resurrected being who now wields unimaginable might and commands the arbiter of fate.
Ooh.
He seeks to pierce through the layers of existence and reunite fragmented space-time. He shall rule over the planet and create eternity. Like, they're just dropping all the buzzwords in one.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Josh Z saying the battle intel here is super important. So there you go. You called it out. That is insane. To pierce through space-time and reunite the fragments. Say it one more time.
The layers of existence, bro.
Say it one more time.
All right, so yeah, I pasted it in Discord for you too. So it's a resurrected being who now wields unimaginable might and commands the arbiter of fate. He seeks to pierce through the layers of existence and reunite fragmented space-time. He shall rule over the planet and create eternity. Like, bro.
There you go.
What?
The hell is it? Like,
if you wanted to know what Sephiroth's plan is, there it is. There it is. God. That's it. Enemy intel. God. Same for Sephiroth.
If you try to assess just Sephiroth, it just says unable to read, and you don't get into this.
But that was insane. Wow. That
one's pretty crazy.
That's crazy. Okay, well there you go. There's his plan. All right, so now we're gonna get the Bahamut Arisen Whisper. Oh, and then also kind of important to note here, I don't know if I've already said this. It's been a long podcast. I don't know if I've said this before, but in the fight against Sephiroth Reborn, the characters are divided into 3 separate areas. Nomura says that they're dealing with the same entity, theoretically speaking. Sephiroth is sort of a transcendent being, so he can operate in multiple worlds at once. I did say that. That is the Rebirth Ultimania. So they are fighting the same entity. They're fighting the same one. Every party member. Now, Bahamut Arisen Whisper.
I really like this fight.
It's a cool fight.
I don't know about you. I really like this one. Yeah. The music during this fight was actually almost one of my, like, if I had to have contenders. Her Final Prayer is probably, like, undoubtedly my favorite track from this chapter. But this song, oh God, I always butcher the pronunciation of his name. But I don't want to butcher it, so I want to read it real quick. But I got it. All right, cool. Misasi Hamauzu. Hamauzu. Regardless, if I butcher that, I'm sorry. Point is, he makes, in my opinion, some of the best tracks in Rebirth. Dude, like, he does this militant style in most of his tracks. He did Best of Friends Together again with Barrett and Dine fight. Like, I don't know what it is, but whenever he makes a battle track, I'm instantly pumped. I'm so, like, you know, I feel motivated and ready to just kick ass.
Yeah.
So this track was like one of those tracks where I was like, dude, I love it. It pumped me up again, which it's good to feel pumped up when you're into your like third boss fight into a chapter, like, you know, back to back to back, and you still have more to go.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed the music in this, and the gimmick with this fight's a lot of fun too. So I quite enjoyed this battle.
Agreed, man. And then so first of all, obviously want to give a big shout out to Karis. Thank you so much for becoming a Final Fan TV party member. Woo!
Oh yeah.
Thank you for that. For one more month there. I really appreciate that. And then do want to read the enemy intel for not only Bahamut Arisen Whisper, but Bahamut Arisen, because that's who we're taking over here. A Scarlet Summon virtual reality. But through the grace of the Red Earth, this draconic king, the Dragoon King, has evolved beyond knowable limits into a legendary god of destruction. So this is the god of destruction, and then the Bahamut Arisen Whisper, an evolved version of Bahamut as formed by the Whispers. By bringing its overwhelming might to bear, it annihilates all who oppose it, as well as the very fates by which they are bound.
Interesting.
So the god of destruction destroying the very fates by which they are bound. And Sephiroth is using Bahamut multiple times. I can't wait till we get Bahamut Zero Whisper, y'all.
Oh, bro.
Oh, man. Wonder if they'll stick to it. We'll come back to that. If they stick with the naming. Yeah, that's a part 3 hype cast. Now, oh goodness, where am I at with this? We're fighting Bahamut Whisper.
While you're figuring that out, I just want to point out, I wrote in my notes, finally assess this motherfucker. I did not have, he was one of the ones I was missing on my first playthrough for some reason. So, I was missing like 4 intels, and he just happened to be one of them. I was happy that I finally assessed him. So that was just a personal win, but I need to throw it out there.
Nice.
Nice. And as Zach is kind of falling through what I presume is Livestream Black here, but then we're gonna fall in either that or it's just a dark area. I don't know. Livestream Black makes sense because we're in a world that is literally about to just get destroyed. He falls on a little small flower bed, and this, he says, Aerith? Aerith's presence is here, only in this little circle though, and it's kind of a protection shield too, in the battle. So Aerith is actively helping out, but Zach fights in this. This is such a cool thing, man, to have the meteor in the background, really, and then look, here we go. What did you guys think of this, where we're doing the Buster Sword Soldier's Honor?
I liked it, man.
It's really cool. It's just, it kind of feels a little weird for Cloud to be doing this moment. I'm not going to lie. I don't know. It just felt a little out of place for Cloud, but you know what? Sometimes cool shit just has to happen.
Hey, man, just let it be. Let it be.
Hey, man. Sometimes Red 13 got a moonwalk, baby.
Yeah. I mean, it was all right. It cool.
Right, like that's one of those things where I'm like, why is Cloud doing this right now? I don't know, but you know what? Like, if there's one character I'm gonna give a pass for doing weird out of character shit for in this chapter, it's Cloud.
It's Cloud.
So whatever, man. Just you want to recount your soldier days that weren't real? Go ahead. I guess. So, Zach doing it totally makes sense though. Like,
right.
him, you know, like this feels super in line with him.
Yeah.
Especially coming off the heels of fighting Sephiroth, and he's like, how could you turn your back on Soldier? And Sephiroth's like, easily. yeah, like for him to be really like in touch with that checks out. I thought it was weird that we're cutting to Cloud doing it, who I don't really recall ever doing it. But
that was my gripe with it, but like sometimes cool things got to be cool. I get that.
Sometimes cool shit's got to happen for the sake of cool shit, but like
I was like,
we just never saw that. I don't
why
think.
Cloud?
So why? Yeah, like,
almost a little cheesy, and I was like, all right, whatever, it's fine.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, did you guys catch that all the flowers are dead except one on the church? The flower bed where he lands? There's only one flower alive.
I didn't catch that.
And it was only that little circle, man. The resilient little flower bed there. But yeah, so that meteor was coming in, and Sephiroth and Zack, he does a killing blow on him that like affects him in multiple different worlds here. It's this same entity that everybody's fighting. Tifa assumes like there's like somebody was like, it feels like somebody's helping us. Tifa says, is it Cloud? It's actually Zack and Cloud, and maybe even Aerith. But let's see. Listen, okay, this is the fight where we're fighting with the party of Barrett, Yuffie, and Red 13. He uses an ability called Keranos or Keranos, and I wish I could tell you what that means, but it's all Greek to me. That's my punchline there. It's getting late. It's getting late. It's already late. As Black Whispers attack Cloud, White Whispers emerge. Oh, we're almost there. Let's get. Oh, do we need to talk about this? Because this.
It's those stupid wings.
Yeah, it's the stupid wings,
dude. Bro, this is the worst part of this boss rush to me. Is this stupid.
Yeah, this was
phase of this boss. Wings.
This phase was rough.
Yeah.
I feel like was this the phase I feel like most people would die at, and then they would be like, it was really confusing on the wording of like, hey, do you want to start from the beginning of the battle, or do you want to start at where do you want to start at? You know, yeah. Roll the die, man. We don't know what we're talking about, but they cleared that up. They cleared that up in update. They fixed that in the update. Could have fixed the battle chatter. So yeah,
I mean, she says it multiple times. I was taking a tally, and I'm like, I'm not. I got up to 2, and I was like, whatever.
Did you attack the wings?
I did.
Okay.
But this is actually in my playthrough. This is the first point I died.
Yeah.
So, like in my replay or whatever, I did die in this fight.
Yeah.
I think I only died once, but then I was like, I'm just gonna tell you every time I hear the wings thing to see if the complaint's that bad, and then I stopped because I died and I got frustrated, and then she said it again. I was like, whatever. But yeah, I mean, Yuffie kind of makes this fight not too bad though. I mean,
yeah, Yuffie's awesome
because Yuffie makes any fight really not too bad. I can't think, for as kind of annoying how broken she is, I can't think of one fight that she's just not a good pick in.
I know.
Like when would you not find her useful?
She's suitable for everything. Yeah.
Right, like almost too suitable.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying that she's better. Almost like you could make an argument she's better than Cloud. But
my
I don't know, like she wipes out these wings. But continue what you can say.
No, I'll just say my first playthrough. This was a definitely a tough part right here. This was definitely a challenging part of the boss run here. But when you get past it, though, he kind of destroyed the core, and we're gonna move on to the head. So like this is very like reminiscent of the original game, and I'm trying to remember if you destroy the core. No, is it in the original? Oh gosh, what is the mechanic? He uses Heartless Angel if you do something first, and then it triggers him to use Heartless Angel, and I wonder if that was a nod or a callback to destroying the core, and then he immediately uses Heartless Angel or readies it up. All right, and then when you defeat, this is when we're gonna get into something crazy here, and I'm just gonna start talking while the video catches up. The Black Whispers attack Cloud, and White Whispers emerge to protect him. Aerith turns the edge of creation into white, pure consciousness. So Aerith has kind of taken over. And Sephiroth, directing this at Aerith once again, not Cloud. I must admit, I underestimated you. very, very much going in line with this whole chess match thing that we got going on. I think it's clear. Do you guys feel like he's talking to Cloud when he says, "I must admit, I underestimated"? He's definitely talking to Aerith.
He's talking to Aerith.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at even the white whispers here are trailing rainbows.
Dude.
This has never happened. Like this is crazy.
Like the audio's out. The audio's out, and I'm still getting chills looking at this. Like, pink ribbons never looked so badass, bro.
When she's walking through. Yeah.
Look at the tied up hair with the ribbon and the boots. No, I want to point out that despite like so much back and forth that I have with this chapter, there's something about this fight that just has the sauce for me. I think there's something really cool about Cloud and Aerith teaming up for her post-death, like just to fight Sephiroth's like conscious idea. Now, what the lore implication here or whatever, like I don't know, man. I turned off my brain just to admire like what I was even seeing.
At this point, we are literally an hour separated from when Aerith died. like it's like okay, we're cool, we're down for the ride.
This was my favorite boss battle for this chapter. I like, and the funny thing is that I actually don't like fighting with Aerith at all.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that.
I like this kicked my ass the first playthrough because I just didn't like using her. I didn't take her gear off, but I was curious if you guys did. Did anybody take off their gear? Because I was seeing things on after I beat the game. I went to like Reddit or whatever. I was like reading people's thoughts, and the amount of people I saw say, "Yeah, I got really screwed this fight because I took all her stuff off thinking, oh, she's gonna die. I don't need her to be equipped with anything." And then, you know, you're not getting a bench before this fight or whatever, so you just gotta go into it.
So
I don't know, man.
real quick, I see you, Tyler. Said, "Whoo, I'm really feeling it now." Getting sleepy. You getting sleepy over there, Tyler? He's been drawing like
his eyes are killing him.
Oh god, I love it. That's great.
Bro, eye strain is real when you draw for hours, bro. Like,
yeah, I know, man. You've been at this thing for
Murder.
6 hours. 6 hours. So up to you, man. Are you sticking with
I'm good. I'll do some last minute stuff.
God, and then you're crazy.
What a
bro.
trooper.
You're crazy.
Bro.
Look at this art that he's
champ.
Look at this art that Tyler's been able to produce. Y'all, this is not just one art piece. Like this is one art piece of like several that he's done in this one stream. Oh man.
I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised too.
Yeah, dude. Well, maybe you should just do all your art with us. Like, we're making you more efficient, you know. It's like, yo, I got another commission. Look at this, Jesus Christ, that's amazing. Amazing. Look at that one. Look at that. So good, dude. And then you had that quick sketch at the beginning too, with just like
the cloud one.
Yeah,
that was years ago.
That was years ago.
Yeah,
forgot. What the heck?
It was. Oh my god. But dude, that is incredible, man.
There he is.
There he is. Look at that quick sketch, dude, and it's freaking awesome.
Way back.
I love that.
Nostalgic now.
What was this, back in '97 you did this one?
Yeah, but
yeah.
We've been talking about this this chapter for a long time. I can't believe we're 6.5 hours in, y'all. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go. So we do get that close up of Aerith and her of her ribbon, and yeah, like Dragoon King said, ribbons have never been more badass, y'all. This is awesome. But the shot of this, though, notice how we are framed in on the ribbon, and what's in the ribbon is the white materia. So I don't know, unless what are we looking at here? Why is it focusing in on that ribbon? Because technically, that the white materia fell off but this is not the same era. I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, it focused on her boots when she was walking in, so it might just be like highlighting some of the coolest parts.
Just be
of her.
awesome. Look at her be freaking awesome.
Look, her combat boot. This girl wears combat boot with her dress. This girl got the ribbon we all know and love. Like, to me, it's just,
it's Aerith. Like, hey,
it's
Cloud walking in and focusing in on the Buster Sword, the Pauldron, we're the hair. We're pointing out all the significant parts of.
They did this kind of earlier too with Barrett and the party. Like, they were focusing on different parts of them, and they're like, you see like Barrett focusing with the gun. They zoom in on Yuffie with the shuriken. Like, they've given a lot of the characters these like spotlight moments. But yeah, with the Aerith one, I don't know how they did it, but yeah, that ribbon shot, like, it's funny saying it out loud, because I'm like, it shouldn't seem so freaking cold, but like, dude, like, her walking in, hair tied up, ribbon like that, I'm like, dude, she's gonna kick ass.
Dude, I had the entrance of Genova Lifeklinger as my get hype moment. This might be my freaking get hype moment, dude, and like, now that I know the implications, now I know what this is and everything like that, the first time around, I was like, I was like, all right, well, sure, why not? But now, my God, this entrance is so freaking hype, dude. I'm like, you made Aerith a get hype moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's cool.
That's really cool. All right, so really cool. I love that she walks in here, because the way that they frame her walking in here, the way that she walks in slow-mo, bro, they're saying this Aerith is freaking powerful. Like, and then like, we got somebody who can go toe to toe with that guy over there. And then Sephiroth turns around and he goes, I must say, I underestimated you. Ooh, and then I
think it's clear that it's directed at Aerith.
You got Aerith played the chessboard in a way that Sephiroth thought everything was going according to plan, and then Aerith has done something to trick this dude with a god complex, this dude who thinks he knows everything. He's got everything under control. Everything is going according to his plan, and then something happens where he's like, I did not expect that. You're like, you got me. You fooled me. You fooled me. You got me, but I'm okay with it. I still have this under control. I underestimated you, but So like, I just think that's really cool that Aerith got him. Yeah. So
she's got my tooth.
I feel like this little kid. I can't get it. How does he talk? Wow. I gotta get in the character. You gotta get into the character. It's not good. I need to hear it first. You know what I mean? I need to hear it. I'm not good at impressions, but it's fun to try.
It's a great moment, though, man, for sure.
Yeah. And Aerith says, "I saw what you did back there. Thank you." And then Cloud, of course, says, "You can thank me later." Blah blah. Sephiroth, there's some great dialogue here. Josh Z, thank you so much again for the super chat, the support. Man, going 6.5 hours, that is super appreciated. That's the word. Thank you so much. Says, dialogue is so interesting here, and it is, because Sephiroth says, what do you make of this, Cloud? Is any of this real? Or is it all just a fever dream? Cloud says, that shit won't work on me anymore.
Well, that was a fucking lie.
Yeah.
well, that's a crock of shit.
Maybe not in this area, Cloud. Maybe not here.
Maybe in this particular moment.
Yeah.
But
you about to really lose it, bro. You get out of this area, you're not going to be good.
You ain't never been so wrong about something before.
And then Aerith says, how can you want an eternity of loneliness? And we just, of course, we got that enemy intel on Bizarro Sephiroth saying that to create an eternity. And and we piece all the pieces together. He wants to eliminate all life on the planet and all that. This is literally, I am the planet. And he wants to
I'm sorry, the silence after I was processing everything we were talking about.
I'm still processing.
All right.
All right, anyways, nobody got it. I'm going to move on.
I was just listen.
I am the planet. Hey, thanks. There's the laugh track. I appreciate that. So, how can you want an eternity of loneliness? Be gone. Your part has been played. So, to Sephiroth, her death was according to plan. Like, your part has been played. Get out of here, man. You're irritating me. Be gone.
Also, yeah, because also earlier in the fight, she even tries to not apologize. She tries to thank Cloud for what he was doing or tried to do.
Yeah.
And so I feel like, because I remember going into this, I'm like, so the first time I played this, I'm like, what's happening here? Because I'm not sure, especially when you beat the game. I'm like, so is this, like, I feel like everything that happens with the damn rainbow effect, I gotta question if it's real or not. Like, what, or if it's tied to us. But no,
none of this is
cool.
real. No, this isn't real.
Well, like it's real, but not not in the physical sense.
In the
it's
sense
that
in the sense that Cloud will remember it, but like the fact that this is even a fight happening right now, it's probably a fight within the live stream. These beings are omnipresent, like both Aerith and Sephiroth, and like they are not part of the flow of the live stream right now. I feel like that battle is actually happening, and Cloud is part of it, but it's not.
It's like the end of the OG. It's like a spiritual battle.
Exactly. This is something that Cloud needs. It's game over, man. Game over. Thank you, Farthers. I saw Mr. Bigglesworth says I saw what you did back there. What exactly is she referring to? Yeah, I mean, like the attempt to deflect.
I think it's yeah. That's I think it's saving. Trying to save her.
Yeah.
And clearly that didn't work. So I feel like that's the only.
And
now just basically does he always try to save her now? Like, is that a change from the original?
And Tony Macaroni says the shot of the ribbon, I think, was very intentional. Yeah, I gotta agree, because the Aerith who died lost her ribbon and her materia, so they want us to think about who this version of Aerith actually is. And I do agree, man. I really do. I know that's an intentional thing. I know that they're also focusing on the features of the character, but yeah, the ribbon is obviously still in her hair when it fell out when she got stabbed. But of course, this is in the live stream. This is in the subconscious and everything. But who knows, man? Let's go. Let's keep on. You know what? This is kind of where my notes end, y'all. So, you guys want to keep on rolling with this thing, man? I would love it.
Let's go.
Yeah. So Excalibro, I know you got them notes, man.
I got some notes.
Take us away, and I'll keep track of the video for you.
All right. So after this fight, let me make sure I'm in the right spot in my notes here.
Yeah, because we're gonna do the part where she says he uses the move the end is nigh. He's using that move, and of course all of your attacks are canceled out here. Like they don't affect him. But of course you need to have that stagger bar ready to go before this stage. So the way I beat him was I built up his stagger and I tried real hard not to build it up anymore. Before, like, I didn't want him to stagger before he uses the end is not. You basically build up that stagger bar and then stagger him as soon as he does that. He's defeated. He backs up. Oh, and Sephiroth falls to a knee? Whoa. Like that shot. I like that shot. But it ain't, oh yeah, you know what? This is actually time for a little message from one of our submissions here. This is from, of course, I've been citing them all night long, pretty much. Shinra Archaeology has actually sent me a little bit of a video here, so I want to play that for you guys. Let me see. Okay. No jump scare. I hope this works.
I'm sorry that Mo.
Oh!
You lied to me, Dan. You lied to me.
I said no Mo jump scares, please.
No Mo.
No Mo jump scares.
No Mo jump scare.
Is this the one? This is the one. Is there no sound?
I was wondering if yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. It's fine. We'll figure it out. We're fixing it. Chapter 14. Yep. Monitor and output.
Realizes
we got sound now?
Is off. Tifa asks what's wrong, and Cloud reveals he can still sense Sephiroth's presence.
I still hear it, so I don't know if they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
He then utters the line from the end of Rebirth.
Hopefully that works.
Now I don't.
This isn't the only instance of Rebirth borrowing lines from discs 2 and 3 of the OG.
Hey, Tifa, stay with us.
It remains to be seen if these are just playful nods or an indication that later scenes will no longer unfold the same way.
All right, sorry about that, y'all. Hopefully you got the whole thing there.
They only got the end. Like they only got the very end of the video, I think, because they started to say they got it, I think, in the later end.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do. I
don't know if you want to play it again for him.
Oh God, where is it at?
I feel like I'm in like high school again.
Here's a neat little detail most English-speaking players will miss due to the remake trilogy's ground-up localization. We happened to catch it while putting together the Shinra Archaeology cut retranslation. At the end of Chapter 14's boss gauntlet, Sephiroth flies away after Cloud and Aerith manage to defeat him. Cloud can't help but notice the amused expression on his face.
Why is he laughing?
Because he knows this isn't over.
Obviously, this is a whole new scene that doesn't have a counterpart in the 1997 OG. However, Cloud's line here isn't new. It's actually taken from a scene on Disc 3 of the PlayStation original. After the battle with Safer Sephiroth in the Northern Cavity, Cloud is about to depart when he realizes something is off. Tifa asks what's wrong, and Cloud reveals he can still sense Sephiroth's presence. He then utters the line from the end of Rebirth. This isn't the only instance of Rebirth borrowing lines from discs 2 and 3 of the OG.
Hey, Tifa, stay with us.
It remains to be seen if these are just playful nods or an indication that later scenes will no longer unfold the same way.
All right, so kind of cool there that when he says why is he laughing, it's actually something that was said in the original game. Very cool. So thank you for that, Shinra Archaeology. Can you guys hear? We can all hear. Okay, we're good.
We're good now.
Cool stuff there. So these kind of dialogue from the original game being used already, before it's happened, it's supposed to happen, does raise some interesting questions for what Part 3 is going to do for those particular scenes. All right, so now Sephiroth, he says, why is he laughing? Because he knows this isn't over. Yeah, so Sephiroth, although he has been kind of outplayed a little bit, now he's got it under control. He's already thought of all the possibilities. He's got it. He's laughing. He's gonna fly off. Come back to it later. The White Whispers encircle Aerith and Cloud, and we get a very strikingly similar pose here to Advent Children. This is a very, very similar pose here as they go back to back, and they even hold hands just like they do in Advent Children. Very, very similar. Everybody's waiting is exactly what she says in Advent Children as well.
Yeah.
All right, so take it away with like, just keep it rolling, because I don't have any notes.
All right, I don't have a play-by-play. I just have,
go for it, and I'll take you with it.
And stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So just keep it playing here. I'm trying to remember what follows this directly. I think it's
Zach.
Cloud is holding Aerith, right?
Yeah.
Is it Zach?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Okay, well let me hold.
Yeah, I don't have like a play-by-play, but yeah, we're just going to Zach in the church, pretty much. Yeah, and more or less, it just seems that he seems pretty content and happy to have beaten Sephiroth here, but he accepts that it's time to say goodbye, at least for now. And then he just seems cool with what's about to happen here. Again, I didn't take too many like in-depth notes on this part because I figured I'd bounce off what we were all gonna talk about. But yeah, at the very least, we're seeing a Zach who seems to have accepted this. You know, like he's not which again ties I feel a bit earlier into what I was saying with like the Biggs parallel, where when he accepts that he can challenge fate on his own and go along with that narrative of like, hey, I have control here. I'm gonna go do my own thing. It seems that he's willing to do the same thing here. He's done fighting. He's just going along with the flow, and I don't know where it's going to take him ultimately in part 3, but that's for the next review and rank series for part 3.
Right.
Anyway, moving on.
So we
that
see
puts us with the gang here.
Yep, the gang is here. Aerith on the floor. They're finally back. Tifa runs up, falls down next to Aerith. Slowly touches her, so it's like almost disbelief here, and then here comes Cloud, kind of more like content, or what do you think's going on in his head? You see, as he can see, peering through the looking glass, right?
He almost looks conflicted.
Yeah,
like he's like
wait a second, I know that you're alive, and then he walks right in. You can see that,
yep.
And the party's not here.
Right.
Party's gone.
Yep.
So
then we're gonna see Cloud's Aerith, right? She's about to wake up. So this is interesting. Like, is this just Cloud between worlds, or is this something else?
It's weird too because when he walks up to her, I always like recording what like everybody's reactions are to certain scenes.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that when he's walking up to Aerith's body, you know, you got Nanaki's just looking down solemnly, Kate's just staring at her, Yuffie's on the ground crying, Tifa's hunched over her crying. But I want to point out Barrett's standing there, and he actually looks back at Cloud as Cloud's walking up. So I just don't know what like they're seeing out of this right now, especially since Tifa's supposed to be leaning over Aerith in this moment. Like, you know, so what's happening here for the party to see? I'm not quite sure. But at the very least, it's cluing us into the fact that Cloud's a little not all there.
he's having a different experience than they are, for sure.
And then it cuts to this scene. And also, I wanted to just ask a question. I mean, it's not one that I know you guys are going to have an answer for, but if you could pause for a second, Dan.
Yeah.
So we see the party all going up to Aerith, like, you know, who's laying there dead. Where the hell was Vincent this whole time? He came into the Capitol and he just disappeared by the time any fighting needed to occur. So I don't know what the hell he was up to that whole time.
This is that issue, right? Like, you got the issue is that Sid is here and Vincent didn't do the battle. What is going on?
Right, like, so now Sid's here. I didn't want to get into that yet, but like when the party's all there with Aerith's dead body, like when they're kneeling and crying and everything, and Cloud's going up and having his weird moment,
Yeah.
And you see that Vincent's not there, and it just made me wonder. It's like, well, he entered the Capitol. He very clearly, when the barrier opens up and they all run in, he's running in with them. But by the time any fighting happens, he's just not there. He's not even there for the group synergy.
No.
Attacks. I don't know what the hell he was up to this whole time.
So what's interesting here, looking at this scene as well, though, like they're all sitting around where the water was, or where the water burial is likely going to be. I want to bring in Joshy Poo, a Final Fantasy TV party member. Thank you so much for your submission. Gives this like this question. So he raises a question, and of course,
Here's a neat little detail.
No Mo jump scare. It's in archaeology. Joshy Poo.
It's strange that the location of Aerith's burial.
And you probably can't.
We can hear it.
It's strange that the location of Aerith's burial would be moved from its iconic above-ground lake to below the water altar, since its original location is so iconic. There's even footage in FF7 Remake of that scene from Advent Children. It's possible they moved it for a practical reason, such as set staging, especially if in Part 3 we're going to do a slow walk to the lake while carrying her in our arms. But I wonder if the imagery of Aerith's burial may vary when we inevitably see the full version. Since so much of Rebirth's ending is shown from Cloud's unreliable POV, I wonder if the dark setting could reflect his broken mind, and when he regains his proper memories, the location is replaced by one flooded with light. Especially since the OG devs have said that Aerith drifting into the deep water is more symbolic than literal, as covered in the recent Last Elixir video. Perhaps Part 3 will show us the burial in the classic location, while implying that it's all symbolism, and that she was actually buried under the altar all along. But honestly, I have no clue.
Honestly, I have no clue.
Neither, man.
I love that. But honestly, I have no clue. Yeah, that's it is. On one hand, it's more convenient and makes a little bit more sense to have the water burial here rather than outside.
Because then they have to carry her body up to all those damn.
Hey,
Well, they have an
no,
elevator.
they have an elevator now.
Yeah,
They
true.
just carried it.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, so pretty crazy day, right, guys? And just like holding her body. Like, anyways, this elevator should probably get up here.
I want Aerith's theme, but like elevator music applied, like.
Yeah, no, that's
going up.
Going up. Jesus. Oh man. Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to have it here, but it's also kind of weird because the imagery of doing it right outside of that big, like, what do you call that? A freaking seashell, conch shell. That area in the Forgotten Capital is iconic, and it was in the Advent Children, like Joshy Poo saying, it's even in the flashback or the flash forward or whatever, when the Cloud glitches out and has that memory in Remake, the future memory, he's doing the water burial there. It's the Advent Children scene, so it's,
you know what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's just interesting. Mm-hmm.
It'd be kind of neat because if they do keep it in its like proper spot, right? Then that means that happens after this moment. Because it would make no sense for them to leave and then re-enter.
Yes.
Just to mourn here.
Yeah, so like her body's still laying on the altar and they're just kind of sitting around the water.
Like they might just be, I mean, maybe, I don't know, like this is one of those moments where, you know, when you're grieving or something, sometimes you need to remove yourself from what, you know, like if you've been to like a wake or something, you can spend that moment by the body, and then there's a maybe, depending on like the way you process or just in general, some people might need to like leave a room, for example, sit in the lobby or do whatever. So to me, it wouldn't be surprising if someone like Tifa, for example, because she at the end of the scene is the most hesitant to get up and move on. So maybe this is them coming to terms with, and maybe hopefully we can explore this in Part 3 if this is the case. But I would almost like to view this as the scene that they're deciding like possibly what to do with the body, and they've made the decision, and now we're about to see them go do that, but we don't in this game. That would be a really sweet way of looking at this, because it's like, okay, now they're sitting here. They realize, oh man, we lost our friend. We got to do something. I mean, Barrett by the end of this scene says that, you know, they're busy. They have to, you know, do what they got to do or whatever he said. He says something like, you know, we got to move. Like we can't be here any longer.
Yeah.
So
Joshy Poo in chat is saying that he's pretty sure that the Ultimanius said something about that they had just laid her to rest in the water.
if the Ultimania said it, then just scratch everything I've ever said.
I of
I've
course
never made a good point in my life.
I can't. Dude, you can't find anything on Twitter, so
Throw it all away. Get it.
so I don't know if you can find the link, Joshy Poo. Let me know. I can't find it, but
I think it would just be interesting for it to go the way I just. There's a moth in. Anyway,
hey, moths symbolize death.
Cool.
Thank you, Last of Us.
Cool. I like this scene a lot. I think it's sweet seeing. I just like moments where we have the whole group together. Unfortunately, we don't technically have Aerith, but this somewhat qualifies as a moment where we could, picture wise, I could take a photo of the whole group in this moment. So thank you for that. But no, like it's just, I love moments like this where we get to see how people are processing this, just seeing the different reactions, what people are doing.
Yeah.
You got like brooding Vincent as usual, Yuffie and Nanaka, which I liked seeing them together because it made me think of On the Way to a Smile, setting up their relationship together. Because we explore that more there. You know, Tifa and Cloud, and they're like polar opposites from one another right now. You got Tifa, who's like lowest of the low, and Cloud looks like he's like hardly phased by anything right now. Barrett even, you know, Wiley, I know you love bringing up the shades. He puts on the shades and he's still crying a bit through it. So like clearly this is a lot more for him to process than he can even handle.
Can't handle it. Yep.
It's so what I start to think about seeing it now as we're analyzing it, it's weird because, okay, so Cloud, if we do get the true scene of this, we're going to see Cloud go walk out in the water and do the water burial. And obviously in the real version of this, he's going to be feeling lots of emotions and like he's going to be like going through it. But then when he, in continuity, like I guess he goes out there, he does the burial, and then he comes back and he just sits down and then he looks over and he's like happy again, or is like, or maybe we just don't even have to show that part because like, so it makes sense for Tifa to look at Cloud like, what is going on? Because you just buried Aerith and you were emotional and now you're smiling and like okay with it, like go on. So Cloud is back and forth maybe. But yeah, I have to say that this, I believe, is where the water burial happens. It just makes too much sense. And we're after that fact, and now it's like, okay, we even had the shot of looking out into the water, which was like signifying
Some
something.
of them are looking at the water too. I feel like Kate looks like he's looking in the water. Yuffie looks like she's looking. Tifa's definitely looking at the water.
Yeah.
So, you know, just that alone probably sells that more. You know, Dan, actually, I think I cracked it.
Okay.
You know, it ties into what we talked about earlier.
Okay.
The reason Sid is here is because he had to bury her.
It's Sid walking out. What the hell did Aerith do anyway?
Veto.
I hear him.
I think.
I'll just throw that there.
Delta Sin.
I think when we see the scene in part 3, I think that we're gonna see Cloud's live burial be emotionless, and I think it's gonna cut between this moment where he's emotionless and the present where he's emotional, and I think you're gonna get that that reaction from him live, and it's not gonna be a reaction that we missed from here. It's gonna be him processing what he missed and what we missed live in part 3.
I like that.
So
yeah, I like that a lot.
I think that would play in very well too with like earlier when we see the Sephiroth impaling Aerith. We get that cut to the original, like, I think it was confirmed that what he's mouthing with the audio cutout is what he originally says, my eyes are burning. Like, he gives that speech, but it's muted. I don't know if you guys know if that's confirmed or not. I'm
pretty sure it was confirmed that he's
so
saying that.
He's saying that, and he's very emotionally charged there, whereas when he's like talking to normal Aerith, it doesn't seem as emotional, or normal Aerith, like the live Aerith, it doesn't seem like he's all that emotional. Perhaps we'll get the inverse of that. So like here we're seeing an emotionless Cloud, but maybe we'll get that like inverse in part 3 where we'll see a similar scene to this. And maybe we'll also see how it actually happened with the impaling. He fails to protect her, and we hear the iconic speech like my eyes are burning, all that. Like maybe we'll get those moments in 3, but we're just seeing the inverse of it right now. Like they'll tie it back to this, but instead of having the audio muted for the
Yes. No, I agree, man. Like having the emotional weight and the impact being at the Forgotten Capital upon the return, like on the water altar, like getting that projection. And that's when Cloud processes it. I like that. Really good. Good stuff, guys. Delta Sin says that from Audrey's Ultimania translation, that's over on Twitter, Audrey Awesome. The party seems to be sitting at the edge of a lake where Aerith should have been laid to rest from the original game. Yeah. that's not where she was laid to rest in the original game, though. Anyways. This is there you go. I like the emotional impact will be later. So
now I just am imagining them dragging her body up those freaking stairs.
In the original game?
I never really thought about how...
Man, that's a lot of stairs to be carrying this.
That
a lot of stairs to carry this woman.
Whereas you had a perfectly good body of water down here, bro. Why didn't you chuck her?
And look at this. Yo, check this out. And tell me that this is not... Tell me this isn't Genova.
Oh, yeah, dude, I felt the same way. Even in the original. She's so creepy here.
And he gets the Genova righted. He gets it. Boom. He gets hit with it. And then he looks over.
And there she is. Yep.
And I swear to you, that music sounds like Genova music, but it's in a different key. It's like doom doom boom 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 boom, and like it's playing like this different key, but it sounds Genova-ish. And like, so tell me that the last chapter wasn't the foreshadowing of this very thing. Like, the last chapter literally tells you that she would take, or it would take the form of loved ones dead, past, or whatever, like, telling you that this is what Genova is capable of, and then here she is. So I do believe, like, everything that Cloud saw before this, like where Aerith reaches up, touches his face, all of that, that's Aerith. This is not. That ain't Aerith. That's Genova taking the form of somebody he loved. And then it almost seems like she's mimicking what Aerith would do. Like, I'll see you off. Like trying to best possible like mimicry here.
It's especially creepy given just like, because there's a couple ways you could look at this. So like her smiling for like when Cloud looks back at Tifa and she's standing there and just smiling at Tifa. So if we're looking at this from an interpretation that perhaps this Aerith or whatever doesn't recognize that she's dead, at the very least why would she not try to communicate? If it's Genova, she's just kind of playing along with Cloud's delusion here. There's not any way you could explain this to me where she should be looking like that at a grieving Tifa or an upset Tifa.
Yeah,
Even if she doesn't recognize that like she's being grieved. Like if this was some weird Aerith abstract whatever that isn't supposed to be Jenova, there's no way you could tell me that she would look at Tifa like that in a really clearly upset state and like smile. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't.
I think, yeah, this
doesn't compute.
This is so good to set up part 3, man. Like that's why I get a little bit more on board with it, because this is really going to set up a broken Cloud. But like,
yeah,
I do like how their little subtle, like he looks at Tifa and then looks as if he's looking at somebody and then nods and walks away.
We see Tifa looking at him, smile at nothing, basically.
Yeah, and Tifa's like, what? And then, all right, and she's just gonna slowly walk off here. Tifa, in my opinion, is going to be, and I think they've even said it. They've said it before. The developers saying that Tifa's going to have such a really important and big role in part 3. And for me personally, I think Tifa is one of the most interesting characters going into part 3, as far as the themes that I resonate with Final Fantasy VII. Like, this is going to be very interesting to see her journey on how she helps Cloud and how Cloud is going to help Tifa through all of this. So there's going to be, they're going to meet. They're going to finally meet in the middle here and find the acceptance and become like ready to do what they need to do. So, yep, they walk away from this. And Delta Sin references Ever Crisis. How this is sharing close parallels to how Jenova appears to young Sephiroth in Ever Crisis. I will be the first to admit I tried and I haven't been able to keep up with Ever Crisis. I know I need to go back and do just watch the story beats, because I know there's probably some really important stuff in there. And that sounds like it's kind of important. But yeah, it's close to how parallels to how Jenova would appear to young Sephiroth. And I do think this specific shot is Genoverith, but nothing after is what Joshi Pusa. That's funny. Yeah, because it does kind of beg the question of the Aerith that we see at the very end. Is that Jenova as well? So we're gonna have to.
I think it is.
You think it is?
Even though Red can sense her.
Yeah, that's.
Red senses her though. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's the only. But the thing is like it. We'll get to it when we get to it. I agree with that. But then again, Jenova preys on people's loved ones in that way. I mean, the Cetra literally said that it would take the form of the dead and seem familiar to people. Like, they say that in Chapter 13 when you're learning the exposition of Jenova. It'd be like, it would take the faces of our loved ones.
No.
So,
it's Rufus and Glenn. I forgot about this scene. But yeah.
It's very short, thankfully. This is not that long.
Yeah, I mean, but wouldn't that require like a robed figure or something like that? Why is Red though? I don't know.
No, I know, and that's the thing is that I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm absolutely positive it's Jenova, but I feel like barring that moment, everything else doesn't feel like how I would expect Aerith to interact in this moment. You know, like especially with how we know her. But we got a viceroy to deal with here.
The viceroy, the trade routes. We gotta talk about the trade routes with the viceroy.
I mean, this scene starts off kind of crazy. Rufus just thinking positively on his dad, saying he was quite the man, is kind of a crazy start to this fight. It's like, all right, let's start with something that already could be extremely unpacked. But we're just going to move on from that. Yeah, like the first thing Rufus says, like you'll see a little flashback thing for a second of him thinking about his dad. He goes, I must admit, you were quite the man.
You were quite the man.
It sounds almost sarcastic though. Like almost like angry.
Does it? Like, I don't know. This is one of the case. I think because he's alone, it's not. I mean, his relationship with his father is very.
He's looking out at what he built. Like, I mean, he's looking out the window at what his father kind of built, you know.
I think it might have actually been like a moment of like reflection, thinking about it positively, and I think that's what makes this scene kind of affect Rufus more because immediately Glenn comes in here and rips away any positive feeling he could have had about his father by saying that all he's doing is finishing off his dream. Like he's doing that. So, and he calls him a rich kid, which I thought was funny.
Which is a callback to chapter 4. When he says rich kids, like Viceroy or what was it? Not the Viceroy, but like Saruf. He says Saruf is a rich kid, I think. So like
yeah,
him.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
Which
I mean, this whole scene basically like confirms it because Rufus says Saruf might have showed up if he spent more money on the set, and then Glenn's like, "Yeah, rich kids like things just so."
And he does this. He gestures.
Yeah, I mean, it's confirmation that Rufus is Saruf. I mean, what more do we need? But yeah.
I also, sorry, Dan, you go.
No, go ahead.
No, I just like that Rufus just recognizes exactly what Glenn was doing. Like, he was like, yeah, I know that this plot. And the moment he calls him on it, Glenn just kind of like, I think he claps or he chuckles a bit, and then immediately just like shit becomes unhinged. Like now Glennaroth shows up. Glennarothova, actually. It's like
Glennarothova.
Glennarathova's here. Yeah, Glennovaroth. Yeah, so they're all here, and they're just totally. And I like how freaked out Rufus looks in this moment. Actually, like he's kind of like taken back first. Yeah, I mean he's confronted with obviously his past, but he's also dealing with something that could totally mess up his plans for the future. It's like his past, present, and future are all coming here to like fuck with him all at once, and I think it's really like just like watching him react and ultimately deciding to just I'm just gonna. And so anyway, I started blasting. Is his ultimate?
Anyways, he started blasting, right?
Yeah. So anyways, I started blasting. That's his ultimate like defense, which I think kind of speaks to who Rufus is. He seems like the pragmatic type, but I feel like when push comes, he's just gonna shoot first, ask questions later. Like he called out this weird Glenn figure on what he was doing, and the moment the jig was up, he gets spooked and he shoots him. To me, it's just like showing where Rufus is at right now. Like he's just gonna take action at whatever means necessary to preserve his mission and his goal. So I don't know, it's just weird seeing like Rufus get panicky. We don't really see this side of him often. So
yeah, and of course this scene starts with him thinking of his dad, which it's supposed to like kind of tie in with what Glenn is doing here. But Delta Sin says I think Glenn was also manipulating President Shinra too. I actually don't know about that, which is a very interesting like way to think about it. Like even President Shinra was under the influence of Sephiroth. I think President Shinra was just a bad dude. Like I think he was just a very just a bad person. But Glenn, Sephiroth uses Glenn, like the form of Glenn, even though Glenn is dead, long dead, because of how closely personal it is for Rufus. To kind of get under his skin a little bit there. I think Glenn was just basically Sephiroth takes on the form of Glenn just to mess with Rufus. Anyways, the plan is in motion, and we are setting up part 3. With there's going to be a war. We want to remind everybody playing this game and this epilogue as we're getting out of it, the ending after the ending after the ending, but we're showing that there's a war about to take place. The resistance elements are in play. They're more fired up than ever, and we're about to get to a full scale, all out war in part 3. And on top of that, we're gonna have the war. We're gonna have Meteor. We're gonna have it's just going to be chaos coming up. So it's gonna be a world of chaos coming up in part 3. So that's what this whole scene is basically to kind of play out, is just to say, hey, I was distracting you from Sephiroth. The promised land will become a reality. A father's dream accomplished by his son.
Yeah, so clearly this is a reference to President Shinra and Rufus, but it's ironic that it's delivered by Glenn with an overlay of Sephiroth. You know, the implication being another father-son reference. Glenn leaving Shinra, wanting to stop them, and his son achieving it. Sorry, Dan. Bro, this is way too on the nose to be anything other than what it is. So,
I mean, I make it a joke, but it's Glenn is probably the daddy. You know, Glenn, you're the father. You know, DNA results are at.
Yep.
I mean,
you got back child support to pay, homie.
Yeah, it's definitely very, like you said, on the nose here. I mean, we're a father's dream accomplished by his son, and it's like, okay. I mean, really, dude. It was kind of weird that it's Glenn and Sephiroth kind of merging, or at least I don't know. Well, I was like, yo, Glenn, are you the father of Sephiroth? What's that? That's not true. That's not true. But anyways, the way it's framed, you know, Rufus says, "I'm gonna kill you." You know,
Rufus, shut the hell up.
Shut up, dude. I want the real
this
thing.
Is exactly how Lee reacted to the planetologist of hype earlier. He was like, "Nah, blam 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 blam
blam blam."
Blam.
I really got to go back and watch that. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's crazy.
Man, bro, Lee, when you jumped into the water and started swimming, I lost it, bro. I lost it.
I wish I heard your reaction. Dude. I was too busy swimming. I was too busy. I was actually swimming. If you notice, I came back a little like sweaty and wet. You know.
Oh my
Yes, I
god.
did. You had a little ketchup there too, I think.
An imitation
Ketchup.
is all
What are you
you
talking
deserve, Rufus. And then, there you go. He's just gonna shoot him in the back, just like old times.
Just like old times.
But this, you know, of course, a really weird like roll. And then a sit up and whoa, bro.
Bro, it's like a Mo jump scare.
It's strange that the
When's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? Oh! I get a little. It's like it's all about the tension. It's all about maybe pre-release. I thought premature. No. When's it gonna be? No more jumps. Oh my god!
MJ Gallagher here. You may know me.
MJ Gallagher, love you, man.
I wasn't sure how long you were gonna keep that big on. Like, Dad, it's 2:13 a.m.
It really is, bro. We need to get going.
Man.
We need to get going here. Hey, we get a shot of that war that's happening within the live stream, and look at this, man. It's like freaking Battle of the Bastards right now. We got like the freaking whole army coming at them, and they're just circling them. The weapons are under attack. What is this? The orbs start to glow.
It's something.
Bro.
I have no idea what to make of this, other than they almost look like the two worlds merging. I don't know, like in the true nature of reality thing that we watched maybe like 7 hours ago, but like it was they look like the two
That's
worlds
something
about
they do,
to
Dan.
Yeah.
That's something they do.
And that's something that they do though. So, but I wonder if these weapons, which I believe were created in the moment, right? These are brand new weapons. We haven't seen the actual weapons yet. I don't, these are just little baby weapons. These are little like, hey, we need to create, the planet's like, I need to do something. They killed my harbinger of fate. Like that was, I don't know what to do. We need to protect these two orbs, these two things, right? And we got to protect them at all costs.
You gotta. That's the only way you can make new Tifas, bro.
This is the only way you can do it, man.
It happened in Chapter 9.
She was reborn. She was reborn. So
I can't believe that. Yeah, you guys really pointed out that she just manifests as a body of light and then just is there.
Dude,
Like,
she materializes. What is that? Nobody's talking about that enough. Aerith materializes out of the.
Can we get more talking about materialized Tifa, please?
Theory cast. Let me make some notes here.
Yeah, theory cast. No, we're done with Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth after this. It's like we got the Afterbirth rewards. It's maybe, I don't know. We'll see if there's a demand. If there's a demand.
Am I allowed to demand it? I think I'd like one last goodbye.
I feel like we
needed
need
an
it,
excuse
man.
to show the melon video.
And we need to, the melon. We need to have some outtakes. We need to have the the awards. What was our best music? I know people have been asking about that. Best like character moments. These are the Afterbirth award show. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
I knew you were gonna say it.
So
best beating by a real life person on another real life person. I think I might have that one secured.
Best beating of a real life person.
Yeah. Best battle. Wait, am I allowed to vote myself for best battle?
Yeah.
Like any Afterbirth.
Dragoon King versus Planetologist.
Yeah.
All right, so now here we are with some profound words of Zack waking up in the church. Where is he? This is the only world that we do not see a stamp to indicate where he's at. So there's no.
So you decide.
Nah, I couldn't have dreamt that. It felt way too real, is what Zack says here. And he's going to say, well, if worlds can merge, who's to say they can't do it again?
Yes, sir. I got that one down. So, I mean, obviously, that's just blatant foreshadowing. He'll be in part 3. Expect to play as him. And be part of the story.
Yeah.
There can be some interludes, you know.
Yeah, it's blatant foreshadowing. Hey, yo, Zack will return. It's like at the end of an MCU. Zack will return in part 3.
Zack will return 100%.
Nibelheim the next day. We got all the robed individuals here, and they're starting to make their journey north.
Yes,
this
sir.
was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
Here they go. Like all of the robes. Is that Roche? That's Roche, right? If I remember correctly. No. Do they show Roche again? I feel like
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing him here.
But it's cool that we'll see Roche again in part 3 and most likely at the Whirlwind Maze. And you know, maybe he's like hanging out with Cloud, who's also in a robe, and they'll be just like kind of having a good time together. Like, reunion, my friend. It's like, yeah, reunion, yeah.
Wait. What if Hojo's doing though? That might be messed up. Only because when Rufus, in the beginning of this chapter, Hojo says that he wants to experiment with song more or less. Rufus goes, "Don't worry about that. I think you have plenty of material."
You got plenty of material.
And they show Roche just convulsing in the back.
Oh god, man, poor Roche, dude.
We're gonna get a Fiend Roche boss battle in part 3.
Oh man,
it's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Good Roche, man. Fun fact: they wanted to give him
Roche.
Good old Roche, man. They wanted to give him a fitting death. Kazushige Nujima. It's so late, dude. I'm so tired. Wanted to write him off as a fitting death, but then they ended up circumstances happened, and now he's a robe figure, and he's destined for part 3. So they wanted to give him a death, but we're gonna get to see him again, and which is awesome because I want to see Austin Lee Matthews back for the whole trilogy. So really cool. Yeah, they're gonna be together again at the Whirlwind Maze, just hanging out. You know, two droning fools in a robe.
Drone and robes.
Drone and robing, robing and droning, bro.
Did you guys catch Sid in this scene? He's like humming the Final Fantasy 1 theme.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yes.
That was a cool little.
Yeah, good nod there.
I saw criticisms on Sid in this scene. Like, I feel like I was seeing people saying things about. I feel like didn't Block Sheep or somebody. I don't want you, but I feel like somebody pointed this scene out specifically, saying that they felt that this is really tonally weird. But I feel like this is super fitting for Sid's character. In this moment, like him being like, "So what was she up to?" Or what was it? What's his exact thing? I know I wrote it down.
What did she actually do, or something like that?
Yeah, it was like, So what did Aerith actually do anyway?
Yeah.
I love that like response to this whole situation, because it just seems, first of all, it kind of shows just how emotionally not in tune he is as a person. Like, and we got glimpses of that in 13, but also it's just honestly a good question, because I think everybody isn't 1000% sure what's going on right now. So somebody's got to ask the question. So he's me. You got it. Sometimes
What
you just
the
got
hell is going on?
Right. You need that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he's suited to be a good leader, because he doesn't get terribly emotional over things, and he also is always asking the best question about what to do. I think in chapter 13, when they reunite with Kate or whatever, he's asking a question that more or less is similar. It's like, so what's the next step? And Yuffie's like, dude, read the room. Like, we need him.
I mean, somebody's got to be that guy who breaks the silence. It's Sid.
Which I like. I think it's in line with this character. It can't always be Barrett. Barrett is very hurt by this loss here, clearly. So, like, he's still doing his part. He's helping with the Bronco.
Yeah.
But Sid's just acting as the, like, we need to just.
What's next? I think this is very accurate. Like, I think this is everybody's acting very accurately, in my opinion. Like, Tifa, Barrett, Red, they're the ones, and maybe even Yuffie over there. They're the ones that are, emotionally impacted by this. Reeve, Kate Sith, they had a connection with Aerith, but it wasn't like as like they formed a bond. So. And Kate Sith just naturally wanting to be an entertainer, kind of like trying to lighten the move, trying to move past it in a way. And then you got Sid, of course, he's going to be the one to break the silence. He's going to be the one, he's working on his airship. He loves his airship, right? That's his happy place. So it makes sense to me. He's humming a tune. It's not like he's humming the freaking Gold Solid, boom, 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 boom. Like he's humming a Final Fantasy 1 theme. That's awesome.
Dude, no, I think
and we got Aerith standing there right now. Now this is an interesting one, because I know you said earlier you were like I still think this is Genova. I don't think so.
I think it could be.
Yeah.
This is where it's weird, because if this was actually Aerith, her like responding with the giddy response, like the arm up after they fix it just doesn't make sense to me. So this isn't showing to anybody. She's not even getting on the thing. Like, it just feels to me, when we've seen Aerith in comparable situations to this, right? She feels like she's very, I don't want to say like too serious, but at the same time, like, she knows what's going on. She's grounded. I mean, if that just, it feels almost like imitation to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the only person who's there to see this is Cloud. And when we see he is looking over, there's a shot that comes up of him looking over at the Bronco, and Aerith is, like going around looking with the party, doing whatever. So it almost feels like to me that it's like selling this idea of who she's imitating to me. But again, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm absolutely sold on that, because the goodbye she says at the end, the touch on Red, that all lends itself to it being Aerith.
This right here feels very, very, very much like
this
the
feels
Aerith
to me.
Yeah. And then like the way she's like send up smoke, like haha, yeah. And then like, and she's kind of going by, not paying her respects. She's the one. that would be crazy. No,
herself.
You all dead. I'm actually alive. Y'all crazy. But no, like she's kind of going by, stopping by, checking on Tifa and
That's
Red.
The Bloodhound timeline.
In fact, everybody's dead and I'm the only one left. Y'all crazy right now.
That's on some poodle stamp.
Yo,
okay.
Can I just say, how do we have 102 people watching right now, bro? This is crazy.
Wild to me, man. And we're at freaking 2:24 a.m. I want to say thank you to everybody tuning in right now. And the funny, the craziest part about this, we have Tylor doing live art.
Dude's been here the whole time.
Doing this,
that's why
this
people are watching.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tyler. We
Here for
appreciate
us.
you. Tyler carried the stream. Listen, somebody had to do it. Hats off, bro. We appreciate you.
I'm still here.
I'm still here.
I can't. Dude.
Are you trying to hang in till the end of the stream? That's crazy. Oh my god, I love it. I love it so much. And then like we have people in chat who've been here since the beginning. That's wild to me as well. But thank y'all so much for hanging in there and supporting, having fun with us. Yeah, so this is where it get kind of crazy here, y'all. We got Cloud brings out I skipped a pretty important stuff here. Because I believe that the Aerith we see here is the Aerith kind of that Cloud can see. We're peering through the looking glass. We can see, like, and I think Aerith is kind of moving along here in that spiritual realm, and she's just kind of like visiting, like almost saying goodbye to each one, kind of checking on them, like in a way. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then,
not unlike Advent Children, even, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, she even physically interacts with them in Advent Children.
Right. Watching,
you know, when he's fighting Bahamut.
Watching from a spiritual like place. But then that's I don't know, I'm gonna watch the scene play out again, but I always felt like she was a little bit weird. And this is going to Dragoon King after the glitch, after this part here. So Cloud sees her. Everything's okay. This is Cloud looking at that world. He looks at the clear materia. God, there's so much to talk about with the clear materia. And then he puts it down. And then, whoa, what is this? The black materia.
How'd that get there?
The hell? Boom. And then glitching out hardcore Genova riding freaking what? The reunion. And then he gets up. This is cool. He fuses it with his sword. I don't know if that's like necessarily like, maybe that's just a normal thing that materia does. Cause I mean, hey, my Buster Sword has a lot more than just 2 slots. So maybe it's just we're slotting it. So
that's what I think.
Yeah.
It reminds me of how we see it in Advent Children when,
yes,
like
they
you see
put
it
it
like
into their
Laz and
arm.
Yazoo, but they're able to pull it out like that. So assuming that because they're what they are, that they can just put it directly into themselves. I just imagine that for a weapon like this, it would just be something similar.
Yeah.
I don't know if putting in like for example a green materia would cause this green ripple effect though on a weapon. That might just be the black materia's effect on the weapon. You know what I mean? Like that that corruption look.
Yeah.
That could be just the black materia.
Anybody else like picturing Cloud like going up to Sephiroth encased in that crystal and then like just kind of piercing through it, and then that's when the black materia kind of forms around Sephiroth. What?
That'd be dope.
Yeah. So he's gonna bring that black materia to Sephiroth. It's happening.
So I gotta lend my power to Goku in the corner here.
Everybody give Tylor power. He needs power. It is 2:28. We need to give Tylor power. We need to go Super Saiyan. Everybody just in chat, I need you to just write like just like a bunch of
lend me your energy.
Yeah,
there
just we need to do it.
My energy, bro.
Just blow it up.
Yo, that spirit
blow it up.
Massive.
Blow it up. Here, start. I'll start it.
I'll
start it. Everybody do it. There we go. Just give him the energy he needs. Give him the power. Look at him go.
Dude,
Tylor, you're getting powered up. It's over 9,000.
Wait. From this perspective, it looks like Goku's about to lob the spirit bomb right at Zack.
Like, little did he know.
What? He's about to dunk it on.
Look at all that power, Tylor. Look at all that power. Oh, he's getting Thank God for Control Z. Thank God for Control Z.
I'm just waiting to watch like the spirit bomb just go down to where he was. It's like just that. Just that little bit of confirmation. I can't believe
Tylor telling a story through his art without even using words. I love it. Shout out to Alex Maddox. Another super chat. Showing that support. Tossing the gill. Thank you so much. Says the best music of the chapter is playing right here. One of the best in the game. Also, great job, Tylor, on the drawings. Oh my god. That's incredible, dude.
Bro,
all right.
Subtext said Zach constantly finding new ways to die.
He got a spirit bomb.
guys, that wasn't Goku. That was actually just a Shinra infantryman with a spirit bomb. It was like, guns ain't working. Lend me energy.
Oh my god.
So anyway, yeah. So Cloud's here.
Oh god, hold on
All
a
right.
second. Delta sent me
Cloud sees
something.
the rift.
Did you see my text, by the way? I don't know if you ever.
I don't know if I did yet. Hold on. Let me get to it. Delta sent me something. And I already, all I saw was the image. And I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. He said, I think chat will like this one. Here it comes. Oh. Here it comes. I gotta send the image. Here it comes.
I was dead.
And then the
human machinist himbo.
Himbo. Oh god. The live stream flows like a eternal river of Mountain Dew inside the planet. The live stream flows like eternal river of Mountain Dew. Oh, that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. Cloud's dad. All right, so back to this. We're almost done, y'all. We're almost done. We're almost there. We're almost there. Because a lot of this is...
This is supposed to be kind of somber. Like,
Huh?
we're talking about Goku and Mountain Dew. Oh, now, who the hell is that now?
That's me.
That's you?
That's how I'm feeling.
That's how we're almost there. Jesus
I'm almost
Christ.
there.
Is this Zach getting blasted away with the spirit bomb? I can't tell what he's trying.
He's toast. He's toast. He's toast.
Anyway, yeah. So Cloud, he's got
Back
that
to
black
the
materia.
analysis. Yeah, he's got the
so
black
it's-
materia. He fused it to his Buster Sword. We got to take a moment, talk about the clear materia. I feel like this has been a horse that's been beaten. All right, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit. I think I'm going to tell you guys a story. I'm going to tell you a story about how I was so excited about this theory I had, where I wrote this freaking, like, document, like, pages and pages of, like, oh, man, they're going to fill it with the hopes and dreams. And then, of course, I watched a podcast. Which one was it? I think it was the one that, like, Night Sky Prince, Baby Seal, Max dude was on. And then I think they threw that out there. They were like, oh, they're going to fill the orb with the hopes and dreams and everything. I was like, ah, dude, I wrote like a freaking 10-page freaking theory. And then I'm like, well, I'm not going to post it now because then it just seems like I took the idea. So I credit that podcast, and they were talking about filling it with the hopes and dreams, and like basically that being the way. And now I'm kind of taking this off on my own, or I don't know what worlds have merged now in my brain, but I take it off on my own here where I say that this clear material, when they fill it with oh god, dude, I want to like it's a whole theory I wrote, but when they fill it with the hopes, dreams of everybody on the planet, and I'm going to play this as a way to close out the show. I'm going to close out the show with this montage I made. All right, so get excited about that. It comes in a little loud at times and then a little quiet at times. I didn't balance the audio, and that's why it never got posted. But I'm gonna play it at the end, where it's like decipher my theory type thing, right? The power of hopes and dreams. You put that into this orb, right? And then at the end of the OG, when they're at the core and they got Sephiroth in front of them, but behind him is the core of the planet, and he says, Cloud says, "Come, planet, show us your answer." And like this is our hopes, dreams, blah blah blah. And then like Barrett goes, not only Aerith, not only holy from Aerith, but Avalanche's prayer. And like everybody, this is everybody's hopes and dreams, everybody's prayers into this orb here it is, planet. Show us your answer. You know, like, answer us. We're good for you. And it kind of goes back to my theory that I was talking about where Sephiroth is good for the planet. And we're like, the planet's like, no, I like this guy. But then it's like, no. Here's why he's not good for you. Here's our response. Side with us type thing. I don't know. Something like that. I'll play it at the end. It's an incomplete theory.
You're making
but I'd love
Holy
to
sound
see
like
it
a
one
spirit
day.
bomb.
It is.
Like, it's just lend me your energy, but it's just lend me your memories.
Lend me your memories.
Yeah, I'm just imagining.
Look
Goku
at
is
he's got
also the last
he's got him on the ground like the Dragon Balls. That's good. That's real good.
I was about to say Zach got Yamcha, but now he's drawing an act. Wait, is this? I saw somebody say that was Wily before Yamcha came, and now I want. Can I be the Yamcha pose? Is this the three of us now? Just after, yeah, this is the panel. 60
Which one am I gonna
analysis.
be? Which one am I? You know, I can't wait to find out. You know, I mean, so we got Excalibur on the bottom right, and is that you up there in the top left?
No, the inverse.
Inverse.
So,
okay.
Because Wily was somebody said that was Wily at first.
Okay.
And,
I was the one casting the spirit bomb.
Oh, okay, you were
still
casting the spirit bomb. This is what we looked like after you told us, hey, you want to be in my silly podcast series? It shouldn't be that long, maybe 14 episodes. Like 16 episodes later and 60 plus hours later, and this is me and Wiley after that.
After the first episode, yeah, I'd like to keep those podcasts down to about 2 hours apiece. Are you guys cool with that?
yeah, that was real cute. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, guys, that was a great first episode, but you know, maybe we could just like we'll get better at it, you know.
We'll get better at keeping it shorter.
Right, we'll make it shorter, 3 hours most.
3 hours most.
Boy, was that a lie.
All right,
I'm
so
pretty
here
sure
we go.
Our shortest episode is just short of 3 hours. Anyway, so yeah.
So Aerith says you have to promise not to look up, and of course, you know I'm gonna have to look up though, right?
I love that Barrett says that.
And Barrett was like, "Now I gotta look." And there's nothing up there. So this is Cloud peering through the looking glass, right? We got Cloud being able to see a different world that is not his own, or it's just an illusion. He's even saying it's not real, it's just an illusion. It's either Cloud peering through the looking glass and being able to see either a different world being ripped apart or about to end, because that's what it symbolizes, that rift in the sky symbolized, or he's looking up and that's his own consciousness freaking fractured, because we do get to see that same style design, that same rift that goes through in the OG. That's everybody's pointed that out by now. That's nothing original, but that could be Cloud's mind that's fractured. It could be the planet that I was talking about earlier. The planet itself, its psyche is fractured. It could be that only Cloud can see that this world is about to end and nobody else can. What do you guys have any thoughts on this rift in the sky?
I don't know of anything about this, but I'm seeing comments of multiple saying that Sid can see the rift. I didn't know this.
Where did you guys get that?
Yeah, I want to know where you guys got that too. I don't know if you know this, but I like Sid. So,
I mean, listen, if Sid can see the rift, then it changes the context of his line about what Aerith do anyway, because it means he could probably see her right there too.
Yeah, I don't know. Sid, I don't
like that's.
I don't know where you guys are getting that.
I don't know if he necessarily
is that a
sees,
joke?
Like that he would have to see Aerith, but I hope he can. Let my boy actually.
It would change the line.
It doesn't make
weird
any sense
and
to
inappropriate to at least having a new context.
I don't know,
but
man.
I don't know.
They're onto something. Let check.
Oh, okay. So the original like scrap material found in the PC files, not in the final, is saying that Sid could see it. Yeah, you know that's why they're scrapped.
I wonder what that was the direction. The duality of man, but why? Well, that's why it's not here.
That's why it's not here. Hey, you know what I mean? Like,
hey, let's ponder. We need to pad out the other 7 hours. Let's. Six of those could go to why would Sid be able to see the rift? But you know, guess I'm not the host, Dan.
I went to the bathroom earlier and I decided to go to the bathroom because I wanted to take that out of the script. Otherwise, I could go right here on stream, but you know, I took it out. That's why it's out of the script. You know what I mean? I drew a picture the other day and I don't want to show it because it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to.
Dude, it's because they're both blonde.
It's because they're got it. I thought real hard.
I thought that hardest think of the night. So
Barrett says, "Just remember, we got a lot riding on this, and that's a load you best be ready to carry." Well, I thought you were here to take the load off my shoulders, Barrett. So Barrett, but I like this. I really like that. It was a very like kind of emotional thing where it's like Barrett's been seeing Cloud kind of going through some crazy stuff throughout this entire game, and he's like, man, you know. You better be ready for this, because you're not very reliable, and we're already kind of planting the seeds. If Barrett very close with Cloud, they've developed this friendship, this bond, but you can kind of see the seeds of distrust. You can see this, like, Barrett's like, you're just one more stupid thing away from me just saying, I don't want nothing to do with you. And that's probably what's going to happen in part 3, where he's just like, you know, you can only take so much, so many things here. And of course, no heavy loads. Sid's like, no heavy loads.
Yeah, that seems that quote's a little sad in a weird way, because what triggered the heavy load was Vincent climbing aboard, so they had one more person. Now they're one less person, so the Broncos should be more than fine to handle this.
Damn. Man, man. Shout out to Tool Man with the tossing of the gill. Really appreciate that, Tool Man. It's been a long, arduous journey. We are 7 hours, approaching 8 hours, and the support is it's greatly appreciated, and I can't say thank you enough, Tool Man. You've been here since Chapter 1 review. Thank you for that. Most excellent series and finale. Cheers to the panel. Little Malco do for you. Thank you so much for that, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, so Tony Macaroni says, but that kind of indicates that this is not all in Cloud's head. And because Cloud was taken to different worlds, I don't see the reason why he wouldn't be able to see a different reality here. Oh, I must be not following something. Sorry. All right, so this is where I believe that the Aerith that Cloud is talking to right now, this doesn't seem like the Aerith. She seems like she's doing her best to kind of do an imitation of Aerith. I don't know, maybe.
It's weird, man.
Yeah.
It feels like I could see this being either way.
Because this is a callback. Because because if
well, why wouldn't Jenova be able to do, like, in order to take the form of somebody, shouldn't Jenova know?
Yes, right. Like to mimic to mimic those memories, to like literally pull from material. She's not able to create new material. I wouldn't say she's got to pull from material. So this is a callback to chapter freaking 8, I believe, 9 in remake, when she's like, he's gonna be like, you okay, gonna be okay getting back?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, from something else. The playground, like in remake.
Right. I thought you were talking about the send up smoke thing. That's from chapter, and I thought that was a weird
That's
reference
another one.
to make here.
Another reference,
like, it just fell out of the blue. It's like it wasn't like 2000 Gil or whatever where they've done that throughout the story. That was a thing when they first met Sid. And then it sort of dropped pretty quick. So for her to make that reference, I'm like, why would she?
Yeah.
It's almost like just clamoring for straws. It's like, oh man, I'll just send up smoke. You remember that one?
Yeah.
I think it's her, man. I think it's her. I think Cloud's walking between worlds. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm not like set on it being Jenova.
The rift in the sky thing.
Me neither, for that matter.
I will say though, 1000%. The Aerith that was at the water burial, that's Jenova. This one, I'm not too sure. This could be. I'm good with either. Really.
Maybe they left it ambiguous like that, so that because before that Jenova moment, like that Generith, before we met Generith, before that, all like the weird Cloud only visions of Aerith, we were led to believe was always Aerith, like helping guide him and whatever during chapter 14. That fight they had with Sephiroth, all these Aeriths that he should have seen were just him. seeing her. I think those were all Aerith, but then we get Generith, and it's like, okay, this is very clearly not her. And maybe they made this scene purposely ambiguous like this so that we're not clear, because there's moments where I feel like she's just acting really weird, and it feels like she's trying too hard to be herself.
Yeah.
But then there's moments like where she's saying or doing things that just it wouldn't make sense for a manipulative Jenova to do.
Yeah,
Like,
and
why
I
would
don't
Jenova
think
say goodbye
I just
after
don't
they
think
leave.
Aerith would want to do this right now. I don't know, but at the end of Rebirth, FF7 Rebirth, it's unclear at this point in what capacity Aerith is appearing, as a living person, a spirit speaking from the livestream, or an illusion seen only by Cloud. Rebirth Ultimania. Thank you, Shinra Archaeology, for the translation there. And then, of course, another one here. This is FF7 Rebirth Director of Photography. Akama Yuki says that the game's ending movie, they showed the snowy mountains beyond the grassy plains in order to impart an open world feel, and makes the player wonder, oh, is that the Great Northern Cavity over there? Rebirth Ultimania. So, just cool little factoids there. But yeah, so she says, I'll send up smoke. And of course that means if you send up smoke, I'll come running. Like what Sid said. So, and then she says, thanks, I'll keep an eye out for it. And then we end it with, like, I do like this scene. And this is why I don't want it to be Jenova. Because I like this scene as this is Aerith. But she says, I'll put everything I've got into my prayers and I'll stop Meteor. But like it's the ending scene I'm talking about. And I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck. So
This also just feels way out of left
I
field.
will
for her
stop
to say that.
Sephiroth. Trust me. And like I think I put something. You promise? And then yeah, promise. A lot of promises being made here, but guess what? There's no promises that await. And there's also no promises to keep. So we close the door. We take off in a beautiful, beautiful scene. I love this scene a lot. Because it's very reminiscent of Aerith's key art, where she's looking up at the Highwind, but she's watching the tiny Bronco fly away, and that was kind of the key art's intentions, was to like be able to look up the Highwind and then make you feel like, oh man, she never got to board that, and now she's like watching the party fly away. You get the reunion flowers in focus. It just makes me feel like this shot here, and where she says goodbye. There's no way that's Jenova. Like, why would Jenova say goodbye after they've already left? So this is why I'm like, maybe it is. Just so there's.
When does she say goodbye? Is it when
right
she's
here.
still in shot? No. But like, what I mean is that, do we see her say it?
Right here. Yeah, she says it right here. Goodbye. As they're already in the sky.
Or is it when it fades to black? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, it was already happened.
Okay.
No
That's all I need to
promises
know.
await at Journey's End, and we have come to the end of the chapter. But oh crap! Well, I mean, we lost the footage, but we've come to the end of the chapter. But we still have to talk a little bit about that the credits, because there's actually something in the credits that is.
I have one thing to say.
Yes, go for it, Tyler.
Okay. So I drew these 3 years ago. Okay?
Yes.
Right here. This was 3 years ago. This
Ooh,
drawing.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm.
Very reminiscent.
Yeah.
When I saw the ending of Rebirth.
Oh,
I
wait a
flipped
second.
out.
I'm doing the math.
Because this is like this is like compositionally almost exact.
Yeah.
Him, I put a materia in his hand. And it's almost the same kind of landscape.
Yo,
dude, I
yeah,
flipped out.
dude. Besides
That's
the
crazy,
sword
bro.
position, you were like dead on, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah.
For a second,
So
I thought that.
predicted it.
Yeah, that's insane.
Future memories. Wow.
He's got the future memories, y'all. Tyler's got future memories. When you said 3 years ago, for some reason,
That's
I was
not
just
it.
like, oh, cool. But okay, it's not over. Here we go.
Wait,
Yeah, this is
there's
3 years
more.
ago.
There's more.
This was 3.5 years ago.
Oh, look at it flying away. Oh, my God. Look at it flying away.
And that's even like the tiny Bronco.
with the flowers in the foreground and like the looking. Oh wow, dude.
Yeah.
Did you say that's with the tiny?
All you gotta
Bronco?
say is no.
Did
no,
you say
it's like it's the tiny Bronco?
It's like it's the
away.
tiny Bronco. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude. No promises to keep. Let me just write that. And wait, at Journey's End, he's like, I just predicted the final shot of the game. Wow. Yo, and it even has like the flowers in the foreground, like that. That is really
even the
cool,
flowers.
Dude. Yeah,
I flipped out, man.
Bro, they
That
definitely
and
have your art hanging
even
up in the
cloud.
studio over there.
honestly, yeah. I don't know what needs to happen, but I would love to see some. And I'm not even saying this as because I'm like trying to hype him up or whatever. And I've already said at the top of the show that Tylor is one of my favorite the favorite artists right now. Dude, I hope you get an opportunity to do some official artwork for Square Enix for the
That'd
game.
be so cool.
Oh my god. I feel like you're well on your way,
cover
man.
art or something.
Yes, right. Like cover art or like any type of like actual official,
like a collector's edition or something.
Yes,
Man, that'd be so dope.
Oh, you deserve it, bro. And then like the whole, I keep coming back to it, like the whole thing where you're like, I like the bathed in light look. It is so Final Fantasy that this art style literally could be. I associate that with Final Fantasy. I know Expedition 33, you got that series going on, and that's so good. But it's like now I associate your art with Final Fantasy, and I think it has caught on with so many different fans within the fandom that I think they also like. I feel like this is becoming universal now. I hope it is, at least.
Huh.
I hope it is, man.
Man, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
I'm not saying it as like just like, oh, you're my guest, I'm trying to hype you up. No, dude, like I really, really truthfully mean that, dude. You are awesome. So, and not only that, but for the past freaking 8 hours, you've been doing art, and it's been incredible. And you know what? I'm into. We got Subtext. Subtext sent me a because we're gonna close out the show here very, very soon. Subtext sent me this one. No more. And here we go. Subtext. I don't know if you can hear that.
Rebirth. It's been really fun. Hey everybody, Subtext here. Daniel. Hey everybody, Subtext here. Daniel asked if I could do this video for this very special finale episode of Final Fantasy TV's months-long breakdown of FF7 Rebirth. It's been really fun to sort of follow along with all of this. I love the way you guys have done it in terms of having the surveys, so you have the community input and thoughts, baked directly into your conversation. I think it's been really cool. Probably my favorite part of the conversation so far has been the Dine conversation. I think, a lot of people, when it comes to that scene, they either like it or they don't like it. But I think you guys had a really rich discussion about it and really looked at it from a lot of different angles that I haven't seen people really, look at that scene through that lens before. So I really, really enjoyed that. In terms of my own thoughts on especially this chapter that you guys are discussing, obviously there's a lot of things that I can say since I did a 2-hour video about it. But I wanted to give sort of like a special treat to anybody who has seen the video. So one of the main thoughts in that video is that we're all building toward this synthesis, right? This, so, you have what a story is about, which is, you can have the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. So the thesis is, that what Remake tells us, right? That fate can be changed, right? And they're working toward changing fate. And Rebirth, I think, is all about the antithesis, that fate can't be changed. And so we see, Zack still dies in a couple different scenarios in a couple different worlds. Obviously, the thing that happens with Aerith happens. So more or less things seem like they're building toward what we expect. But the thing about synthesis is that it's essentially what a story is building to. So it's basically you reach the ends and neither the thesis nor the antithesis are correct, right? Like it's not just as simple as fate can be changed or fate can't be changed. I think we're heading toward some middle ground, some third idea. some synthesis about like what the game has to say about that. And I think what's really interesting about that is something that's been pointed out to me. One was through a comment that the final form of Genova in the original game was actually called Genova Synthesis, which is fascinating given my theory. But the other thing that I thought was really interesting is in this scene, and I thought about, I had it in my head to have it in my video, but I just forgot about it. Is, you know, when they're shopping, when Cloud and Aerith are shopping at the very end, every shop that they go to, you know, it looks like you can choose anything that's on that board, right? Like there's a menu of options. You can get the stamp, you can get the gum, you can get whatever. But no matter what you pick, the vendor gives you something that is off the table, a third option, something that you don't see in front of you, something you can't imagine. And they do that a couple times. So I think there's something really interesting in that metaphor of, you know, thinking that you know what you want and thinking that you can just choose it very cleanly, but instead you're going to get some third thing that you don't expect. And I think that's what all of this is building to, right? Like I think what we end up with is not quite what we all think is on the table in front of us. And it's going to be this sort of third surprise thing. Just like the vendors surprised us in this chapter. So that's my thought on chapter 14. Thank you for having me, and I can't wait to watch the episode myself. Bye.
That's awesome, dude. I really like that too.
Nice.
Thank you, Subtext. I love that Subtext, like, really edited together a really cool video there. That was a good video. Thanks, man. You should just publish that, honestly. That's a good point. Yeah, go ahead and publish that. So... and another one coming from Subtext here. I gotta play this one as well, and then we're gonna kind of get to the final part of our we're almost there, boys. We're there. All we gotta do now is go back to that thing I accidentally spoiled earlier. But hey, man, it's been so long, people forgot.
Yeah, I was about to say,
people forgot the rankings. They don't even know. I don't know what the rankings were.
I actually forgot you spoiled the rankings.
Yeah, I did. I spoiled the rankings earlier, but we got our rankings, we got our awards, and things like that for this chapter. So we're at the home stretch. We're almost done here, and here we go. This one also comes from Subtext. He's going to do the analysis for us on the credits because he has this cool video that he posted on Twitter, and otherwise I would just be quoting exactly what he says. So let's just capture that real quick. Here we go, and then bring that over here, put that there. I don't know, we'll just do it this way. All right, so here we go. Whoa, that's not right. Wait a second. Spoilers?
Oh, hell no, I can't watch this.
Oh man, we gotta hold up on the spoilers, everybody. All right, no. Look at that. So he says, want to know the absolute weirdest thing about the end of Rebirth? Check out the end credits. There are big gaps. Every scene with our party is removed until the very last shot. Even the credits are the unreliable narrator. So there's some big gaps in the timeline here within the credits itself. We're missing things, and this is you know, we're missing parts where like the Aerith burial, that's gone because it's right after right there, right? We missed that entire sequence, and it's a noticeable gap. And then we go over to, of course, yeah, Glenn.
Thank God we got Viceroy.
Yeah, we got you. Thank God. And then we missed another noticeable gap here. That was the whole thing we were just talking about. Like fusing the black materia into the sword. All of that stuff is noticeably missing. So interesting. I just kind of wanted to point that out. Thank you, Subtext, for that. Okay, cool. Now, Let's get on to our rankings.
Hey everybody, subtext here. Daniel asked if I could do this video.
Little jump scare, subtext jump scare. We're almost there. We're almost there, boys.
Bro, you can't just drop him there. Then I need context. I need context, please. You need context for my subtext. You just drop them on me randomly.
Context.
Jump scare.
I'm changing my name to Context. Con-TXT. What are you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do about that subtext? All right. Come at me, bro. All right, here it is. Here's our rankings. You guys ready for this? This is where our official... Should we go person by person and then into the final? Yeah, let's go person by person. It's been 8 hours. I wonder if our opinions have changed.
Nope.
Nope.
No, I don't know, man. My opinion changes all the time. Actually, I have a lot of opinions.
I got a lot of opinions, man.
When we do the review and analysis 1 year anniversary 4-month video series, we'll see how my re-rank goes from there. That'll be the great re-rank.
Oh,
or the greater re-rank. We already had the great re-rank.
Yeah, we did, but this, yeah, I might have made some adjustments to my ranking, so I don't care. All right, I made some adjustments. I don't care. It's my show. I do what I want.
Privileges.
It's my show. I can do what I want, man.
Post privilege.
Okay.
Mom, Ben's cheating on the live stream.
Poor form. Very poor form.
Poor form.
Very poor form. All right, here we go.
Dad made the rules and then broke them.
All right, so last week, here's some context. All right, last week, I'm holding the wall now. I'm holding myself up. It's too late. Last week I had ranked Where Angels Fear to Tread. I ranked that at number 1. I think I might have been mistaken, y'all. All right, I think I might have been mistaken. What? The hype got to me. So I dropped that down to number 3. Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something crazy like, yeah. So I dropped it down to 3.
It's actually last. I don't know what I was thinking. So this is where I've kind of fallen with my ranking on this chapter. And the crazy thing is we spent 8 hours talking about this chapter. Part of me feels like it deserves to be higher up on the list. It deserves to be higher. And I got it right below Fall of a Hero, above Fool's Paradise, because anything that's below right now, I'm like, all right, it's exactly where it needs to be. It could maybe edge out the Fall of a Hero, but then there's moments in Fall of a Hero that I really, I just enjoy. I think End of the World is kind of a mess. And like even in hindsight, even in the 100th time watching the scenes, even in the replay that I just did, I still feel like this is kind of a mess. There's it's really convoluted. It needs part 3. So this chapter relies a lot on part 3 in my opinion, and it's just incomplete. So that's why I put it right here, midway through almost, at number 8. So, for audio listeners, my ranking goes... God, if you're an audio listener and you've listened to 8.5 hours, that's crazy. Where did you drive to?
Dude, the planetologist audio with no
Oh, that's
video.
going to be fantastic!
The context being missing for that has got to be...
The brotherly... brotherly...
Bro, just this beating
isn't forced optional. It's just forced.
Anyway,
I got chapter 9, 4, 13, 2, 10, 12, 1, 14, 6, 8, 7, 5, 11, 3, and I won't do that again because I know you're not going to be able to keep up. We're going to scroll over to Excalibro. Excalibro, you have End of the World also at number 8. You have it Under the Long Shadow of Shinra, chapter 11. All right, so what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah. Man, you know what? I had a lot of trouble ranking this one. I had it higher, I had it lower, and then this is funny. I couldn't decide. I was literally down to like the last minutes leading up to the stream, and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, it goes right there. So I put it in the middle. Like I could not be objective about it. So I had to be objective in a different way where I just decided to put it in the middle of the pack, man.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have the gameplay and the exploration and some of the other stuff that makes some of these other chapters great. But it does have some of my favorite moments. Definitely has my favorite boss fight. And yeah.
Just
subtext.
lack of box throwing.
Listen, what makes 11 great, okay, is Vincent.
Yeah,
can we
do another 7 hours on 11?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like 11 just has a lot of great stuff to it. So,
yeah.
Like, forget about the box throwing. You got to forgive something in every chapter, and that was 11.
I mean, that's so inoffensive. You don't even have to do. Oh well, no, some of it you have to do. Never mind, it can be offensive. I thought we were talking about the stupid elevator box throwing segment, like that. The birth of forced optional.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go over to the Dragoon King. Over here with Dragoon King, you have it at number 10.
I do.
Your list is the most interesting of us, I believe.
That's a really kind way to say
yeah.
your list fucking sucks, bro.
yo, that is that's interesting. That's a bold choice, man. That's a bold choice. Very interesting.
Right. Okay.
Very interesting.
If it's any consolation, it almost beat 9, which I know in this panel was not a consolation.
No.
So, all right, I'm gonna explain my piece real quick. Simply put, I always preface this by saying I love every chapter. Just the thing is that there's a few factors for me personally. Story is always a big factor, and that weighs heavily. But also, I'm just a guy that I love this game so much. I revisit it a lot. This is just not one of those. This is actually the first time I revisited this chapter.
Yeah.
Since I beat the game.
It's a whole lot of stuff happening, man.
Yeah, like it's the type of thing where if I was in the mood to like do this boss gauntlet again, like I'm down for it. Does this chapter have some really interesting moments? It's the same thing I feel about 9. It's a chapter that like both of those chapters have really great story moments. But they're just not that fun for me to play personally. Like they're just this one actually, and the reason it almost edged out 9 was I enjoyed doing all the fights in this more than having to deal with the damn mushrooms. So that's a whole other rant I'm not going to get into. Then you're gonna start singing and make me feel bad. Just
oh no!
yeah. So before we do that, I'm gonna just say
you just suck at video games.
yeah, exactly. So I don't know. For me, like this. All right.
I will say, hold on, Lee. I will say after I sung that song, I had thought about like almost the entire podcast. I was like, wow, I really just told Lee he sucks at video games.
Damn, it's all good, bro. It's all good.
I was like, that was kind of rude right after he gave his reasoning why.
No, it's so funny. I don't care, man. I'll take a hit. I mean, I just beat the shit out of your friend.
I'm gonna play that. Like, oh wait, no, I already promised a different video. I was gonna play that at the end, but I promised a different one.
What the hell was I gonna say? Oh right. So, the only thing I'm gonna say about this chapter though is that because of, again, I've touched on it before, but like the time of my life that this chapter or this game came out in, this chapter did tie in with a lot of themes that hit close to home where I was like feeling headspace wise, like. It was honestly almost like therapeutic in a weird way. And I said this to Wiley, like back when we did like the chapter 3 or something, like analysis. I said to him, 14 is going to be really weird for me because like, as far as like what it is in the story, it's not up in my favorites.
Yeah.
But what it is for me, and it's part of why I don't think I've revisited it, because it honestly, like even revisiting it this time, it evokes a lot of feelings just like of that time. And it was like super therapeutic at the time, and I was like super thankful for it. I mean, like straight up, I wasn't even sure I was gonna say this, but when the game wrapped up, right? And I mentioned this before, like I think I spoke about it in the Discord chat with everybody, talking about like how watching the characters process the mourning and all this stuff, like, man, like that hits super close to home. Especially like Sid's response, because I get like that too, where I'm just like, okay, like if I'm not processing, I just need to like move on to the next task. And I remember when the credits rolled, like, I'm gonna be so straight up, I just like bawled.
Yeah.
Like, it was one of the most emotional responses I ever had to a video game ever. Like, I just sat there, and I think it was maybe by the time the first song, because like Promises to Keep plays, and I think it was by the time Promises to Keep ended, because Jackie came in, and you know, I love my girlfriend. She was so comforting to me in that moment and whatnot. But I looked at her and said, hey, this, like, because I remember thinking, I'm like, I don't want you to just about like the game. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm like, this isn't, like, I realized by the time that that first song ended in the credits, I'm like, this is something I needed. But the game was kind of just a vessel for me to get to that point. By that point, it had been a couple months since my friend passed away, and I just wasn't fully able to let myself go in the same way I did in that moment. And you know what? Like, I'm so thankful for this game. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody from Square watches this series or anything like that, but if you do, and you had any part in the creation of the game, whether you're a voice actor, the anime, or whatever, if you had any part, just from like a fan speaking out, like, you gave me something that helped me deal with one of the hardest times in my life, and I was super appreciative of that. You know, like art, games, movies, anything, music, which this game has all of that in it, but these things have a way of just touching you, and sometimes it's the time in your life that you get it. And this, despite all my gripes with certain things that I've like complained about, like, yes, you guys should have put Sid in chapter 14 at the Capitol. I'm not letting that go. But regardless
Crystal
of my
staircase,
regardless of my gripes, it was something I just needed in the moment, and you guys so thank you, Square. Thank you, anybody involved. Thank you, Dan, for letting me be able to speak on that,
dude,
for several hours. So,
yeah,
you know, like, it's just, you know, I don't want to get sappy and soft at the end of the road here, dude, but it really just shows the quality of the game itself, man. Like,
yeah,
it just,
man,
it was an amazing experience, all of it.
Well, thank you for being a part of this, and thank you for sharing that. I know I know Square Enix is not watching this, but there's like, no way. Know, man. But no, I mean, if they are, that's the thing though. Like, if they are, like, if somebody is, if they find this somehow, let me tell you, man, it is such a like a full circle, or such an awesome feeling. Like, when I got to do when I went to Otakon and I got to speak directly to Katase and even Naoki Hamaguchi and like and Endo, like, right there, face to face, I got to look at them and be like, I got to share my story of like why this game means so much to me. And like, I mean, of course, I'm just unloading on these guys. Like, they're like, oh, okay. I'm giving them my like most emotional and like personal story of why Final Fantasy VII means so much to me. And then like, and I just was like, thank you. And like, just to be able to tell them that in person, dude. I hope you get that opportunity. I hope you get that opportunity. It is a really good feeling. There you go. So you have it at number 10. You got it.
Yeah, that being said, yeah, this chapter's towards the end.
Yeah. Anyways, I really love what this game means to me, but you know what,
man? Yeah,
it's down at the bottom-ish.
Super therapeutic. Really special.
What an interesting list. Like, super interesting. I mean, A New Journey Begins, number 11, chapter 9, number 9. Like, that is bold. That is bold. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna. I love the opinion.
I mean, it's cool.
I love Blood in the Water at number. Remember when that was number 1?
Yeah. All right. So granted, it was still a top 5, but one was crazy. The problem was is that it took a while for 12 to come around.
All right.
And I knew 12 was number 1, so 5 was sitting there every week at #1, and everyone's like, "What the hell?"
Don't
man?
let anybody sway you, Tylor. I saw you drawing chapter 9 as the best. What are your what's your top 3? Let's give me your top 3. You don't have to rank all of them, but what's your top 3 chapters in this game, Tylor?
Okay, top 3 chapters. For me, definitely 9 is #1. I had the most visceral reaction to chapter 9. I don't know, something about the gold saucer. Whenever that happened,
the golden key, like chapter 12, like the revisit.
The revisit or the initial one, because it's either 12 or 8.
Well, that loveless play.
Okay, 12.
Something about that play, man. So 12, and then
it's hard.
It's so
imagine
tough,
having to do
dude.
this for every.
You got 9, 12.
And just remember, the internet's gonna know this. No pressure. Like everybody in the crowd is gonna.
I know, dude.
I don't like Tyler's art anymore.
Me, man.
Tyler's art, it doesn't speak to me anymore, man. He didn't put freaking chapter 14 up there.
Bro did not understand the complexities of chapter 3.
Yo, first of all, I need to address that,
4.
Jake.
Chapter
Jake
4.
Lloyd. Are you the
Force
one?
good choice.
Are you the only one in the survey that puts chapter 3 at #1? I'm curious. Somebody is voting chapter 3 at #1. It is wild. But that's funny. I'm gonna let you think on that.
Definitely chapter 4.
Chapter
okay.
4. Yes. Dawn of a new era.
Yeah. Chapter 4. I think that atmosphere is my favorite FF7 feeling.
Man, we were close.
I would live in that atmosphere.
Yeah.
The morning you wake up in Junon, and you see the sun is up.
So good, dude. So good.
I would live in under Junon. After exploring the whole world, I want to live in under Junon. I don't care that their water's probably like toxic as hell. I want to live there.
The way I put it was like chapter 4 was like the perfect remake of what I wanted to see in a remake trilogy, where there's changes but it still stays super faithful. And then like chapter 9 was the perfect example of what I'd see, like, oh, this is something brand new and it's something like I really enjoyed. So those two kind of go there. I think I put I still have chapter 9 at #1 just because of it brings the hype, and I'm the warrior of hype. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, for that.
And I wanted to put A Dawn of a New Era above it, but I was just like, man, I don't know. All right, so now we go over to our official rankings, and then I'll reveal where the audience ranked it. All right, where the final fans that took the survey. Here we go. The official rankings are here. All 14 chapters, boys. We did it. We're here. We are finally here. At #1. I will go through the list here for the official rankings, and I'm going to read it all out to you. #1, Dawn of a New Era comes out on top, despite me and Wiley having it at #1, Planet Stirs at #1. It was just consistently ranked high by all 3 of us on this panel. Consistently ranked high, whereas Planet Stirs, you saw that Dragoon King had that 9. So
knocked it out of the top
funny
spot.
like the cool thing about this is I like look at this official ranking and I see the top 3 and I'm like, yeah, I absolutely agree. Like Dawn of a New Era.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I am so
Those
cool
are my
with that.
3.
Yes. It is. It is.
It's just
in a different order.
It's just in a different order, but yeah, it's
That's cool.
Yeah.
So we got Dawn of a New Era at #1. At #2, Chapter 9, The Planet Stirs. At #3, Chapter 12, A Golden Key. And #4, Chapter 13, Where Angels Fear to Tread. #5, Chapter 10, Watchers of the Veil. #6, Chapter 8, All That Glitters. #7, Chapter 2, A New Journey Begins. I love that chapter. Chapter 8. Or no, #8. Chapter 14, End of the World. #9. Chapter 6, Fool's Paradise, at number 10. Chapter 11, The Long Shadow of Shinra. Is that right? Yeah, I got that right. Remember when I said Long Arm of Shinra? Remember when I had that in there? At number 11, Chapter 5, Blood in the Water. At number 12, Chapter 1, Fall of a Hero. Surprised to see it so low, but there, like we said in that, there were some things that just did not deliver. Number 13, Chapter 7, Those Left Behind. And in last, Chapter 14, Deeper. Or no, number 14, Chapter 3, Deeper into Darkness. I gotta say, that looks good to me. Of course, my rankings show differently near the bottom of it, but that top list there looks about right. Yeah, Chapter 1 fell pretty hard, man. I think it's like the idea of them kind of not delivering on key scenes that in the way that we wanted. So, but hey, if you want more on that,
could be recency bias too. I mean, just being straight up. I mean, all right, guys, we're doing the whole series again backwards.
Yeah, but now we got to go backwards to see if it balances out. We gotta. Oh God, no way. Oh. But this has been awesome. So there's the official rankings, everybody. Let's take a look at where the fans ranked it, which I can go down here. The fans have it as like this. No way, that's not correct. There's no way that's correct. End of the world. Wait. I gotta reorganize.
Wait.
Yeah, I gotta do it this way. Sort column. I think it's what is it? Z to A? Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. All right, here's how the final fans ranked it. So, wow, they have Chapter 13 at number 1, Dawn of a New Era at number 2, End of the World at number 3. Wow. There you go, guys. That is the ranking from the final fans. Now, if you don't like the way that looks, well, you should have voted. Oh, you know what I mean? We got, I think there was about 40 responses, so it wasn't. I wanted it to be a very, like, encompassing, vote. So hopefully, maybe during the Afterbirth Award Show, I'll run it back, and I'm hoping that the Afterbirth Award Show gets as many votes as possible. So, if you want to be able to vote on things like Best Music, and this is all going to be fan-voted from you guys, and we're going to give you some nominees to choose from. Best music, best chapter, best character, best NPC, best supporting, all of this crap. We're going to do an award show for you, okay? So I really would love for you guys to pay attention to the YouTube post that I will do. If you're not a subscriber, now's the time. Please do subscribe to us and follow for that survey to get posted. We're going to do the Afterbirth Award show. It's going to be a lot of fun. My goal in my mind was to have some cool special guest presenters. I'm gonna see what I can do about that. But yeah, there you go. And it's gonna be what's up?
Just check your messages before we wrap up.
Oh, okay.
Because it might be the last moment we really get to do it. So just the lieutenant. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Just the lieutenant. They can go with mine when you say goodbye to me.
All right, so do you want me to read this off?
No, well, it's just no. Just make sure the lieutenant's correct.
Oh, and
I gotta
also, God, man, we are still going with this. I love it, but here we go. I didn't fill this out all the way through. Best music.
Clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
Why I always left out. You did this last week to me also. What the hell, man?
All right, so best music, Genova. From me, Genova, what's it called? Tenacity? Is it Tenacity? I think it is. I freaking love that theme. I'll freaking play it all the time. Excalibro, with the Aerith's theme, Return to the Planet as the best music. Dragoon King with Her Final Prayer. Best battle, we got Genova Lifeklinger, and Sephiroth, Aerith and Cloud. Versus Aerith and Cloud.
The vibes were immaculate. I'm sorry.
Yes. And then we have best side non-existent. Best Rebirth.
Aerith date, because it's optional.
And then, of course, it's optional. That's true. You can turn off the interludes.
Aerith praying.
Aerith praying.
Hey, come on,
That's
man.
the best rebirth. It's Aerith praying.
It looked great.
Best rebirth, Forgotten Capital from Dragoon King. It's so funny because I literally went on a rant how much I didn't like it.
At least I have Prof on my side with that one.
Yeah, you did. You got both. I think even Excalibur was with you on that. It was just me kind of saying it looked bland and I didn't like it.
He was with it and then decided to not be with it, but that's
Yeah, I had Forgotten Capital as my best rebirth, and then I was like, I need to be more specific.
You chose just her inside the Capitol, just praying.
Yeah, I sure did. Sure did.
Makes ribbons look badass. That's the get hype moment. Aerith makes
Good.
ribbons look badass. I like it.
Good.
So there you go. That's the get hype moment. And
That's
that's it. Oh my god, I think we're done, boys. I think this is
So
it.
we came full circle.
Wait, am I allowed to have my own get hype moment?
Yeah,
Am I
go
allowed to
ahead.
get my
Make
own
me a
hype
get hype moment.
I
Yeah,
just,
sure.
no, I just beating the shit out of the planetologist for myself. It has
Yo.
nothing to do with the chapter. It was just my get hype moment of the episode. That made me feel so good.
Chat, what do you want to see? Do you want to see the planetologist get rocked again, or do you want to see like a weird montage of uneven audio? But it's my the freaking like it's like decipher my theory was the idea, where like I don't give any narration. It's just like here's the proof. You figure out the theory. I can only show you the door. You know what I mean? So I'm saying. That is going to conclude this one. But first, before we do, shout out to the. Where are they?
I'm
on the wrong
where
one.
are you?
I'm on the wrong one. That's why.
Did you
It's
put
time
the
for the Chocobo Cavalry. Let's shout out Lieutenant Ectogomet.
Wait,
Why-
what are their names?
What?
What are their names?
I didn't put the names on there. I didn't put the names on because I don't have them all filled out. But I can do
You
it.
know who you are. You
Yeah.
know who you are.
Here we
guys.
go.
You
Look,
know
I'll
you
run
are.
it again. Captain
Okay.
Ectogomet, Lieutenant Spartan. We have Wired 1992. We got Juicebox, the Centurion, Jelly Sand, Final Fan TV. That's me. The Juicebox. Do not know what that was, but we have all those names right there. Red Sarge 99, YVS. Dude, thank you so much for being part of the Chocobo Cavalry. Thank you everybody who supported. Thank you so much for everyone who tossed Gil during this stream. Everyone who equipped a subscription. Everyone who became a Final Fan TV party member. Through the YouTube membership, Patreon, or Coffee, wherever you choose to support. It really, really means a lot. Thank you so very much. This is the first time we've ever done an 8.5 hour podcast. Not like an event where I got separate games going on, but this is a discussion based thing. I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget that you can go back and you can watch Sing. Oh shit. We made the joke. We said Sing 40 Laughter is gonna open, and then he's going to go to sleep, and he's gonna wake up and see we're still live. And there he is, right before we get off. He's back. Sing 40 Laughter opened the show, had a full night's sleep, and woke up. And he's right here in the chat. That is great. Oh my god, don't forget, you got Sing 40 Laughter who opened up the show with a great lo-fi live musical performance. Please go check out Sing 40 Laughter and go support. Don't forget, we also had Tylor Hepner hang out with us the entire stream.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
And do
Cooked
live
Chat.
art. Yeah, I'm cooked chat. I'm cooked chat. I'm cooked. Tyler, I never anticipated you sticking through this entire
Yeah,
thing.
that's crazy.
But I got it. Dude, no.
All right. I gotta had a go. table the whole time. He's been hostage. He didn't choose to.
He's like, I gotta sit here and I gotta draw Yamcha. I gotta keep drawing stuff.
I'm sorry.
I have a chain on my leg.
Yeah, he's Tyler, it's been an absolute honor.
I just got a chain.
Oh my god, I got a chain to this. Oh my gosh. Oh, Felipe Daniel, thank you so much for equipping a subscription. That is awesome. Thank you. And Tyler Hepner, man, just thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for doing some live art. That is incredible.
Yeah, man.
And then also,
yeah, I'm happy to be here, man.
Dude, anytime you want to stop by, you are more than welcome. It's an open door for Final Fan TV, dude. I'd love to have you back on the show.
Dude, I appreciate it.
Yes,
yeah,
dude.
for sure.
And congratulations on all
anytime.
of your success, bro. All of the continued success, the building of that, just it keeps stacking. Andy Serkis, come on, what?
That's crazy.
Andy Serkis, man.
That's incredible, bro. And it's only
I can't believe I have more to announce.
Man, can't wait to hear about it. Bro.
And if you want to, there's that. I tried to keep that handle, that social media handle, up there the entire time. Hopefully, you guys went and type that into wherever you follow, X, Twitter, or whatever it's called, Instagram, all of that stuff. Go follow Tyler Hepner. And if you discovered his art today.
Actually, I'm about to go do that right now.
Yeah.
I'm making sure I follow you on
Dragoon
everything, bro.
King, make sure you let him know. Drop a comment that you discovered him through Final Fan TV, please. Okay.
I might as well just walk out and just be like, yeah, it was nice talking to you, bro. Sorry about the gun.
Sorry about the gun. Oh, that's fantastic. And then don't forget, we had a special guest panelist, a party member come through. That is ProfNoctis, and he's always here when we do the most ignorant stuff, and I loved it. And thank you so much, Prof, for stopping by for an extended amount of time. We talked about an hour. You stayed for 2, and I loved every minute of it. So thank you, Prof, for doing that. Thank you, everybody who watched. This is probably the most successful live stream I think Final Fantasy TV had. We had a pretty awesome one with the feud back when we had Unileska. And a lot of it was just awesome. You can guys check that out. But this might be one of our most successful ones. So thank you so much for that. Thank you everybody in chat. Thank you guys for being awesome, sticking with us, and engaging with the conversation. And that is going to do it. I'm going to end this actually in a more fitting way. I'm going to go ahead and play our funniest moments, because I feel like that is more of a a closer. So I'm gonna play replay that funniest moments from this entire podcast series. So if you didn't see it at the beginning, you get to see it now. So with that being said, we have done it, boys. I haven't said thank you probably to the most important people to make this thing happen. So Excalibro, thank you so much for being a part of this thing. You guys,
My pleasure.
We can add on to the 60 hours we had before that. Add on 68 hours. Let's go ahead and make that 69 hours. Yeah! 69 hours. And then we have Dragoon King. Thank you so much, Lee.
Of course. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right, everybody. Take care now. Bye-bye then. Let's see if I can find the video.
He looks like an unkempt Adam Savage. I swear to God, that's what all I can see.
Hold on. In fact, you know what? I can fix this. I can fix this now.
President.
I want us to be able to hear it. Yeah. We're still live. Your mic is not activated though. So I'm gonna do monitor and output. So you should be able to hear this.
Shinra say when he learned that these caves were packed with mithril.
Oh man. What did he say?
Mine.
Oh.
That's a triple entendre. That's a noun, a pronoun, and a verb. That was a good joke.
That's a triple entendre.
I'm not going to cave on this one, Dan.
Okay. At least how high is he right there?
At least 3 feet.
At least 3 feet.
At least.
Old Salt's over there on the pier. I told him not to go in the pink mist. I told him not to do this.
Okay, wait. Wiley, we can't enter.
No,
you guys
can't enter the bar.
I'll take it from here, boys. So, nah, man, come on. Go. Uh-oh. Oh my God, he did it.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, by the way, Wiley, the bald cap I bought, it wasn't going to show up till tomorrow, so I had to stop at CVS and buy freaking pantyhose to make this a bit more.
I love cannons.
Yeah, I heart cannon shirt.
Cannons. That's sold at Junon, right?
Give me a freeze frame when we get a close up of Titov, because I really need to do a comparison of the stashes here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I even tried to get the little sideburns there. I tried to get the Captain Titov.
Nice Titov, bro. Nice Titov.
Thanks, man. On his cheek there, because this is Genova thinking like she's touching herself.
Hold on.
Let's go on over to the Dragoon King, who ranked it at number 1.
Wiley's face when that.
Listen, Johnny says. He says, fate is so cruel for depriving me of Tifa and beachwear. Rather, fate deprived us of Barrett and beachwear. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? Thanks to the mods on Nexus mods. Not talking about those. Not talking about those. I'm talking about Barrett shirtless mod. All right, we ain't.
Oh,
you have to download. You have to download the whole set, bro. And I'm like, listen, immediately delete these off of my. I just want the shirtless mod. All right, like you gave me the whole file with all of the stuff with it, like the whole package. If you know what I'm saying, like I don't need that. It's a whole lot of junk. I don't need. Hang loose, man! Tifa slow motion,
Hang loose! There's no boiler room at his goddamn inn! I don't care what boiler he wants me to fix! There's nothing underneath, you go upstairs, there's 3 bedrooms, there's no boiler room! So what the hell do you want me to fix, bro? You made me make this shit-ass valve, I don't even see the domestic water line going into the building! What do you want me to do? Like, genuinely,
what do you want water line going into? Yes. Yeah. So this game.
Good. I just want to make.
This game is it's a continuation of the Smash Bros. Lore. Time for the Warrior of Hypes get hype moment. I love when the whispers come in here. This is definitely April Fool's.
So yeah. Barrett throws a tantrum because the Mako is wasteful for the theme park, and that's not cool, yo. You know what I'm saying? But what were you saying, Dan?
Like it feels like that you revert to this planet-loving persona, you know, whenever you're trying to mask your true emotions. You know, is that something you would agree with?
Well, I mean, you know, I love the planet. Like that's not in debate at all. So, I mean, like the reality is, like when I'm masking my emotions, I keep these shades right here on. But when I'm, you know, letting my emotions out, I pull the shades down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're about to.
By the way, I just want to let you guys know I'm drinking some Mako Dew, the Mako Blast, if you know what I'm talking about.
Nice. I'm drinking some Mako infused water. It's just cucumber
from
water.
The planet's core? What?
Oh, from the planet.
Oh, wow.
Not an ad placement. But you should drink it because it's good. Not spicy.
Bicycle in water.
Whoa.
So you don't have a scar, Tifa?
Actually, I do. It looks like a gray pillow. Liar!
And then she falls back. And then Tifa there. Oh, there's Tifa. There's Tifa in the belly.
Tifa!
Excuse me. Pardon my laughter. In the green room, he announced himself as the Dragoon King. I'm sorry. Royalty does not exist. We are as one in the grand confluence of the souls. Nothing greater, nothing lesser. So therefore, the Dragoon Lee. Shiny like a melody in my head that can't get out, got me singing like na 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 talk, na 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 talk. In Hinduism, Shani is connected to Yama, the god of death, with whom he shares a close relationship with. Together, they represent the inevitable cycle of life, death, and rebirth.
Whoa!
What?
Title drop.
Wow! You only get one.
Impeccable. Okay, impeccable
Man,
timing.
this is
bro.
why we go without an incident. It's you.
It's just part of his speech. So,
oh my.
Hey, Centurion. All right, I see you.
Sam and Will would argue about the best way to raise birds, and they were pretty hot-blooded about this. So I mean, I guess they argued until they felt like they needed to choke a bro, you know. They started as birds of a feather until they got their feathers ruffled, and neither one chickened out, so they had to establish a pecking order with the featherweight fight. You know what I'm saying? So, like, stuff happens. So,
bro, we got to get ourselves to the bloody gold saucer. So let's take a look at that. But before I do, let me introduce you to the Excalibur. He doesn't talk very much. And over here we got Sid, Dragoon King.
Why'd he keep his regular name and you gave me... Oh, shit, my bandage. Oh, boy. Oh, no. All right, we're taking that off. The sweat's taking me too much. Howdy, y'all. It's your boy, Sid Highwind. I didn't just improvise this accent without any practice. I'm the real Sid.
I feel like an editing error to me. Like I don't
think it's an editing error. I feel like there's...
If there's a deeper meaning,
I wish I thought harder.
I want to know. You wish you thought harder?
I wish I could think harder. The master of entertainment. It is Dio. What's up, Dio? Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
It is. I mean, it is kind of optional. You don't have to do it. Yeah.
It is, but it's forced optional.
Yeah.
As opposed to,
it's like I see a 0 out of 10. In a time limit. I gotta go.
That's the thing. It's like it's forced optional because you're not gonna get
optional.
Forced optional.
I'm sorry. I love that.
We're gonna talk about it in the hype cast. We gotta
but-
figure that out.
But no, like, is he?
Oh man,
We're losing him, boys. We're losing him. Whew. God, we gotta get through it. We gotta get through it. We gotta get there.
We're almost there.
We gotta get there. Oh dear. I do apologize for... Oh dear. I do apologize for Brother Lee's abrupt exit from the show. Perhaps Brother Lee is finally ready to attend a seminar. He is ready to turn his rage and anger into hype. I look forward
to your arrival, Brother Lee.
Oh, Brother Lee. Brother Lee? Oh, Greg is tits! I'm gonna show you what it means to return to the planet. Sending your ass to the live stream. This beating isn't forced optional. It's just forced. You stupid mother. Brother Lee.
Thank you so much for watching. Take care now. Bye-bye then.